Chapter 2682. Above the void, the thunderbolts were still roaring, but Xianyuanjie's figure had already disappeared. The people of Linhe Boundary were once again amazed by the terrifying power of the fusion of thunderbolts. Was Xianyuanjie going to be defeated this time? Senior Xianyuanjie, did he fake his death? It's possible. Jiang Chen's attack was too terrifying. Even a late divine king might not be able to withstand it. Is our clear stream sect really finished? Everyone was extremely sad and their faces were pale. Because if Xianyuanjie was dead, then the clear stream sect would face destruction and no one could save them. I'm afraid it's not that easy to kill me. Xianyuanjie's voice resounded in the midst of the dust. Everyone held their breaths, and their faces lit up with excitement. Not bad, you're a miracle to be able to survive my fusion of thunderbolts. Jiang Qin said faintly. However, he was extremely shocked in his heart. How did this guy survive? Xianyuanjie's eyes were sharp. Although he was injured, it wasn't a serious injury. It was Jiang Chen's first time meeting such a powerful man who could still walk leisurely under the fusion of the heavenly lightning. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on the broken sword in Xianyuanjie's hand. The golden sword was only a foot long and it was made of a blade without a hilt. On the blade, there were engravings of mountains, rivers, grass, trees, sun, moon, and stars. Although it was broken, it gave people a magnificent feeling, as if a peerless dragon had descended to the world. Jiang Chen's eyes were burning with passion. Even the heavenly dragon sword in his hand was trembling at this moment. It seemed like it was longing for it, but it also seemed like it was trembling. The battle intent in the unseen world made Jiang Qin even more solemn. It must be this broken sword that blocked the attack of his fusion of thunderbolts. Sword winds and clouds. Xianyuanjie slashed out with his sword, and a mad dragon roared. The golden sword light penetrated the void of 1,000 feet. Jiang Qin immediately went up to meet it. The sky dragon's sword and the broken golden sword collided, emitting thousands of rays of light. The sky dragon's sword trembled more violently, as if it had an unparalleled desire. After 9 rounds of fighting, the sky dragon's sword chi was already threatening, and it became more and more powerful. However, the broken sword in Xianyuanjie's hand still did not fall a bit. What a terrifying sword! For the first time in his life, Jiang Qin felt that a sword could be compared to the heavenly dragon sword, and it was a broken sword. Sword descends cutting heaven and earth. Xianyuanjie's sword power was incomparably ferocious, cutting through mountains and rivers. Everyone's faces turned pale. This sword was really too powerful. 3,000 miles of ice. Jiang Qin also slashed horizontally, fighting with Xianyuanjie again. The sword's shadow turned into an iceberg, the blue and golden sword light intertwined, like 2 ancient dragons fighting desperately, and finally disappeared into the void. Jiang Qin felt that Xianyuanjie's aura had also climbed to the limit. This sword was amazing, but he knew that it was difficult for him to control the power of the heavenly dragon's sword when facing the broken sword. The heavenly dragon's sword was sealed by the craftsman god before because it was too powerful, and the powerful sword's soul was also beyond Jiang Chen's imagination. However, at this moment, the heavenly dragon's sword seemed to break through the shackles and turned into a dragon. To be able to block my sword, it seems that I have really underestimated you. The sword in your hand, I must have it. Xianyuanjie's eyes were burning with passion. The sword in his hand was a broken sword of the Xianyuan sword. The Xianyuan sword, which was known as the strongest attack in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, could not even cut it down. Moreover, the heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand could actually compete with the Xianyuan sword. How could Xianyuanjie not be greedy? For those who loved swords, the sword was their life. I am also very interested in your sword. Leave this sword to me. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Both of them were people who loved swords as much as their lives. The trembling of the heavenly dragon's sword had already explained everything, and there was even a trace of nervousness. Although Jiang Qin was still unable to communicate with the sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword, he could clearly feel that the sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword wanted to fight with him. It's useless to say more. Watch my sword. Xianyuan Jie raised his sword again and swept across 90,000 miles. The sword pierced through the river. Jiang Chen's face was extremely serious. This was the strongest battle he had experienced after his breakthrough. Moreover, this guy was holding a divine sword, which was not weaker than his heavenly dragon sword. Even the heaven thunder could not kill him. He was indeed an amazing master. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and grasped it. The heavenly dragon sword trembled even more violently, as if it was about to fly out of his hand and compete with the golden divine sword. Jiang Chen had already guessed that the sword was probably the Xianyuan sword, one of the 10 ancient divine weapons. On the blade, one side was engraved with mountains, rivers, grass and trees, and the other side was engraved with the sun, moon and stars. One side of the hilt was engraved with the art of farming and the other side was engraved with the strategy of unifying the 4 seas. It was said that it was the strongest divine weapon in the 4 seas, 8 wastelands, 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was just a broken sword, but it was able to fight against the heavenly dragon sword. Even Jiang Chen found it hard to guess. If it was the real Xianyuan sword, even the heavenly dragon sword would be inferior. However, at this moment, the Xianyuan sword was only a broken sword. The heavenly dragon sword was unstoppable and it was bound to compete with the broken Xianyuan sword. The two of them constantly collided, and the sword shadows overlapped. They fought for hundreds of rounds, but there was no clear winner. However, Jiang Chen's recovery power, after being refined by the myriad qi, was even better than that of the wood spirit. Now, Jiang Chen was like an immortal. The flames of war were burning, and he was immortal. But Xianyuan Jie was different. His recovery power could not be compared with Jiang Chen's, so at this moment, he wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Although the broken Xianyuan sword was only a broken sword, it was extremely powerful. Under such a high-intensity battle, his consumption was completely burdensome. He had to end this battle as soon as possible. Have a taste of my sword. Sword shatters the stars. Xianyuan Jie used his strongest attack. He had no more time. Jiang Chen's expression was cold, and he was as still as a mountain. Let's see whether the Eastern Emperor Bell is stronger in defense or the Xianyuan sword's attack. Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a faint smile. Divine Golden Bell. With the help of the Eastern Emperor Bell, the Divine Golden Bell blocked Xianyuan Jie's attack. However, Jiang Chen's Divine Golden Bell was gradually crushed by the sword light, but it was still not broken. In the end, it was still the Eastern Emperor Bell. However, Jiang Chen's heart was full of doubts. This could not show who was stronger. If it was the perfect Xianyuan sword, or the perfect Eastern Emperor Bell, maybe it would be a different scene. What a strong defense. Unfortunately, it still can't stop me. So what if I attack again? Chapter 2683. Where the sword points, go forward with indomitable will. The sky dragon sword surged again and clashed with the broken Xianyuan sword. At that moment, the light was dazzling and the sea was illuminated. Countless people looked up at the sky, at the peak of the clear stream sect. It could be said to be a shocking battle. On the heavenly dragon sword, the dragon's soul roared deafeningly. Jiang Chen had fused with the ancient soaring dragon technique, making the heavenly dragon sword even more like a fish in water. At this moment, the heavenly dragon's sword was like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. The layers of ostentatiousness were removed and the most perfect side was revealed. The seal of the craftsman god was also completely broken at this moment. The original brilliance of the heavenly dragon sword shone in the sky. Roar! The sword's soul of the heavenly dragon's sword was like a dragon coming out of the sea, breaking the sky. However, the broken Xianyuan's sword was only a broken sword without a sword soul. Therefore, the final impact of the sword's soul caused Xianyuan Jie to be instantly engulfed by Jiang Chen's sword aura. In a split second, Xianyuan Jie was cut down by Jiang Chen's sword. Xianyuan Jie roared in a low voice. Blood spurted out from his mouth and his face turned pale. He fell from the altar and knelt on one knee. He had completely lost the ability to fight. Jiang Chen held the broken Xianyuan sword in his hand. A dreadful divine dragon strength burst out from his body. Both the heavenly dragon's sword and the broken Xianyuan sword were trembling continuously, but none of them seemed to be afraid of the other. Xianyuan Jie was defeated miserably. Most importantly, although the broken Xianyuan's sword was powerful, it won at the critical moment. The heavenly dragon's sword broke through the shackles of the seal and perfectly displayed the dreadfulness of the sword's soul. The new generation excels the old. Each generation is stronger than the previous one. There are talented people in every generation, and each of them will be outstanding for hundreds of years. I lost. Xianyuan Jie smiled bitterly. He was injured by Jiang Chen's sword soul and was already struggling at death's door. Thank you for the sword, but I will still destroy the Clear Stream sect. Sword. I'm afraid that you can't take this sword away. Xianyuan Jie shook his head with a smile, but his eyes were blazing. He looked to the east, where a terrifying giant sword shadow was approaching. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted. Before the sword arrived, the sword chi was already right in front of him. Although it was still 1,000 miles away, the overbearing aura forced him to take a few steps back. What a terrifying sword energy! Jiang Chen thought. Above the void, there was a sword shadow that looked real and illusory. On the blade of the sword, there was an old man in dark green robe standing with his hands clasped behind his back, bringing a great pressure to the entire Clearstream sect. In the end, you still came. Xianyuan Jie said indifferently. He seemed a little unhappy as he looked at the green-robed old man in the sky. It's fine if you die, but you can't lose your sword. The old man said coldly. Brat, hand over the broken sword and I will let you go. What if I say no? I like this broken sword. It's my trophy. Why should I give it to you? Jiang Chen said with a sneer. This fellow was not simple at all. Even Jiang Chen felt that it was difficult to fight against him. However, Jiang Chen would not let go of the duck that was already in his hands. You're young and promising. But if you insist on not giving it to me, I'm afraid I'll have to take action. The old man said with a faint smile. Xianyuan Mini, I'd like to see which one of you is more powerful. Ha! Xianyuan Jie said with a laugh. He looked at Xianyuan Mini with hatred. Xianyuan Mini. It's him. Isn't he the elder brother of Xianyuan Jie? One of the Styx duo was him. Li Xie's expression was solemn as he said in a deep voice. Yes. Old Ancestor Styx was the title of Xianyuan Jie. When he was at his peak, he had a brother called Xianyuan Mini, the elder brother of the Styx duo. So he's still alive. Dan Feng could not help but nod his head. This could be considered as a huge matter that could shock the entire Linhe boundary. Old Ancestor Styx, Xianyuan Jie has been defeated. I don't know if Xianyuan Mini can shoulder the burden of the Linhe boundary. Di Longhui said with a bitter smile. They were extremely depressed after being defeated again and again. Jiang Chen's strength was too terrifying. He was invincible. This was their evaluation of Jiang Chen. He was like an insurmountable mountain, while his real strength was only at the half-step Divine King realm. Don't worry. I'm not as useless as you. You even lost the old ancestor's belongings. Xianyuan Mini said coldly. Xian Yuanjie's expression changed drastically, but he only let out a cold harumph. Cut the crap. Get the broken Xian Yuan sword back if you're capable. Jiang Chen looked at the two fellas. Obviously, they had a close relationship, but they did not want to let the other get the broken Xian Yuan sword. I'm not interested in the two of you. The broken Xian Yuan sword is mine and the Clear Stream sect is mine to destroy. If you leave now, I can pretend that nothing has happened. Jiang Chen said confidently. Ha ha ha. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Compared to Shuai Liang, you're better. What a pity for that genius. Good lad. I won't talk to you anymore. If you can defeat me, the broken Xian Yuan sword is yours. Xian Yuan Mini smiled and shook his head. You know Shuai Liang. Jiang Chen frowned. Shuai Liang was one of his few friends and they appreciated each other. Shuai Liang came from the Forgotten Sword Tomb. Jiang Chen did not want to offend the Forgotten Sword Tomb as it would put Shuai Liang in a difficult position. Forgotten Sword Tomb. I am the guardian of this generation's sword tomb. Shuai Liang is my martial nephew. Well, I won't kill you. Jiang Chen smiled. The Forgotten Sword Tomb was the only big sect that did not hunt him down, largely because of Shuai Liang. Therefore, Jiang Chen would not bite the hand that fed him. Lad, I appreciate you very much. But you can't take the broken Xian Yuan sword away. It's the treasure that the Forgotten Sword Tomb has been guarding for thousands of years. Xian Yuan Mini's eyes became hot and his expression became more and more serious. Since he could defeat Xian Yuanjie, it meant that he was not simple. Xian Yuan Mini would not ignore Jiang Chen. Well, let's see what I'm capable of. Jiang Chen looked steadily forward. Xian Yuan Mini did not come for the Clear Stream sect, but for the broken Xian Yuan sword. It was not difficult to explain that he came from the Forgotten Sword Tomb. But he was also determined to get the broken Xian Yuan sword. Well, let's make friends by fighting. If I lose, I'll leave. If I win, I won't kill you. I'll take the broken Xian Yuan sword directly. Xian Yuan Mini's tone surprised Jiang Chen. It seemed that Xian Yuanjie knew it was Xian Yuan Mini, but he was not happy at all. It turned out that there was a reason. The relationship between them was really hard to understand. It's a deal. Chapter 2684. Xian Yuan Mini was calm and composed. After all, he was much weaker than Jiang Chen. Even though Xian Yuanjie had been defeated, he was still full of confidence. Xian Yuanjie was powerful enough, but he was defeated by Jiang Chen. Most importantly, he had lost the broken Xian Yuan sword. Apparently, Jiang Chen had seen through the uniqueness of the broken Xian Yuan sword, so he did not intend to return it to him. Xian Yuanjie and Xian Yuanjie were known as the Styx duo. His strength was almost on par with Xian Yuanjie's. Unfortunately, they parted ways in order to compete for the broken Xian Yuan sword. His master told him not to compete with Xian Yuanjie for the broken Xian Yuan sword. Therefore, Xian Yuan Mini withdrew from the competition in Linhe Boundary. At this moment, Xian Yuan Mini had no reason to remain silent anymore. The broken Xian Yuan sword was supposed to be a priceless treasure that symbolized the status of their sect. It belonged to the Xian Yuan family from the divine land of the central province. The founder of the Xian Yuan family stole the broken sword from the central province divine land and established a sect in this remote place. Unfortunately, it was divided in the end. The Forgotten Sword Tomb and the Clear Stream sect were of the same origin, but the ups and downs in the end made people sigh. However, it was obvious that Xian Yuan Mini no longer regarded himself as a sect of the same origin as the Clear Stream sect. All he wanted was the broken Xian Yuan sword, the only thing that the Forgotten Sword Tomb wanted to protect. It's better for all of you to die in the battle. Humph. Xian Yuanjie sneered. In his eyes, there was no brotherhood anymore. The broken Xianyuan sword was the most real. Boy, now that Xianyuan Jie has lost to you, I can't take it lightly. Watch my move. Xianyuan Mini snorted. His attacks were as fast as lightning. Each of his attacks was fatal, leaving no room for Jiang Chen to fight back. Jiang Chen's expression became solemn. He didn't dare to be careless. In terms of strength, he was at a complete disadvantage. All he could do was to retreat step by step. However, Jiang Chen didn't show any mercy. He looked for an opportunity to attack without mercy. His killing intent and momentum surged like a rainbow. The water of the Netherworld River turned into a sword and head west. Xianyuan Mini pointed his finger at Jiang Chen. A terrifying ice sword pierced through the void and became bigger and bigger. The terrifying ice sword was already 10,000 zhang long. The tip of the sword was pointed at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen kept retreating with a solemn expression. The people around him kept dodging, but countless disciples of the Clear Stream sect were still trapped. Gradually, less than 10% of the disciples were left alive. The 100,000 disciples were all gone. 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen struck out a seal, which collided with Xianyuan Mini's Styx River Ice Sword. Jiang Chen was directly pushed back. As expected, Xianyuan Mini's strength was easily crushed. Jiang Chen could clearly feel Xianyuan Mini's strength. What a powerful fella. A peak divine king, only one step away from becoming a half-step hierarch. He's really something. Jiang Chen thought to himself. The power of one seal was enough to kill a mid-divine king realm expert. However, in the eyes of Xianyuan Mini, it was still not enough to shake him. You're no match for me at all. Xianyuan Mini was full of confidence. He looked at Jiang Chen with a confident expression. No one knows who will be the final winner until the last moment. Jiang Chen retreated in order to advance. His heavenly dragon sword was not inferior to Xianyuan Mini at all. Now that the sword's soul of the heavenly dragon sword had returned and the seal was broken, it was more powerful than before. The sword edge was sharp. Xianyuan Mini looked dignified. Finally, he was impressed by Jiang Chen. That's more like it. Xianyuan Mini snorted and turned the ice sword in his hand. 10,000 zhang of ice fell from the sky, leaving no time for Jiang Chen to take a breath. No one knew how heavy the Styx River ice was. However, Jiang Chen resolutely withstood the sword. Although the ground under his feet had been pressed into a depression, he still looked calm. The sword of Styx River doesn't feel good, does it? Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword failed to break the sword of Styx River. Instead, it was completely suppressed by the sword of Styx River. At this moment, Jiang Chen looked serious. Xianyuan Mini was indeed more powerful than Xianyuan Jie. Xianyuan Mini, I didn't expect you to be stronger than me after all. Xianyuan Jie gnashed his teeth and said. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Jiang Chen had been completely suppressed by his sword of Styx River. Jiang Chen had no chance to fight back. Heavenly Dragon Sword, Dragon Soul Unsheath. Jiang Chen roared. The dragon soul of the heavenly dragon sword pierced through the sky and tore the sword of River Styx apart. The 3,000-li ice river was shattered and the sword of River Styx was torn apart. The sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword completely showed its terrifying side. Xianyuan Mini looked serious. Let's see what else you can do this time. Jiang Chen looked at the void arrogantly. He raised his sword and approached Xianyuan Mini. Since Xianyuan Mini's sword of Styx River had been broken by his sword, Xianyuan Mini was destined to be trapped here. Do you think that my sword of Styx River can be broken so easily? My sword won't break. Even the Xianyuan sword won't be able to break it. Xianyuan Mini put his palms together and the sword of Styx River was condensed again. It was the same as before. The terrifying sword of Styx River slashed down again. Jiang Chen's face changed for the first time. It's invisible, but it can condense into a sword. This guy is not simple. Jiang Chen kept retreating. The sword of Styx River crushed the void. Everyone in the Clear Stream sect was shocked. At this moment, countless people were suffocated by the powerful sword of Styx River. Ha ha ha, do you know what sword it is? It's the sword of Styx River, refined from the water of Styx River. Rootless water, invisible sword, invisible and invisible. What do you have to break my sword of Styx River? Xianyuan Mini looked at the void and ignored Jiang Chen. The sword of Styx River kept crushing the mountains and forests, turning the Clear Stream sect into a wasteland. Even without Jiang Chen's destruction, the Clear Stream sect would have been completely destroyed. 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen held the 5 elemental trigram fire formation and struck out with the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. At this moment, the sword of Styx River and the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal collided. The 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal gathered the 5 elemental true fire and a dragon-shaped seal was launched from Jiang Chen's hand. It rose to the sky and collided with the sword of Styx River. This is 5 elemental true fire. How could it be possible to control 5 elemental true fires at the same time? You've really impressed me. Xianyuan Mini said in a low voice. Although the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal formed by the 5 elemental true fire blocked the sword of Styx River, neither of them could defeat the other. Although the 5 elemental true fire is powerful, there's no fire in this world that could melt my sword of Styx River. You don't know how powerful it is. The water of Styx River is extremely cold. Who could stop my sword of Styx River? Ha ha ha. Xianyuan Mini was still disdainful of Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry. He said calmly, although the 5 elemental true fire couldn't melt your sword of Styx River, your sword of Styx River couldn't get any closer to me. Jiang Chen said confidently. Jiang Chen was undoubtedly able to defeat Xianyuan Mini in a second. Xianyuan Mini squinted his eyes. What Jiang Chen said was the truth. No fire could melt your sword of Styx River. Hee hee, what a joke. Can't my hellfire of the Red Lotus do the same? Honglian, who was dressed in red, flew up to the sky. She was graceful and elegant like a fairy. Her eyes were cold and emotionless. There was a burning flame between her eyebrows, which made people shudder with fear. Red. Hellfire of the Red Lotus. Xianyuan Mini staggered with a pale face. Does such a fire really exist in this world? While Xianyuan Mini was still confused, Red Lotus waved her hand casually. The sword of Styx River, which looked extremely terrifying, instantly turned into a raindrop and fell on the earth, extinguishing the dust. As the rain fell, Xianyuan Mini was completely dumbfounded. It's the hellfire of the Red Lotus, the most terrifying fire in the world. Xianyuan Mini murmured. He had never expected that the karmic fire of the Red Lotus would exist in Linhe boundary. He thought that it was just a legend. However, a wisp of flame had instantly melted the sword of River Styx that he was so proud of. The so-called rootless water was so fragile in front of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. It seems that you are more powerful than me. Jiang Chen looked at Honglian and gave her a thumbs up. Don't look at me. I didn't do it for you. I just can't stand his bragging. Honglian said faintly. Then she disappeared and returned to the myriad chi cauldron. Chapter 2685. Red Lotus disappeared without a trace, but Xianyuan Mini was completely dumbfounded. He looked at Jiang Chen silently and sighed in his heart. However, he could not change the fact that he was severely injured by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus and the sword of Styx River had completely collapsed. He had suffered a crushing defeat. Red Lotus's strength had improved again, but it was not unparalleled. However, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus could restrain the sword of Styx River. Therefore, even if Xianyuan Mini had all kinds of martial arts, he had no chance to use them in front of Red Lotus. Defeated. I was defeated after all. He. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus, it's actually the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. I have nothing to say about being defeated by her. Kid, you're really lucky this time. Xianyuan Mini looked at Jiang Qin with a bitter smile and shook his head. He looked solemn. Since he had made a promise, he would not continue to fight with Jiang Qin. Moreover, he had consumed most of his strength and was not in his peak state. The injury caused by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus could not be healed in a short time. Thank you for letting me win. Jiang Qin said faintly. At this moment, he was ready to annihilate the entire Clearstream sect. It was imperative. But let me give you a piece of advice. Kid, you can't hold the broken Xianyuan sword forever. On the contrary, once it loses the protection of the Xianyuan family, it will reveal its divine light. At that time, you'll be hunted down by the entire Xianyuan family. We're just living in a remote corner of the divine world. The real Xianyuan family isn't something that a puny divine king like you can contend against. Even emperors don't have the courage to challenge the Xianyuan family. Xianyuan Mini said in a low voice. It was both a warning and a threat. However, Jiang Qin did not buy it. The broken Xianyuan sword is in my hand, so it is naturally mine. If someone wants to take it away, let's see if he has the ability to do so. I, Jiang Qin, will fight with him at any time. I have some friendship with Shuai Liang, so I don't want the Forgotten Sword Tomb to intervene in this matter. Xianyuan Mini, you can leave now. Xianyuan Mini understood Jiang Chen's words very well. Jiang Chen was about to start a massacre. It was his promise, and it was also his way of venting his anger and dissatisfaction towards Clearstream sect and Linha boundary. Take a step back and you'll see the world. If you keep on killing like this, the only ones who will die will be the innocent disciples. You are a sinner. Xianyuan Mini sighed. Ha. How sinful. I, Jiang Qin, did not intend to be enemies with them. But ever since I left the Linha boundary, they saw me as a thorn in their flesh. They wanted to kill me and take away my treasures. How can I tell them about my grievances? Furthermore, they slandered me by saying that I was guilty of killing thousands of their disciples. Who would know? The 100 Sect Alliance wanted to suppress me for eternity and pursued me for thousands of miles. Even my dearest brother almost died in their hands. Who would speak up for me? My father had nothing to do with this matter, and he did not know the reason behind it. Yet, he was persecuted by them mercilessly. Who would understand the pain in my heart? That's my father, my only father. Jiang Chen's voice was stern and every word he said was like a gem. His eyes were like a tiger's and no one dared to look him in the eye. Why aren't you talking? Were they all fucking mute? In this world, the weak are prey to the strong, and the strong are respected. If I was the one lying on the ground today, and I begged them to let me go, do you think they would agree? Ha. What a joke. What a joke. Then I would be mercilessly attacked, and I might never be able to reincarnate. It's normal for them to bully the weak, but I'm a sinner. Fuck your mother. What kind of bullshit logic is this? I'm going to start a massacre today. If I don't go to hell, who will? Even if I go to hell, I'm still going to kill gods and Buddhas. No one can stop me, not even the heavens. Xianyuan Mini's breathing stagnated. He was speechless. At this moment, he fell into melancholy. Jiang Chen's words could not be said to be completely right, but they could not be said to be completely wrong either. At least, that was what he thought. There must be a reason for everything, and there must be an effect. Perhaps, this was the evil that the 100 Sect Alliance had sowed. Jiang Chen's gaze swept across the sky. The 20 god kings felt their scalps go numb. Jiang Chen had defeated 2 late god kings in a row. Even if they had 3 heads and 6 arms, they would not be able to overturn Tiangang. Right now, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Jiang Chen, you're a demon through and through. Don't try to twist logic. Today, my clear stream sect will fight to the death. Xianyuan Jie's eyes almost popped out. This time, it was time for them to fight with their lives. If they did not do so, they would only end up dead. Xianyuan Mini, you old bastard. Even if we have thousands of years of hatred, we should unite against a common enemy at this moment. Don't forget that our surname is Xianyuan. Xianyuan Jie glared at Xianyuan Mini. Xianyuan Mini nodded his head helplessly. Jiang Chen was an outsider after all. Although Xianyuan Mini and Xianyuan Jie had thousands of years of hatred, they were still from the same sect. Even if their bones were broken, their tendons would still be broken. Moreover, Jiang Chen had taken away the broken Xianyuan sword. All right. Xianyuan Mini shouted. Xianyuan Jie was relieved. Now, the only thing they could do was to use the sect-protecting formation of the Clear Stream sect. It was their greatest reliance. Although Jiang Chen was powerful, he might not be able to withstand the sect-protecting formation. Sect-protecting grand formation, activate. Everyone, give me a hand to kill this bastard. All of you will be the greatest heroes. Otherwise, when this guy starts killing, no one can escape death. What Xianyuan Jie said was true. More than 20 Divine King realm experts all helped Xianyuan Jie to activate the sect-protecting formation. Xianyuan Mini was no exception. More than 20 people activated the sect-protecting formation, and their only goal was to kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold and he sneered. You want to play with formations with me? Jiang Chen was disdainful. He used the fire trigram formation of the 5 elements to protect himself. His hands kept changing, and a corner of the no beginning formation attacked the sect-protecting formation again. A corner of the no beginning formation was enough for Jiang Chen to use countless formations. Chapter 2686. Break it. No beginning formation, no beginning return to 1. Jiang Chen had completely controlled the formation, making the no beginning formation and the sect-protecting grand formation as equals. There was only one thing that Jiang Chen was doing now, and that was to kill mercilessly, without mercy. Jiang Chen was like a dragon that had entered the sea, invincible. He rushed towards the Clear Stream sect and killed 20,000 disciples with a single slash. Wails and screams were heard everywhere. Apart from endless unwillingness, anger, fear and trembling, there was no response from those people. They were no longer as arrogant as before. 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 They were now like ants in the hands of Jiang Chen, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Xianyuan Jie's heart was trembling. Di Long was in Di Long's arms. Everyone gasped. Jiang Chen was just too terrifying. No one was able to escape from his grasp. Jiang Chen was just too terrifying. No one could escape from his palm. Jiang Chen, you are too cruel. You are a devil, a lunatic, you will go to the 18th level of hell. Xianyuan Jie shouted himself hoarse, his face was pale. The foundation of the Clear Stream sect had been destroyed just like that. A sect without any disciples was equivalent to an empty shell. Xianyuan Jie had never thought that Jiang Chen would really go on a killing spree without any hesitation. This would incur the wrath of the heavens, this was disregarding human life. However, he seemed to have forgotten about his own sect and the whole Linhe boundary. The thing that Jiang Chen could not tolerate the most was his father being persecuted mercilessly. So what if he was called a devil? What's the difference between killing one person and millions of people? That's why no one can change my mind about what I'm going to do. I'm going to kill, and I'm going to kill to my heart's content. I'm going to get justice for my father. I originally didn't want to kill people, but you forced me to do this. I, Jiang Chen, won't let off anyone who offends me. Accept your death. None of you can change my original intention. What I want is not to kill, but to let you understand that I, Jiang Chen, am a demon before you die. Jiang Chen looked down on all living things, killing to his heart's content. He wasn't an executioner, but if he was on the losing side, what would he do? Perhaps they would only be crueler than him. There was no need for Jiang Chen to feel pity. Who had ever felt pity for his father? Family members shouldn't be implicated, but her father had suffered because of her. Kill. Jiang Chen killed 10 people with a single step. The disciples, elites and elders of Clearstream sect were all killed by Jiang Chen's sword. The sect guarding Grand Formation couldn't protect them. Everyone's face was as red as a pig's liver. Bastard, you're going against the laws of heaven. Stop now, kneel down and accept your death. A loud roar tore through the sky. It was as if even tens of millions of miles away, everyone could feel the shock and pressure that came from the depths of their hearts. Everyone looked towards the sky as a sliver of excitement rose in their hearts and hope was reignited. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked up. Above the void, a figure gradually appeared. He wore a white robe and held a feather sword in his hand. His robe was fluttering in the wind. His aura was outstanding, and he seemed to be above everyone else. Looking at him from afar, he was unreachable. Who are you? Jiang Chen frowned, ignoring the middle-aged man in front of him. However, he could feel that the middle-aged man was extremely powerful. Chapter 2687. Evil will never win. We're finally saved. Di Longhui laughed and said. The haze in his heart had been swept away. The only failure was the Clearstream sect which had been destroyed. However, he was the most likely person to become the sect leader after the Clearstream sect was rebuilt. To others, this was bad news, but to him, perhaps it was good news. I want you to watch as I kill everyone here. Jiang Chen pointed his sword at the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries. The tension between the two of them had reached its peak. Lowly fella, how dare you challenge me? Die! The white-robed Reverend narrowed his eyes and charged towards Jiang Chen from the nine heavens. Great soul derivation technique. Seal it. Jiang Chen's divine soul had already broken through the hierarch realm and had almost reached the middle hierarch realm. He had not used the great soul derivation technique before because it required soul power and was too exhausting. However, Jiang Chen's great soul derivation technique could block all divine souls below the hierarch realm. Although the white-robed reverend was powerful, his divine soul clone could not surpass the hierarch realm. Therefore, Jiang Chen was confident that he could block him. The white-robed reverend was slightly stunned. In the next second, he was completely frozen by the great soul derivation technique. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. I've said it before. You can only watch the show. Everyone here deserves to die. They should all go to hell. Jiang Chen walked with his sword and killed everyone within 1,000 miles. The entire Clearstream sect was filled with screams and cries. The white-robed reverend's eyes were filled with anger. He felt that his dignity was being challenged. No matter how powerful he was, he could not break free from Jiang Chen's great soul derivation technique. His divine soul was completely suppressed. The white-robed reverend could only watch experts fall one by one. True God realm, heavenly God realm, divine king realm. There was no exception. Save me, High Lord. I don't want to die. Reverend, please save us. The Clear Stream sect cannot be destroyed. Linha boundary cannot yield. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Jiang Qin, you can't kill us. Honorable Lord, please be merciful and save us. Li Batian, Dan Feng, Di Longhuai, and the others looked pale. Jiang Chen's sword had killed 800 people. The people of Clearstream sect and other sects who came to seek protection from Clearstream sect were all killed by Jiang Qin. Clearstream sect was really destroyed. The people of Divine Pill sect, Ghost A sect and more than 10 other sects were secretly glad that it was not in front of their own sections. But even so, they still had to die and bid farewell to their sections. This was the most disappointing thing. No one could save them. Even the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries could only watch silently. Jiang Qin, do you really want to go against me? Do you really think that you can cover the sky with one hand? White-robed Reverend's face was extremely cold. He had never suffered such a great humiliation. Jiang Qin dared to kill in front of him, as if he did not exist. So what if I'm going to start a massacre in front of you? Humph. Jiang Qin did not care about the Reverend in white robe at all. He raised his sword and the Divine King realm experts were all killed by Jiang Qin. They could not do anything. Jiang Qin was unstoppable and his killing intent was overwhelming. In less than half an hour, everyone was either dead or injured. Except for Xianyuan Mini, there was no one left. The whole Clearstream sect was in dead silence. The Reverend in white robe's face was pale. Shuai Liang and I are old friends. I don't want to kill you. You should go. Jiang Qin said Lang Lang. Xianyuan Mini let out a sigh. Even though he had the intention to kill Jiang Qin still spared his life. At that moment, he could see the coldness in Jiang Qin's eyes. There was a trace of emotion in Jiang Qin's eyes. If Jiang Qin really wanted to kill Xianyuan Mini, he wouldn't have spared Xianyuan Mini's life for the sake of Shuai Liang. Xianyuan Mini seemed to have sensed Jiang Qin's helplessness and desolation. Who knew about his suffering and sufferings? At this moment, he finally believed that Jiang Qin was forced to a dead end. If it wasn't for the Linha boundary, if it wasn't for the 100 Sect Alliance that forced Jiang Qin to a dead end, who would be willing to be the enemy of everyone? Who would be willing to wander aimlessly even though they knew about the suffering? Jiang Qin's family and friends, including Xianyuan Mini, were all struggling to survive. He was forced to his limit, which was why he went on a killing spree. Who would be able to live alone? It wasn't easy for Jiang Qin. It wasn't easy for him. Thank you. Xianyuan Mini turned around and left. His eyes were filled with sorrow. He had lost, Linha boundary had lost. He was not only defeated in terms of strength, but also humanity. The entire Linha boundary had forced Jiang Qin to a dead end, but he did not turn into a demon and massacre the entire Linha boundary. In Xianyuan Mini's eyes, Jiang Qin had already taken a step back. Jiang Qin, do you really want to be my enemy? White-clothed Reverend looked at Jiang Qin coldly. He had never suffered such humiliation since he was born. No one dared to disrespect him, the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries. I don't want to be your enemy, but I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. My father can't suffer in vain. From now on, I don't owe Linha boundary anything. If any sect dares to touch Jiang Qin again, I'll kill them all and send them to hell. Jiang Qin looked at the Clearstream sect coldly. It had already turned into ruins. To some extent, it was a slap to white-clothed Reverend's face. Linha boundary was his territory, but 3 sects were destroyed by a half-step Divine King. Moreover, the most powerful sect, Clearstream sect, was uprooted. It was really shocking. It wouldn't take long for this news to spread across the 27 boundaries of Lone Dragon County. Good, good, good. The mountains will never change. Jiang Chen, I'll remember you. Let's wait and see. White-clothed Reverend could only retreat. He was suppressed by Jiang Chen's great soul derivation technique. He couldn't do anything. Even his identity as the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries was not enough to make him give in. Jiang Chen took a glance at the boundless void. In the Linha boundary, there was no one who could be his match anymore. When Jiang Chen entered the ancestral dragon pagoda, Lin Ryue was hugging his father tightly. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt as if his heart was being stabbed by a knife. He had no words to describe the endless sorrow and bitterness that his father had suffered. Chapter 2688. Father, your son is unfilial. Jiang Chen held back his tears and said in a deep voice. It's good that you're still alive. Jiang Zhenhai paused and asked in a low voice. I killed them all. The Clear Stream sect was annihilated. Jiang Chen said. Jiang Zhenhai's expression was calm as he did not care about anyone's life or death. No matter how many people there were, they were not as important as his son. Only Lin Ryue was shocked. Everyone was killed by him, the Clear Stream sect was annihilated. It was unbelievable. Jiang Chen was only a half-step divine king, it was terrifying. Jiang Chen, your father, Lin Ryue said as tears rolled down her cheeks. She bit her lips and felt sorry for her father. I will take care of everything. Jiang Chen said. He would help his father recover even if he had to use all his strength. Ryue, I'm sorry, don't say anything, I will always be by your side. Lin Ryue wiped away her tears. Even though she was nothing, Jiang Chen was very powerful, and with his promise, Lin Ryue felt relieved. However, she would always stay by Jiang Zhenhai's side. Don't worry, father, I will cure you. Jiang Chen could not help but think of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was the only way for his father to regrow his arm. However, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was still in Yu Jingxian's hands. Jiang Chen knew that it was time for him to look for Yu Jingxian. Although he did not want to face her again, he had to do it for his father. Thank you, Aunt Lin. I will have to trouble you to take care of my father during this period of time. Jiang Chen said. It's my duty. Lin Ryue blushed when she was called Aunt Lin by Jiang Chen. However, she was happy as Jiang Chen had acknowledged her. Sigh. Jiang Zhenhai wanted to say something but was interrupted by Lin Ryue. Don't worry, Brother Zhen. I won't leave you. Even if you're like this forever, I'll always be by your side. Lin Ryue's persistence made Jiang Chen feel gratified. Lin Ryue's feelings for her father were very deep. Especially at this moment, Lin Ryue's persistence made Jiang Chen even more shocked. Jiang Chen, your father was sent to the Clear Stream sect. Someone deliberately did that. Lin Ryue's words caused Jiang Chen's expression to change. It seemed like this matter was not as simple as it seemed. His father was not captured by the Clear Stream sect, but was purposely sent to the Clear Stream sect. Who is it? Jiang Chen's fury soared to the skies. Gai City, Wang family. The culprit is Wang Jianji, the incompetent advisor of the Wang family and also their butler. Lin Ryue gritted her teeth and said. Gai City. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold as he gazed into the distance. Let's go to Gai City now. Jiang Chen said and brought his father and Lin Ryue to Gai City. In the Wang family's mansion, Wang Jianji and Wang Yunquan's concubine were doing something immoral in the dark forest. Jiang Chen released his aura. There were no heavenly god realm experts in the entire Gai City. There were only 3 mid-true gods in the entire city. Wang family, what a Wang family. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold as he stood on top of the mansion and shouted, Wang Jianji, come out now. Jiang Chen shouted. Not to mention the entire Wang clan, even the entire Gai city was shocked. The three mid-true god experts were all shocked. Wang Yunkuan's expression changed drastically. To think that someone would shout at Wang Jianji in front of his house. Moreover, the voice was so loud that even he could feel the tremor. Wang Jianji's face turned pale and he rolled off the bed from the concubine. Even though he was castrated by Lin Riyue, he was still a pervert. Who's calling me? Wang Jianji hastily ran out. Jiang Chen instantly locked onto Wang Jianji's aura, then he turned into an afterimage and appeared next to Wang Jianji. Wang Jianji took 2 steps back in fear. His clothes were messed up and his face was pale. You, who are you? Wang Jianji pointed his finger at Jiang Chen and spoke in a tough manner. He felt that he was no match for this young man in front of him. It's okay if you don't know me. But you should know Jiang Zhenhai, right? Jiang Chen said. Jiang Zhenhai. Jiang Zhenhai. You're Jiang Chen. Wang Jianji sucked in a breath of cold air and staggered 2 steps back, almost falling down. Who's causing trouble here? Come out and meet me. Wang Yunkuan appeared in the courtyard and saw Jiang Chen. His expression became solemn. This young man in front of him was very powerful. You're the Wang family's patriarch? That's good. Saves me the trouble of looking for you. Jiang Chen glanced at Wang Jianji and Wang Yunkuan with killing intent. Who are you? What do you want? Wang Yunkuan said subconsciously. Danger could come at any time. He's Jiang Chen. Wang Jianji kept retreating. Obviously, he was frightened by Jiang Chen. A man's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Jiang Chen's ability was not something a man from a small city could compete with. You're Jiang Chen. Wang Yunkuan was also nervous, as if he was facing a great enemy. Lin Riyue appeared behind Jiang Chen while holding Jiang Zhenhai. Wang Yunkuan and Wang Jianji held their breaths. You're still alive, Jiang Zhenhai. Jiang Chen, don't be too presumptuous. The Clear Stream sect has promised us that they'll accept 10 disciples into their sect. Gai City will belong to the Wang family in the future. Wang Yunkuan sneered. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. Clear Stream sect. Gai City. Number 1 family. What a joke. The Clear Stream sect has been annihilated by Jiang Chen, uprooted. 100,000 disciples, none of them left. What are you? Lin Riyue looked at Wang Yunkuan and Wang Jianji while gritting her teeth. Jiang Zhenhai's situation was caused by the 2 of them. If they didn't sacrifice Jiang Zhenhai to the Clear Stream sect, he wouldn't have suffered such a disaster. Impossible. How could you become enemies with the Clear Stream sect? You're like a stray dog under the 100 sect alliance. The Clear Stream sect is the number 1 sect in our Linhe boundary. This is impossible. Wang Jianji didn't believe that Jiang Chen had already destroyed the Clear Stream sect. But now that Jiang Chen appeared in front of them, there was nothing they could do. It's fine if you don't believe me. You guys don't have the right to know about this. I didn't want to start a massacre, but you guys had to kill my father. Jiang Chen said coldly. These despicable fellas were not worth mentioning in his eyes. Because Jiang Chen didn't want to argue with them. No, this is impossible. Don't try to lie to me. In less than 10 years, under the protection of the Clear Stream sect, our Wang family will definitely rule the Gai City. Chapter 2689. A bunch of ants. You deserve to live your entire lives. The 18 levels of hell aren't the scariest. I want you to be sealed in the great you soul-forming light by me forever. You will be devoured by 10,000 souls. You won't die and will be my slaves forever. Jiang Chen raised his hand and took Wang Jinji's and Wang Yunkuan's souls. He then injected them into the great Yu soul-forming light. Sigh. Wang Yunkuan treated me well in the past. Jiang Zhenhai sighed. Father, if it wasn't for these two fellas, you wouldn't be in such a predicament. They deserved it. Sinners deserve to die. Lin Ruyue admired Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was able to dominate the Linha boundary by himself. It was unimaginable. Even those great sects that had existed for thousands of years were annihilated by him. Oh right. Father, did Xiao Yu and Sister Ning ascend to the immortal realm? Jiang Chen asked with a solemn expression. They were the ones that he missed the most. Ever since you, Big Yellow, and the others left the 9-province immortal world and entered the divine realm, those two girls disappeared. Even after I ascended to the divine realm, there was still no news of them. Father, how did you ascend to the divine world from the divine tomb? It must have been a dangerous journey, right? Jiang Chen asked. It seemed like it was still unknown whether Wu Ningzhu and Yan Chenyu had entered the divine world. What divine tomb? Jiang Zhenhai was slightly shocked. I entered the divine world directly after the heavenly lightning. I didn't pass by the divine tomb. What? You didn't enter the divine tomb? Jiang Chen was shocked by his father's words. How could that be? Those who entered the divine world would pass by the divine tomb. How could his father not enter the divine tomb? Could it be that the tomb of the god of sin no longer existed? Jiang Chen knew that he wouldn't get any answers from his father even if he continued to ask. However, the disappearance of the divine tomb shocked Jiang Chen. Even so, it might be easier to enter the divine world without the divine tomb. Because of this, it might not be as dangerous as the divine tomb even if they entered the divine world. What kind of place is this tomb of the gods? Jiang Chen muttered to himself helplessly. What was more, the horror of the tomb of the god of sin was not something he could comprehend. I'll send you to the profound Feng sect first. That's the sect I joined when I first entered the Linha boundary. Wait for me there in the future. Father, wait for me to come back. I'll definitely be able to cure you. Jiang Chen said. He had already cured his father's fracture. However, he would need the Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart to regrow his broken arm. Jiang Chen returned to the profound Feng sect with great glory. The sect lord of the profound Feng sect, Xian Qingming, immediately stepped into the void. He could feel a powerful aura pressing down on the profound Feng sect. What brings you here to the profound Feng sect? Xian Qingming said in a deep voice. Sect lord, it's me. Don't you know who I am? Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen stepped on the void and landed on the peak of the mountain. Xian Qingming was stunned for a moment and his face was filled with joy. It's really you, Jiang Chen. Ha, it's me. Jiang Chen brought his father and Lin Ruyue to the peak of the mountain. Xian Qingming's face was solemn. He had heard about the news a few days ago. Jiang Chen had continuously annihilated many sections. The entire Linha boundary was in a state of panic. Those who had hunted down Jiang Chen in the past were all in danger. I have something to ask of you this time, I hope you can accept it. Jiang Chen clasped his hands and said. Xian Qingming was shocked. Although Jiang Chen was just a half-step divine king, he still needed his help. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox, just say it. I've said before that the profound Feng sect will always be your home. Jiang Chen was touched. Sect Lord, my father is severely injured. I want him to stay here and recuperate. I hope you can take care of him. It's just a small matter. Ha! Xian Qingming waved his hand but his heart was solemn. There's one more thing. I have annihilated the Clearstream sect. In the future, no one in the entire Linha boundary would dare to challenge me, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said. What? Clear Stream Sect, you? Xian Qingming's expression changed drastically as he looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. At this moment, this news was no different from a huge bomb that could shake the entire Linhe boundary. Xian Qingming took a deep breath. He still could not believe that Jiang Chen could do such a shocking thing. 100,000 disciples, none of them survived. My father was killed by them. I only wanted to kill the higher-ups of the Clear Stream sect, but they forced my father to do so. In a fit of anger, I killed 100,000 disciples, none of them survived. Divine Pill sect, Ghost Eye sect and the other sects also had more than 20 Divine King experts. I think after this battle, they will not look for me again. Jiang Chen said solemnly. Xian Qingming sighed in his heart as he believed Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen was still in the Profound Feng sect, Xian Qingming knew that Jiang Chen was not someone to be trifled with. Not only did Jiang Chen not disappoint him, Jiang Chen was even stronger than before. He was now invincible in the entire Linhe boundary. I will set up a great formation around the Profound Feng sect that can withstand the attacks of hierarch experts. As soon as Jiang Chen finished his words, Xian Qingming no longer had any doubts. He had never seen a formation that could withstand a hierarch expert. Although he had already reached the late heavenly god realm, he was still incomparable to Jiang Chen. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. After Jiang Chen finished his words, he left. Xian Qingming knew that Jiang Chen was no longer the sun he used to be. He was now a rising star. In the future, the Lone Dragon County and the Northern Cold Divine region would be Jiang Chen's real stage. Old Jiang, what more can I ask for when I have such a son? Ha ha ha. I, Jiang Chen, have not achieved much in my life. However, Jiang Chen is my greatest pride. Jiang Zhenhai said proudly. He was overjoyed and proud of Jiang Chen. At the border of the Chilean boundary, in the eastern barren area, there was a mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles. It was like a sleeping peacock. On the peak of the mountain, there were colorful plants and trees. The scenery was so beautiful that nothing could be imagined. Below the peak of the mountain, there was a deserted city called Bayou City. Bayou City was not big. It was not big in the eastern barren of the Chilean boundary. However, there were not many people in this city. Aside from the hundreds of thousands of people in Bayou City, this city was not eye-catching nor famous. Chapter 2690. The spring wind blew, the willow catkins brushed against one's face, 1,000 sails passed by, Bayou City was right in front. In Bayou City, it was like spring all year round, there were pavilions everywhere, the atmosphere was ancient. The Yu residence occupied 1/3 of Bayou City's territory, it was the biggest residence in Bayou City, it was also the leader of the city. The huge Bayou City was now in a state of panic. Many people sighed at the sight of the wind. They did not know when the precarious days of Bayou City would come to an end. In the meeting hall, more than 10 Yu families' younger generation sat at the end, the 4 elders were also sitting upright, calm and composed. However, the atmosphere in the meeting hall was so tense that everyone held their breath. Beside the 4 elders, there were 2 people, one was dressed in white, with a peacock as a flower, noble and extraordinary. The other one was dressed in green, his body was tattooed with a green flower python, cold as ice. Both of them had an imposing appearance, glowing with vigor, carrying a domineering aura, as if they wanted to be the center of attention. This time, 3rd elder, 5th elder and Jingxian were able to bring back the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, it is our Yu family's great fortune. The old patriarch will definitely be able to get out of this crisis. The leading elder said faintly, but his tone was strangely calm, as if the patriarch's recovery did not affect him too much. The Saint Dr. Wang Lingji said that as long as we have the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, the patriarch will definitely wake up. Another elder said with a solemn expression. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart is extremely precious, let me keep it for the time being. Brothers, elders, what do you think? The elder was the most respected. Now that his father had fallen, as the eldest brother, it was only right for him to take over the reins of the winged race. It was only right for him to become the most powerful person in the winged race. Big brother, you're always so busy, how could we dare to trouble you? I've always been the one to handle all the material needs of the family, why did big brother overstep his authority this time? The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart should be kept by me. Elders, what I've said is still reasonable, right? The rules that have always been in place cannot be broken. Furthermore, these rules were set by my father. The green-clothed young man said in a deep voice. He did not give in at all and stood against the white-clothed young man. Everyone present could see that these two fellows were full of hostility. It was not the first or second time that the atmosphere in the conference hall was in a state of mutual hostility. I'm the eldest, so I should be the one to look after it. Is there anyone in the feather race who's more powerful than me? The white-robed young man, Yu Wang Qing Leng Leng, said. His eyes became more and more gloomy, not giving any face to anyone. Father is still bedridden. Do you think you can do whatever you want in the Yu family? Do you still have a father in your eyes? Yu Wangnian's eyes were sharp as they stared at each other, not giving Yu Wangqing any chance. Good, second brother. You're becoming more and more promising. You even dare to disobey your big brother. Yu Wangqing continued. What I said is the truth. The elders have all seen it with their own eyes. According to what big brother said, could it be that I did something wrong? Father is still bedridden. I don't have the mood to argue with you. A big brother should act like a big brother, isn't it? Yu Wangnian curled his lips and said. Yu Wangqing's expression was extremely gloomy. He was being countered by the second brother. The battle between the two of them had lasted for 100 years. The feather race was in a precarious situation for 100 years. That's enough, brothers. Father is still bedridden. We don't want to see you two brothers lose the friendship that has lasted for thousands of years because of these trivial matters. Since the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart was brought back by Xiao Xian, then let her keep it. Yu Jingfan said with a solemn expression. As the third brother, he had always stood aloof from worldly affairs. He did not want to compete with his two brothers for the position of the patriarch. Now that they had obtained the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart after so much effort, he never expected that it would be another battle that they were tired of. It made him feel disappointed. In that case, third brother is right. I have no objections. The second brother, Yu Wangnian said faintly. I'll leave the good guys to you. Yu Wangqing flicked his sleeves and left the meeting hall. Then it settled. Xiao Xian, you're the one who brought the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart back. You'll keep it for the time being. When the Saint Dr. Wang Lingji comes, take it out and treat the patriarch. The great elder said in a low voice. No one had any objections. Yes, I understand, great elder. Yu Jingxian nodded with a hint of worry on her face. It had been more than a few years now, but the Saint Dr. Wang Lingji had yet to return. She was extremely worried. Her father's condition was getting worse day by day. No one knew how the Saint Dr. Wang Lingji would be able to cure her father's condition. However, they would never give up on this last ray of hope. Currently, the Yu family was in a mess. The eldest brother and second brother were fighting for the patriarch's position. The Yu family was facing internal and external troubles. It was no longer as harmonious as before. Yu Jingxian could only hope that Wang Lingji would come back soon to cure her father's illness and return peace and prosperity to the Yu family. The scene where the brothers treated each other with respect and love could no longer be seen now. The brothers had split up and formed their own factions. Only Yu Huafan, Yu Jingfan, Yu Jingxian and Yu Huafan were left in the garden. Looks like the eldest brother and second brother have already prepared for this. If anything happens to father, I'm afraid that the internal and external troubles of the Yu family will erupt. Yu Huafan sighed and his face was full of bitterness. 100 years have passed. Although the Yu family is still here, it is no longer as prosperous as before. The Feng family is covetously watching us and the Dongbo family might attack us at any time to snatch our dragon vein. Now that such a big thing has happened to the Yu family, it's even more worrying. If this continues, our Yu family will fall into eternal damnation. Yu Jingfan shook his head and said. He was the third son in the family, he could not compete with the eldest and second son. Most importantly, the situation of the family was worrisome. Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangnian did not want their father to wake up. Chapter 2691. Yu Jingxian gazed far into the distance but she could not see any hope. Her brothers were fighting for the throne and ignored her father. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart was something that everyone coveted. Everyone wanted it for themselves. Although they were not completely destitute, the Yu family had already fallen apart. As the only woman in the family, she did not have any right to speak. Her brothers were divine king experts and she had just broken through to the heavenly god realm. I heard that the Saint Dr. Wang Lingji has been searching for a breakthrough for more than 10 years. Who knows when he'll come back? Hey! You don't have to blame yourself too much. I know that you've been brooding over what happened to Jiang Qin. It's true that we did something wrong, but there's a reason for it, and we were forced to do it. I will always remember Brother Jiang Chen's kindness. Yu Jingfan said with a deep voice. His eyes were filled with sorrow. They were not willing to talk about this matter, especially Yu Jingxian. I understand, third brother. Yu Jingxian bit her lips and turned to leave. Yu Jingfan's eyes were filled with heartache when he saw her lonely silhouette. Since when did this sentimental sister of his become so sad? If it wasn't for the trip to the Tianqi mountain range, how could this lively and cheerful girl become so heartbreaking? Sigh, what is love in the world? It's only a promise of life and death. But now, the person who promised to live and die has already changed. Yu Jingfan shook his head and thought. Eastern Mountain City, Dongpa Clan. The city was filled with mountains and countless statues. All of them were in the shape of wolves and tigers, looking majestic. In the middle of the city, there was 100 tall statue. It was a man with a long beard and a long blade in his hand. This was the old ancestor of the Dongpa clan, Dongpa Lingjia. Rumor had it that Dongpa Lingjia had slaughtered countless mad demons in the Guiyan mountain and was made into a statue. Brother Wang, we'll have to rely on you this time. An old man in luxurious clothes said with a smile. His eyes were filled with a sense of conspiracy. Brother Dongpa, there's no need for such words between us. Leave this to me. The white-bearded old man waved his hand and said, smiling from ear to ear. Brother Lingji, our Dongbo family is very sincere this time. You must be careful. The other black-clothed middle-aged man said with a smile. Don't worry. I can't cure him, but I can't kill him. Right now, the Yu family is already in a precarious situation, on the verge of collapse. As long as I give it a gentle push, the entire Yu family will be ours. Wang Lingji's expression was cold and meticulous, as if she knew everything clearly. The dragon vein is so big. Why does the Yu family have 40% while our Dongpa family and the Feng family only have 30%? Now that the Yu family is no longer as glorious as before, what right do they have to occupy the latrine? Dongpa Tianlong glanced at the patriarch who smiled without saying a word. The Dongpa clan has been holding back for so many years. Brother Tianqi, you've wronged us. Now that we've succeeded, the entire Liaobei region will be ours in the future. Wang Lingji nodded silently, looking calm and composed. Dongpa Tianqi's expression became solemn as he clasped hands with Wang Lingji. All right, Brother Wang, I'll wait for the news of your return. As soon as Yu Huagan falls, I'll be the first to rush to Baiyu City. At that time, Liao Bei will be ours, ha ha ha. Wang Lingji turned around and left. Dongbua Tianqi's eyes became colder and colder. He had been oppressed by the Yu family for tens of thousands of years. Finally, it's time for him to get his revenge. This time, as long as Wang Lingji could confirm that Yu Huagan was dead, the Yu family would no longer be in control of the situation. It would be the best time for them to take advantage of the situation. Wang Lingji is known as a divine doctor, but it seems like he's just a greedy person. Dongbua Tianlan sneered as if he did not care about Wang Lingji. Greed is a human's biggest weakness. No one would be able to stay true to themselves in front of absolute benefits, let alone Wang Lingji. Although it's only 20% of the dragon vein, it's still a huge fortune. Wang Lingji was a smart person, he knew how to weigh the pros and cons. The Yu family's internal conflict is endless, it's only a matter of time before they fall. We're just following the will of the heavens. Everything is waiting for Wang Lingji. Dongbua Tianqi stood with his hands behind his back, his smile was calm and his face was filled with joy. He had been waiting for this moment for thousands of years. The sky was filled with yellow sand, the desert was 1,000 li wide, the droughtland flying dragon soared into the sky. Jiang Chen walked through the vast desert and found out from the red-clothed 13 house where the Yu family was located. It was located at the border of the Qilian region, Liao Bei. Such a ferocious monster. I'm afraid it's a mid-divine king. Jiang Chen looked afar. A mid-divine king realm demonic beast was wreaking havoc in a small city. It was like hell on earth. Countless people had lost their lives here. It was a tragic scene. Fire soared into the sky, deafening everyone. Jiang Chen soared into the sky and casted the Great Void technique. In a few flashes, he arrived above the city. Countless people had lost their lives in the sea of fire. The most powerful city lord was only a half-step divine king. However, Jiang Chen was too late. Half of the people in the city had already been killed by the monster. The wolf-shaped monster was 100 zhang long, it was wreaking havoc in the city. A glamorous woman wearing a fiery red armor with a white cloth covering her head stood up with her sword and fought the demonic beasts. She was defeated again and again, and even though she was severely injured, she did not show any fear. Her eyes were filled with determination, and she swore to protect the city even if she had to die. Even if I die, I will not allow you to harm the innocent people. The armored lady shouted with a gloomy expression. Her eyes were filled with determination. She knew that she was not a match for the monster, but she still fought bravely. Indeed, a woman is not inferior to a man. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. He couldn't help but feel a little impressed. This had nothing to do with one's strength, it was a true sense of righteousness. Facing death with equanimity didn't mean that one was stupid, it could be a symbol of life and death. Fire Qilin, this monster is yours. Jiang Chen said. All right, it's just a little wolf, watch me eat it. Chapter 2692. I didn't know that the great deity was here, this little demon was terrified. The wolf-shaped demon beast's voice was low, but it was extremely shocking. Hundreds of thousands of people were all dumbfounded. The moment Fire Qilin stepped into the void, the wolf-shaped demon beast had already bowed down and did not make any movements at all, for fear of disturbing Fire Qilin. Another demonic beast. Do we really have no chance of survival? This demon beast doesn't look like it will make things difficult for us. Yes, you see, that 1,000-foot demon beast, in front of the fiery red demon beast, bowed down its arrogant head, it's incredible. Can demon beasts also be good? Countless people were looking forward to the battle, but their hearts were extremely nervous. Once the demon beasts were enraged, millions of corpses would fall. Ordinary people like them could not withstand the destruction of the demon beasts. It was completely destructive. Even the city lord had died in the line of duty, but the city lord's wife was still struggling to hold on. The people of White Ink City were moved to tears, but death was still so close in front of them. You've slaughtered innocent people. Is this the purpose of your cultivation? Fire Qilin looked at the wolf-shaped demon beast and said angrily. The latter knelt down on the ground again and again. Great deity, please spare my life, I was confused, please spare my life. Spare you? Who will spare the hundreds of thousands of people who died? Today, I will do justice on behalf of the heavens and kill you here. Fire Qilin roared, and the wolf-shaped demon beast trembled in fear. Great deity, you force me to do this, even if I die, I will never be killed by others. The wolf-shaped demon beast gritted its teeth, rushed to the sky, and fought with Fire Qilin. You don't know what death is. Fire Qilin snorted and spat out a mouthful of anger, which instantly burned the body of the wolf-shaped demon beast. The wolf-shaped demon beast's face changed greatly, and its body trembled. Its 1,000-foot body was caught by Fire Qilin's claws and thrown out of the city, smashing into the ridge of 1,000 feet high. Die for me. The Fire Qilin dug its claws into the heart of the wolf-shaped demonic beast, killing it instantly. Jiang Chen stepped on the Fire Qilin and entered the city. Hundreds of thousands of people knelt on the ground, crying out for their savior. They were very excited. They thought that they were going to die, but who would have thought that an expert would come and save them? The beautiful woman in armor stepped forward and knelt on one knee. The sword in her hand was trembling, but her eyes were filled with sincerity. Thank you for saving hundreds of thousands of people in White Ink City. I am Bai Yuma, the widow of the city lord of White Ink City. On behalf of all the people, I am forever grateful for your kindness. Please get up quickly. It's just a small matter. Madam, you don't have to be so polite. Jiang Chen said. Looking at the beautiful wife of the city lord, he found her somewhat familiar. Bai Yuma saw the Fire Qilin beside Jiang Chen. She recognized the divine Qilin Saint Beast. It was impossible to tame such a divine beast without absolute strength and opportunity. Because they were more arrogant than humans. However, the Fire Qilin was able to stay quietly beside Jiang Chen. This person must be extraordinary. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already changed his appearance. Because they were close to Baiyu City in the Chilean border, he did not want Yu Jingxian to see him. Benefactor, I will never forget your kindness. Our White Ink City will build a statue and worship you. Bai Yuma said solemnly. It's a pity that countless innocent people have met with a great disaster. It will be difficult to rebuild their home. Madam, I am sorry. Jiang Chen said. My husband guarded the city and fought a battle to the death. For the countless people of White Ink City, he died a worthy death. The widow of White Ink City does not dare to have any complaints. Bai Yuma's words were firm and powerful. She wasn't just saying those words. Her resolute attitude had already explained everything. Otherwise, Jiang Chen wouldn't be so respectful towards her. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Madam, I admire your righteousness. My condolences. But I have something important to do. I am going to Liao Bei, so I will not stay here for long. Bai Yuma's eyes lit up. Are you going to the 3 cities in Liao Bei? How do you know? Jiang Chen was stunned. In the Chilean border, the land is barren and boundless. Liao Bei only has 30% of the land. The Feng family, the Yu family, and the Dongpa family form 3 big cities. You are heading north, you must be going to one of the 3 cities in Liao Bei. Therefore, I guess that benefactor is heading there this time. My family is the Yu family in Liao Bei. Unfortunately, I have not returned home for hundreds of years. Even though I know my father is seriously ill, I am unable to leave. White Ink City is near the 100,000 mountain range in the west. Demonic beasts are rampant there. I dare not slack off at all. There is no time for me to return home. Bayuma sighed. She missed her family dearly, but she did not have the chance to go back. The Yu family in Bayou City. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. No wonder she looked familiar to Jiang Chen. She looked very similar to Yu Jingxian. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. The demonic beasts are rampant. If there is no one guarding the city, the hundreds of thousands of people in White Ink City will not be safe. Bayuma's righteousness was awe-inspiring. She was not inferior to men. She was a true heroine. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Well, I will help you to set up a formation. I guarantee that no one below the late Divine King realm will be able to break through it. As long as the formation is activated, the demonic beasts will not be able to run rampant." Bayuma's eyes were filled with shock. "My savior, you know how to set up a formation." "I know a little about it. But I will need a large amount of high-grade divine origin stones." Jiang Chen nodded. "Well said, even if we use up all of the City Lord Manor's power, we will absolutely gather the divine origin stones for our benefactor." Bayuma was extremely excited. If Jiang Chen could set up a formation to protect White Ink City, it would at least ensure the safety of White Ink City. Jiang Chen took a day to set up a defensive formation for White Ink City. Although it was not as good as the Profound Feng Sect's defensive formation, it was still extremely terrifying. At least, the wolf-like demonic beasts would not be able to wreak havoc in White Ink City. After Jiang Chen set up the formation, the whole White Ink City was grateful to Jiang Chen. Bayuma even knelt down in front of Jiang Chen. Behind her, a high-spirited young man in white also knelt down. "Madam, you don't have to be so courteous." Jiang Chen shook his head and said. He respected Bayuma, that was why he helped her. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would not be a busybody. "This is my son, Bai Jia. Our savior has done such a great deed for White Ink City. Everyone in White Ink City will never forget his kindness. Bai Jia, from now on, you will be the lord of White Ink City. Thank your savior. The safety of White Ink City will be in your hands." Bayuma said. Chapter 2693. Jiang Chen nodded. To him, it was just a small effort. However, to the entire Bayamo city, as well as to the widow of the city lord who had brought her child to fight against the demonic beasts, it required a great deal of effort. "Sir, I've handed over all the matters in the city to Bai Jia. Bayuma is willing to follow you and escort you to Liaobei." Bayuma said firmly. "I'm afraid that you have some selfish motives. You want to go home for a chat. It's normal that you haven't been home for hundreds of years." Jiang Chen said with a smile. "To be honest, sir, I have the same intention. I hope that you can help me. Bayamo City is no longer a big problem, so I can leave it to my son. I also want to go back to Liaobei, so that I can save you some trouble." "All right then." Jiang Chen nodded and said. Since she was a member of the Yu family, it was reasonable for him to enter the Yu family. It would save him a lot of trouble to have someone to lead the way. The Dragon Gate Ridge was a complex mountain with thousands of miles of winding terrain. It was where the Dragon Vein of the Liaobei region was located. The so-called Dragon Vein was the divine origin stone mine, and it was a very large mine. The entire Dragon Gate Ridge belonged to the three families. The divine origin stone mine stretched for hundreds of miles and was divided into three parts. The entrance of the three mine veins was the entrance of the three families. They had their own camps and almost never interfered with each other. Every mine vein was mined after it was divided. The Feng family had 30%, the Dongpa family had 30%, and only the Yu family had 40%. This was because this mine vein was discovered by the Yu family many years ago. The demonic beasts that guarded this mine vein were killed by the Yu family, and several seniors of the Yu family were killed. Although it was a border city, the whole Liaobei region was barren, but the people were not poor, because the production of the divine origin stone in the three cities was very high. At this moment, the middle area of the Dragon Gate Ridge was the entrance of the Yu family's mine vein. Thousands of people were mining and digging in this mine vein, day and night. Dead, they're all dead, they're all dead, devil, it must be the devil. I saw it, it's all blood, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. I don't want it. I don't want anything. Dozens of people fled in all directions from the mine. Their faces were filled with terror and shock. Every one of them seemed to have experienced life and death. Their eyes were like dead fish. They only cared about escaping, rolling, and crawling. They were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies. Their bodies were covered with blood, incomparably resplendent and enchanting. What's going on? Why did all of you come out? What about the hundreds of people? Yu Huafan grabbed a man who ran out and said in a deep voice. I don't know, I don't know, I don't want to die. The man who had crawled out of the mine was in a panic. He struggled to break free from Yu Huafan's grasp and fled away desperately. Yu Huafan's face darkened. What had happened in the mine? They're all dead. They're all dead. It's a devil. That mine is filled with devils. A leading man said while crying. He looked at Yu Huafan as if he wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. What devil? What happened in the mine? Yu Huafan was confused. Everyone was fleeing in all directions. There were more than 1,000 people in the mine, and they worked day and night. Therefore, only half of them were in the mine. More than half of them were dead or injured. It was quite a terrible thing. Most importantly, it was incomprehensible. Hundreds of people are gone just like that. Yu Huafan murmured. His eyebrows were full of worry. No, this is not a trivial matter. I have to report it to the family immediately. Yu Huafan investigated and returned to the family quickly. At the same time, not only the Yu family, but the Feng family and the Dongbo family were also experiencing the same thing. There were only a few people who managed to escape from the mine. All of them looked terrified and stuttered. No one knew what had happened in the mine. The strange thing made the three great families shiver in fear. However, they did not dare to tell anyone about it. In the meeting hall of the Yu family, everyone gathered. Hundreds of people had died. Now, no one dared to go down to the mine to find out what had happened. This happened so suddenly. Could it be that something that shouldn't have appeared in the mine? Is it really the work of the devil? Yu Wangqing said with a serious face. Devil? Humph, there is no devil. I am afraid that someone is guilty. Yu Wangnian said with disdain and a cold smile. Now is not the time for you to quarrel. Big brother, second brother, this is not a trivial matter. Don't treat it as a trivial matter. Yu Huafan had experienced the scene in the mine. Everyone's eyes were filled with sorrow and fear. It seemed that they could not believe it. Their souls seemed to be scared out of their wits. Ha, fifth brother, you shouldn't say that. Don't the elders know it? Humph. Yu Wangnian snorted. Yu Huafan's face turned pale, but he dared not to say anything. After all, the status of his big brother and second brother in the family was obvious to all. He could only snort and bear it. Leave this matter to Jingfan. Make sure to investigate it thoroughly. Don't miss anything. For this matter, compensate the families of those who died in the mine accident. Be sure to keep their mouths shut. Otherwise, kill them without mercy. The great elder held the scepter in his hand. He looked dignified and dignified. Yes, Great Elder. Yu Jingfan cupped his hands and said with a serious and meticulous look. Humph, good things never happen to us. Now it's third brother's turn to be in trouble. I am so angry. Yu Huafan murmured in a low voice. Shut up, fifth brother. Be careful of your words. Yu Jingxian said in a low voice. She curled her lips and stared at Yu Huafan. Third brother, sorry to trouble you. You must investigate this matter thoroughly as soon as possible. Yu Wangqing said with a smile. That's right, don't let down the great elder's kind intentions. Yu Wangnian also agreed. This wasn't a good job. Naturally, the two of them hid at the back. It was a thankless task. They were not willing to do such a thing. Great Elder, this is a joyous occasion. The steward of the Yu family said excitedly. What's the matter? Tell me slowly. The Great Elder said faintly with a calm look. The Saint Dr. Wang Lingji has returned from his journey. He is now outside of Baiyu City. Yu Wangqing, Yu Wangnian, and the other elders' eyes lit up. Especially Yu Jingxian, a hint of excitement could be seen at the corner of her mouth. He's back. He's finally back. Chapter 2694. At the gate of Baiyu City, 300 armored soldiers had already prepared a welcoming ceremony. They were decorated with lanterns and colored banners. They spread out hundreds of meters to welcome the Saint Doctor, Wang Lingji. Ha ha ha, Senior Saint Doctor, it's been more than 10 years since we last met. You look even better than before. Yu Wangqing said with a smile. In front of the Saint Doctor, he could only consider himself as a junior. Wang Lingji stroked his beard and said with a smile, I'm ashamed. It's been more than 10 years since I left. I think the Yu family has already prepared everything. Of course, everything is ready. Senior Saint Doctor, we have already prepared the food and wine. We are just waiting for the auspicious time to welcome Senior Saint Doctor. Yu Wangnian was also very attentive. He was very busy in front of Wang Lingji. Senior Sage Doctor, please take a look at my father first. My father's condition has been worsening recently. It's extremely difficult. Yu Jingxian said in a low voice. She cupped her fists respectfully. Xiao Xian, step back. This is not the place for you to speak. Senior Saint Doctor, you must be tired and have not had a good rest. Father's condition cannot be improved in a day or two. Don't talk nonsense here. Yu Wangqing scolded coldly, his face was filled with displeasure. At this moment, Yu Wangnian stood with him and rolled his eyes at Yu Jingxian. Xiao Xian, don't be ignorant of the big picture. Step back first. Senior Saint Doctor will treat father after he has had a good rest. In the eyes of Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangnian, of course, they hoped that their father would pass away as soon as possible. At that time, the entire Yu family would naturally fall into their hands. At that time, it would depend on whose iron fist was stronger. Whoever could become the master of the Yu family would depend on his own ability. Therefore, they naturally hoped that their father would not wake up. Family was so fragile in front of power and desire. But, although Yu Jingxian was angry, she could not stand the continuous bombardment from her two brothers. Her third brother, Yu Jingfan, had gone to the Dragon Gate Ridge to investigate the mine. There was no one in the Yu family who could compete with her two brothers. Yu Jingxian's pretty face turned gloomy. But she could not change the fact. No buts, this matter is decided. Yu Wangqing snorted coldly and followed Wang Lingji into Baiyu City. Wang Lingji, on the other hand, entered Baiyu City unhurriedly. Oh. Could it be that they know that I'm back? Did the Yu family specially come out to welcome me? Baiyu Ma said with a smile. She had a rare bright smile on her face. She was a little timid and did not dare to ask who it was. However, as soon as Bai Yuma finished her sentence, the city gate closed quietly. Bai Yuma smiled awkwardly, and Jiang Chen also smiled. It seemed that she had guessed the beginning correctly, but not the ending. It was true that they were going to welcome him, but it was not to welcome his elder sister who had not returned for 100 years. Looks like you're thinking too much. Hee hee. Jiang Chen said. Bai Yuma didn't feel too embarrassed. After all, she was just joking. No one knew that she was going home. Bai Yuma squatted down and took a deep breath. She picked up a handful of soil and sighed with emotion. It's better to miss one's hometown than to miss one's hometown. Perhaps this was the so-called homesickness. By the way, did you come to Bayou City? I'm sorry I can't tell you. Jiang Chen said seriously. Bai Yuma didn't dare to say anything. After all, she knew Jiang Chen's strength. Such an expert could cause a storm in Bayou City with only the divine beast Fire Kailan. Jiang Chen was not an easy person to deal with. However, Bai Yuma knew that Jiang Chen was a kind person. Otherwise, he would not need to spend so much effort to set up a city defense formation for Bayamo City. I'm sorry, sir. I'm being rude. Bai Yuma said quickly. She was always in awe of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded, and the two of them walked towards Bayou City. The city was quite prosperous. Everyone was living and working in peace and contentment. Their faces were full of happy smiles. When Bai Yuma stood in front of the mansion of Yu, she was stopped by a few young guards. How should you be punished for breaking into the mansion of Yu? Leave now. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The leader of the guards shouted and scolded Jiang Chen and Bai Yuma. Who dares to do that? Bai Yuma frowned and snorted. She ordered the guards to leave. Everyone's face changed. Jiang Chen didn't say a word. This was her family's business. He was not interested in getting involved. Moreover, it was easy for Bai Yuma to deal with these guards. This person wants to break into the mansion of Yu. Hurry up and call for help. The guards were facing a formidable enemy. Because of Bai Yuma's shout, they were all sore and weak. They had completely lost the ability to fight. I haven't come back for hundreds of years. They don't even let me enter the house. Bai Yuma sighed in her heart. Things have changed. The guards from hundreds of years ago must be dead or dying now. How could they still stand here and guard the mansion of Yu? At this moment, the steward of the mansion of Yu rushed out of the door with dozens of disciples. When he saw Bai Yuma, he was dumbfounded. Miss? Is it really you? The steward almost stumbled and fell. If it's not me, who else could it be? I haven't been home for hundreds of years. You must have forgotten about me. You must be Xiao Lu. When I got married, you were only at my knees. Hee hee. Bai Yuma's smile became more pure and bright. She sighed when she saw her old friend. No, Xiao Lu has always remembered it. Miss used to despise us servants when we were young. Xiao Lu has always remembered it. The old steward turned into a child after seeing Bai Yuma. He looked at Bai Yuma with tears in his eyes. Even his lips were trembling. Everyone was like waking up from a dream. They quickly knelt down and did not dare to say a word. All right, Xiao Lu, bring me to meet my sisters-in-law. Bai Yuma said in a low voice. At this time, her father had fallen ill and only her two younger brothers were left to manage the family business. She had wanted to go home for a long time. However, she was held back by the situation in Bayamo City and could not go anywhere. Sir, please don't neglect me. Please, sir. Bai Yuma said to Jiang Chen. I'm just a layman. You don't have to be so courteous. Jiang Chen shook his head and chuckled. In that case, I won't make it difficult for you. Xiao Lu, choose a good guest room for you. I'll visit you later. Bai Yuma went straight to her father's room after she finished talking to Jiang Qin. In the hall, people were toasting each other. Bai Yuma did not like to be crowded, so she did not care about what was going on. There was only her father in her heart. Her only concern was her father's safety. Chapter 2695. Xiao Xian. Bai Yuma called her in a low voice. Yu Jingxian's body trembled and her facial expression changed abruptly. She could not believe that the person standing in front of her was her elder sister, Yuma. She changed her name to Bai Yuma after she married into the Bai family in Baimo City. Elder sister, is it really you? Yu Jingxian said in a trembling voice. All of a sudden, all the grievances and sadness in her heart poured out and tears flowed down her cheeks. I haven't seen you for 100 years. Xiao Xian is no longer the little girl I used to be. Bai Yuma opened her arms and Yu Jingxian jumped into her elder sister's embrace. Bai Yuma could see that Yu Jingxian was extremely thin at this moment. Her eyes were filled with worry, anxiety, grievance, and pain. The two sisters hugged each other and cried. Bai Yuma could not control her emotions. How is father now? Bai Yuma was extremely worried. She looked at her father who was lying on the sick bed. He was unconscious but there was still a trace of breath left. Father has been like this for more than 100 years. I went to the Tianqi mountain range with third and fifth brother and obtained the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Saint Dr. Wang Lingji said that as long as we have the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, we can save father. Because my father needs to change his heart, to live on the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, to prolong my father's life. Right now, my father is completely exhausted. Yu Jingxian said with a gloomy expression. Is the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart really useful? Bai Yuma asked. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is produced by the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine. It only grows once every 10,000 years. Its vitality is extremely strong. I think it will work. Yu Jingxian said. Is the procession outside the city to welcome Wang Lingji? Bai Yuma continued to ask. Yes. Then why hasn't he come to see father yet? Bai Yuma frowned. Big brother and second brother insisted on holding a feast for Wang Lingji. He said that he will only be able to see father tomorrow after he takes a bath. Disregarding their own father, these red tape have truly caused quite a lot of harm. These two fellows are truly becoming more and more useless. This is truly infuriating. Bai Yuma gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. After all, she was already married and could not be considered as a member of the Yu family. Now that her father was in a critical condition, the two of them were needed to maintain the order of the family. Although it was inappropriate, she could not say anything. Right now, big brother and second brother are completely different from before. Ever since father fell ill, the only thing left in their eyes is fighting for power. They even hope that father will never recover from his illness. Only then can they control the family and become the head of the family. Yu Jingxian's eyes were blurred with tears. She would only appear so weak in front of her sister. She could only say these words to her sister. If others heard it, they would say that she was a heretic and disrespectful person. Are you telling the truth? Bai Yuma was getting angrier. It seemed like the Yu family was no longer as glorious as before. The harmony was just a facade. How would I dare to lie in front of you? Moreover, they are my brothers, why would I slander them? Bai Yuma could see the helplessness in Yu Jingxian's eyes. She would not have said this if it was not for the reason behind it. Since young, third brother has always been the steadiest. Where is he? Third brother was sent to the Dragon Gate Ridge not long ago. Something happened in the mine. Third brother was sent to investigate this matter. It should be the elders' idea. They were afraid that he would have a dispute with big brother and second brother. Moreover, the elders are already big brother and second brother's subordinates. Third brother does not have any subordinates and he does not care about it. Therefore, he was pushed aside unknowingly. Although Yu Jingxian did not say it, she knew everything clearly. How dare they? Since I am back, I will not let the Yu family be in such a mess. Moreover, father is not dead yet. Bai Yuma suddenly stood up. Her expression was cold and heroic. Ever since she married into the Bai family, she had been a soldier for half of her life. She would not be affected by worldly affairs. Bai Yuma's unyielding character was honed on the battlefield. Blood and battles made her eyes filled with the majesty and dominance of a soldier. You stay here and look after father. I will go and see what these two unfilial sons have done to father. Bai Yuma turned around and left with cold eyes. The moonlight was like a shadow. The moonlight was like a phantom. Jiang Qin stood in front of the courtyard. He could feel Yu Jingxian's sadness, anxiety and sadness. Jiang Qin could feel it. However, his heart was still sour. Even though she had betrayed him and left with the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, he could not forget it. He could not pretend that nothing had happened. It was a bit far-fetched to say that it was love. However, it was like a fishbone stuck in his throat. He could not say it out, but he could not bear to make her even sadder. Every frown, every smile, every word and action of hers were in Jiang Chen's mind. He could not get rid of them. Perhaps this was an indescribable torturous fate. Love and hate. The reason why Jiang Qin changed his appearance was because he did not want Yu Jingxian to see him again. If that was the case, it would only make things difficult for her and she would feel even more helpless and lonely. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. He wanted to use his divine soul to check. However, when his divine soul swept past Yu Jingxian's father, Yu Huagan, he was suddenly repelled by an extremely powerful soul power. Jiang Qin took 3 steps back, but his feet were as steady as a mountain. His expression was solemn. Such a terrifying soul power. This person must have been poisoned by the soul-leaving curse. I'm afraid that his soul power is almost depleted. Jiang Qin thought. At this moment, Yu Jingxian walked out from the room. She was alarmed by the sound of Jiang Chen's retreat. Who are you? Yu Jingxian looked at Jiang Chen and asked. Her beautiful eyes flickered, but there was a different feeling. I came here with Miss Bai Yuma. Jiang Chen looked at Yu Jingxian. At this moment, Jiang Chen did not hate Yu Jingxian. He did not blame her for leaving him. Because he finally knew why she risked her life to take away the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. It was to save his father. Jiang Chen wanted to hate her, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. Her pain and struggle were all because of the entanglement in her heart. It wasn't that Jiang Chen didn't understand, it was just that he didn't want to talk about it. It was better to be someone who brushed shoulders with him. It made him feel more at ease. Yu Jingxian did not choose to give in the face of love. She loved the man whom she pushed into the abyss, but she could not help but save her father. There was no conflict between them, but she had been living in conflict and guilt. Your eyes look like a friend of mine. Chapter 2696. Since you're my friend, please do as you please. I'm sorry. All right. Jiang Chen didn't say much as he looked at her tear-stained face. There was a trace of a young girl's tenderness amidst her beauty. Jiang Chen's heart clenched for no reason. The two of them turned around. When Jiang Chen left, Yu Jingxian slowly turned her head back with a hint of sadness in her eyes. The moonlight was cold, the shadows were like water, the pines were like waves. Where is there no moon, where is there no bamboo, young master guy's worries are like mine. That's it, Jiang Qin, the day my father is cured will be the day I follow you. I will not change in this life. Jiang Chen was curious about the soul-leaving curse. It seemed like there was a terrifying soul in his body. Once the soul exploded, there would be a huge change. By then, Yu Jingxian's father would no longer exist. However, the soul would rely on the soul-leaving curse to occupy his body. That would be the most terrifying thing. Even Jiang Chen's divine soul that was beyond the hierarch realm was bounced back. One could imagine how terrifying the soul-leaving parasite was, especially the soul that lived in the parasite. Looks like the Yu clan is not as peaceful as I thought. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly as he looked at the sky in the west. An extremely terrifying aura soared up to the sky. Jiang Chen's heart trembled once again. The aura that soared up to the sky even made him tremble. One could imagine how terrifying that aura was. It was like a demon and a monster at the same time. It was very strange. This Liaobei is really a place that no one dares to look down on. Evil spirits are born in barren hills and unruly rivers. It's like the saying goes. Jiang Chen turned into a stream of light and soared into the sky, heading straight for the west. Above the Dragon Gate Ridge mine, hundreds of people surrounded the mine. Their faces were pale and they did not dare to speak. Even Yu Jingfan was the same. When he brought 10 heavenly god realm experts from the 10 clans into the mine, he felt an unprecedented pressure on his soul. Yu Jingfan was shocked. The other 10 experts were all bleeding from their 7 orifices, 3 of them died instantly. These tragic scenes were like those of ancient wars. Wreckage and blood were everywhere, and human lives were like weeds. Demonic beasts flew in the sky, and groups of devils danced chaotically. One flying demonic beast blotted out the sun, and it was unknown how many people and demonic beasts it had devoured. Let's go. This was the first thing Yu Jingfan said when he escaped from the mine. Everyone ran in all directions. Third young master, save me. A heavenly god screamed. But behind him, a demonic beast in the form of a tiger had already bitten his shoulder. That demonic beast was as skinny as a bag of bones. It was completely black and had no fur. But its eyes were red, causing people to feel uneasy. The tiger-like demonic beast had a long mouth and sharp teeth. Its skin was wrapped around its bones, and it was 3 meters long. In an instant, it had already devoured the early heavenly god realm clansmen. Yu Jingfan took a cold breath and his expression changed. Evil creature, I'd like to see exactly what you are. Yu Jingfan was shocked, but he did not panic. If he panicked at this moment, then everyone in the Dragon Gate Ridge would be running for their lives. Yu Jingfan did not know what this tiger-shaped demonic beast was, but the other 6 were scared out of their wits after witnessing its brutality. Yu Jingfan took the lead and rushed to the front. He struck out with his palm, but the tiger-shaped demonic beast was not afraid at all. It roared and charged forward, clashing with Yu Jingfan. Yu Jingfan's expression was solemn, he did not dare to be careless. The tiger-like demonic beast was fighting with its life on the line, and it did not care about the consequences. However, Yu Jingfan was different, he had a body of flesh and blood. Even though he was a half-step divine king, he was still pushed back by the tiger-like demonic beast. Such a terrifying demonic beast. What kind of demonic beast is this? I have never heard of it before. Yu Jingfan kept on retreating as he was pushed back by the demonic beast. The tiger-like demonic beast was as tough as steel, Yu Jingfan could not do anything to it. His attacks were filled with killing intent, but even when his attacks hit the demonic beast's neck, it felt like he was hitting a piece of steel. The feedback of the force was extremely strong, and it made Yu Jingfan miserable. Yu Jingfan's attacks were pushed back by the terrifying strength of the tiger-like demonic beast. Yu Jingfan did not even know how strong the beast was, but the fact that it was able to defeat him with just its physical strength was enough to prove it. The other 6 early heavenly gods quickly caught up after a brief moment of shock. After all, they were not ordinary people. They were the true experts of the Yu clan since they were able to reach the heavenly god realm. Now that the 3rd young master was in danger, how could they just stand by and watch? The 6 heavenly god realm experts instantly joined the battle. However, Yu Jingfan did not expect that the 6 experts could not suppress the tiger-like demonic beast at all. On the contrary, the tiger-like demonic beast easily pushed the 6 experts back. The attacks of the heavenly god realm experts did not cause any damage to the tiger-like demonic beast. Its skin was as tough as steel. We can't break through its defense at all. 3rd young master. Yeah, if this goes on, we will be defeated one by one. 3rd young master, please think of something quickly. The 6 heavenly god realm experts did not dare to be careless. However, the tiger-shaped demonic beast pounced on them like a hungry tiger, biting off one of their thighs. The divine weapon slashed on its body, but only a series of sparks were left. There was no trace at all. The sound of metal clanging was endless. Yu Jingfan was also helpless. It was not difficult for him to leave this place, but once the tiger-like demonic beast started wreaking havoc, countless people would be killed. Roar! The tiger-like demonic beast gritted its teeth and roared. It pounced down from the sky, its sharp claws and fangs instantly tore the 2 heavenly god realm experts to shreds. The miners who were watching the battle trembled in fear, their faces ashen. Yu Jingfan had no choice but to give it his all. His divine sword was slashed down, but it was damaged by the claws of the demonic beast. Damn it! Yu Jingfan roared in rage and struck out. The full power of a half-step divine king was not easy to deal with. Yu Jingfan collided with the tiger-like demonic beast. Yu Jingfan could feel that his bones were shattered. The tiger-like demonic beast did not retreat but charged forward instead. The remaining heavenly god realm experts were all killed. The demonic beast stood above Yu Jingfan, and Yu Jingfan could feel that his soul was being pressured to the point that he could hardly breathe. Hiss! The tiger-like demonic beast spat out a mouthful of murky air onto Yu Jingfan's body. Yu Jingfan's expression changed. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. This is the soul-leaving curse. Chapter 2697. Yu Jingfan's expression turned cold as he felt that he had fallen into a trap. However, the soul-leaving curse had already been planted in his body. He felt as if the heavens and earth were spinning and his spiritual energy was gradually weakening. The remaining 6 heavenly god realm experts had all died, and he was now in a predicament. Yu Jingfan was extremely unwilling to accept this. He did not even know what this thing was or what was in the mine. Get out of here. At this moment, Jiang Chen had no choice but to take action. He used his powerful soul energy to suppress the soul-leaving curse from Yu Jingfan's body. A purple light shot out from the top of Yu Jingfan's head and was swallowed by the tiger-shaped beast. The beast roared as if it was venting its anger. Jiang Chen landed beside Yu Jingfan. Yu Jingfan's facial expression changed dramatically. His mental strength had been depleted, but fortunately, he didn't suffer too much damage. Luckily, the soul-leaving parasite didn't spread out in his body. Otherwise, even Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to expel the parasite from his body so easily. Yu Jingfan was sweating profusely. His mental energy was completely depleted. He could only support his body and kneel on the ground as he stared at Jiang Chen's back. Thank you for saving me, friend. What the hell is this? Jiang Chen asked in a low voice as he stared at the tiger-shaped beast. The latter stared back at him as if it could feel that Jiang Chen's soul energy was extremely powerful. I don't know. This fella came out from the mine of my Yu family. Even I am not strong enough to suppress it. I'm afraid that only a divine king realm expert can fight it. Yu Jingfan said while gasping for breath. A thing that came out from the mine. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. Could there be something hidden beneath the mine? Roar! Roar! At this moment, the tiger-shaped beast seemed to have lost its patience and charged towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen fought against the tiger-shaped demonic beast with his bare fists. Even a heavenly divine tool might not be able to hurt Jiang Chen's body. With the help of the dragon transformation art and the heavenly dragon battle armor, Jiang Chen was able to withstand an attack from an origin divine tool. The heavenly dragon battle armor was not an exaggeration. Just the strength of his body alone was not something that some divine king experts could withstand. Jiang Chen and the tiger-shaped demonic beast were fighting against each other. Yu Jingfan's expression changed a few times. He could not believe what he was seeing. Isn't this man too powerful? The tiger-shaped beast's attack was powerful enough to shatter a mountain. Yu Jingfan did not dare to fight against it. However, Jiang Chen's strength was on par with him. Jiang Chen's fist landed on the tiger-shaped beast's body. The sound of bones breaking could be heard clearly. Jiang Chen used his bare hands to tear the tiger-shaped beast apart. The tiger-shaped beast looked ferocious. However, it was no different from an ordinary beast in Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen's fist landed on the tiger-shaped beast's body. The bones on its body could not withstand it and were broken into pieces by Jiang Chen's fist. Even so, the tiger-shaped beast was still moving forward. The red light in its eyes was faintly discernible, as if it was not afraid of death. A puppet-like creature with only a remnant soul. You must have at least the strength of a hierarch when you were alive. But now, you're just a remnant without a soul. Why should I be afraid? Jiang Chen sneered. Even though he had broken all of its bones, the tiger-shaped beast was still charging forward, completely disregarding the threat of death. Die for me. Jiang Chen crossed his arms and grabbed the body of the tiger-like demon beast. In an instant, the demon beast was torn apart into pieces, leaving behind only broken bones and a bloodless skin. There was no flesh or blood at all. Yu Jingfan was stunned and his face turned solemn. The young man in front of him tore a tiger-shaped beast apart with his bare hands. It was terrifying. His strength was undeniable. Even a half-step true god like him could not defeat the opponent. But the young man was able to suppress the tiger-shaped beast with his bare hands. This was a true warrior. Mister, you're a god. Yu Jingfan said sincerely. The tiger-shaped beast's troubles had finally come to an end. The Dragon Gate Ridge would be peaceful in the future. It's nothing. Jiang Chen shook his head and said. Yu Jingfan did not know his identity and he did not want to reveal it. May I know why Mr. suddenly came to the Dragon Gate Ridge? Even though Jiang Chen had saved Yu Jingfan's life, this was still the dragon vein of his clan. All the divine origin stones were here. Yu Jingfan had to be careful. I came here with Bai Yuma and temporarily stayed in the Yu clan. I came here to observe the changes in the sky. Jiang Chen said faintly. What? Big sister is back. Ha ha ha. That's great. Big sister is finally back. It's been a few hundred years. Yu Jingfan's face was filled with excitement and a trace of pure affection could be seen between his brows. He was extremely happy and shocked. Thank you, mister. Since you're my sister's friend, you're naturally a guest of the Yu family. I am Yu Jingfan. I'm truly grateful for your kindness. I can't express it in words. Yu Jingfan was excited when he heard that Bai Yuma had returned to the Yu clan. Let me bring you back to the Yu clan. Jiang Chen said. Currently, Yu Jingfan was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He did not have any divine origin energy left in his body. It would be extremely difficult for him to even return home. Currently, countless people were running away from the mine. 10 heavenly god realm experts had all died. Even for the Yu family, it was a great loss. Experts were the foundation of a clan. Their Yu clan only had 100 heavenly god realm experts. Yu Jingfan felt extremely sad when he lost a tenth of them all of a sudden. Thank you, Mr. Yu Jingfan smiled awkwardly and nodded. When Jiang Chen and Yu Jingfan left, Jiang Chen suddenly looked back at the bottomless mine. He felt a terrifying tremor. Is this tiger-shaped beast the only thing in the mine? Jiang Chen did not believe it. The soul-leaving venom on Yu Huagan was the best proof. Jiang Chen saw more than one tiger-shaped beast when he looked back. There were 10 of them, 100 of them, 1,000 of them. Chapter 2698. The next day, Yu Wangnian and Yu Wangqing wanted to hold a welcoming dinner for their eldest sister, but they were rejected by Bai Yumo. Because her father's condition was the most important thing to her. If her father's condition could be cured as soon as possible, then everything would be acceptable to her. Bai Yumo's return had a great impact on Yu Wangnian and Yu Wangqing. After all, they couldn't be as unscrupulous as before. Even though Bai Yumo had married and left Baiyu City, her parents weren't there anymore. The elder sister was the mother. This status still made Yu Wangnian and Yu Wangqing quite afraid. Bai Yumo didn't reprimand them too much. After all, the most important thing now was her father's illness. If her father could stand up and regain his power, then she wouldn't need to be in charge of the Yu family anymore. Except for Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangnian, everyone else hoped that her father could get better soon. The Saint Dr. Wang Lingji was a famous person in the northern Chilean region. He said that as long as the Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart was found, everything would be fine. Now, everyone was looking forward to it. At this moment, a few people were standing in front of Yu Huagan's bed. Yu Wangnian, Yu Wangqing, Yu Jingxian, Yu Jingfan, Bai Yumo and the Saint Dr. Wang Lingji. I want to treat Brother Yu again to see how his condition is. Oh right, the Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart should be ready, right? Wang Lingji asked. It's ready. I hope that Senior Saint Doctor can cure my father. I am willing to be your slave for the rest of my life. Yu Jingxian said while gritting her teeth. She held the Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart with both hands and passed it to Wang Lingji. Wang Lingji took a deep breath. His expression was solemn, but his heart was in turmoil. The Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart made everyone jealous, because everyone could feel its boundless vitality. Especially Wang Lingji, who had been immersed in the art of medicine for thousands of years. He was naturally the most direct. Good, good, good. That's it. Although I've never seen it before, I've read about it in some ancient books. This is the Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart. Wang Lingji's hands were trembling as he received the Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart. He was currently at the peak of early Divine King realm. With this Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart, he could easily break through to the late Divine King realm. Moreover, as a Saint Doctor, he could utilize the Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart to its fullest potential. Wang Lingji licked her dry lips. Her eyes were filled with envy, but she didn't show it on the surface. With this Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart, your father's illness will be cured. But then again, there are always exceptions to everything. I have to say this up front. If something unexpected happens, I will be powerless. Nothing has a 100% chance of success, especially when it comes to treating an illness and saving a person. I will do my best to save Brother Yu. Everything will depend on his luck. Wang Lingji said earnestly with a solemn look in her eyes. Don't worry, Senior Saint Doctor. Our Yu family is not a troublemaker. Even if something unexpected happens, it's fate. We are willing to believe in you. Yu Wangqing said in a deep voice. Although he looked very polite, deep in his heart, he hoped that something bad would happen to Wang Lingji and his father would die. Only then would he be able to display his talents. As long as the old man was still alive, he would never be able to ascend to the top. Yes, Senior Saint Doctor, please do your best. Our Yu family will not complain whether he lives or dies. Yu Wangnian and Yu Wangqing had not been so united for a long time. The two brothers had always been fighting for power and authority. The one who laughs in the end will be the true ruler of the Yu family. Bai Yuma frowned. These two guys even said such harsh words. It was as if they wished for her father to ascend to heaven as soon as possible. It really made her angry. However, she could only wait and see. She placed all her hopes on Wang Lingji. That's good. I'm going to save him now. Everyone, please step out of the door. Wang Lingji said in a deep voice. Everyone followed Wang Lingji's order and went out of the door, waiting anxiously. Do you think that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart can save Father? Yu Wangnian said in a low voice. Since he's a saint doctor, he should be able to do it. He's quite famous, everyone in the Liao Bei region knows about him. Yu Jingfan said. He hoped that his father would wake up so that Xiao Xian would not have to risk her life to bring back the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Father will be fine. Yu Jingxian gritted her teeth. Her heart was always thinking about her father. She would not be able to calm down until the very last moment. Bai Yuma hugged her sister tightly. Her eyes were filled with tears. No one wanted to say anything at this moment, they could only wait silently. Jiang Chen stood at the corner, feeling the aura of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. There was a moment where he wanted to snatch the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart and run away. No one would be able to catch up with him. However, the entire Yu family was in a mess now. They would definitely fall. He could not bear to see Yu Jingxian fall along with them. Moreover, he might be able to save her father. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart might not be the only way. However, Jiang Chen was prepared. If Wang Lingji dared to put the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart into Yu Huagan's body, he would not wait any longer. Jiang Chen saw the cunning look in Wang Lingji's eyes. His soul power had enveloped the entire Yu family. Wang Lingji was naturally under his control. This depends on your luck. Brother Yu, this fake Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is a third-grade great rejuvenating pill. I'll have to trouble you now. Your spirit, chi, and soul are completely exhausted. Your soul power is also faintly discernible. You're already a living dead man. It's reasonable for me to borrow your body and give the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart to me. Wang Lingji clenched his fist. A third-grade great rejuvenating pill that was exactly the same as the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart appeared in his hand. He did not forge the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart into the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart so that he could replace it. Although the life force of the third-grade great rejuvenating pill was incomparable to the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, it was still an immortal grade pill. Its life force was extremely strong. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart rejected Yu Huagan's body. Even if it consumed a large amount of life force, it would still be useless. Sure enough, it's a trick. Jiang Chen thought in his heart. His divine soul had seen everything Wang Lingji had done. Chapter 2699. Hey, Brother Yu, I've tried my best. I, Wang Lingji, have saved countless people in my life, but I couldn't save Brother Yu. Wang Lingji is ashamed. Wang Lingji shouted with a pale face. Everyone's heart sank. Only Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangnian looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with a strong will to fight. Father, father. Yu Jingxian was the first to rush into the room. She saw Wang Lingji sitting on the chair with a dispirited expression, shaking his head constantly. His body was extremely weak. Obviously, he had spent a lot of effort. The vitality of the Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart was getting weaker and weaker. Their father, Yu Huagan, whom they missed so dearly, was still lying motionless on the sickbed like a living dead. How could this be? How could this be? Didn't they say that the Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart could save father? Yu Jingxian was exhausted and her face was pale. She knelt in front of her father's window. Bai Yuma and Yu Jingfan were also sad as they tried to hold back their tears. How could this be? Senior Saint Doctor, is there really no chance at all? The Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart's life force is so strong, can't it save my father? Yu Wangnian asked with a sad face. Although the Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart's life force is strong, it's still useless. I've tried my best, but Brother Yu's body has been dragging on for too long. His soul fire is about to be extinguished and his body is on the verge of death. It's useless to use the Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart to prolong his life. If we had gotten the Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart 800 years ago, perhaps Brother Yu could still be saved. But now... Hey, I'm ashamed. Wang Lingji sighed, but he was overjoyed in his heart. Yu Huagan's two sons did not care about their father's life at all. They wished that Yu Huagan would never be able to stand up again. Otherwise, their path to power would be obstructed. Now, it seemed like the two brothers were as happy as him. Senior Saint Doctor's righteousness is as high as the clouds in the sky. Junior admires you for that. However, Senior Saint Doctor has already used up a lot of energy and there's nothing you can do. We can't blame Senior Saint Doctor. Perhaps this is the fate of our Yu family. Yu Wangqing said faintly. His eyes were filled with sorrow, but he was already thinking about how to fight for power with Yu Wangnian. Sigh, things are hard to predict. Brother Yu and I used to be friends despite the difference in age. However, things are different now, and I feel sad. Brother Yu doesn't have much time left. Within 3 years, his aura will be exhausted, his soul flame will be extinguished, and there won't be a single strand of vitality left. By then, he can prepare for his funeral. Even now, it seems like he's a living dead man. Wang Lingji kept shaking his head. His pale face was filled with pain and regret. Anyone who saw him would think that he was a sentimental person who valued relationships. Jiang Chen sneered in his heart. It should be time for this guy to escape. I've used up most of my energy, and I'm very tired now. I don't have the face to see you again, so I'll take my leave. Wang Lingji covered her face and said. Senior Saint Doctor, since you've worked so hard for my father, why don't you rest here for a few days before leaving? Yu Wangnian said. Forget it. How would you know how sad I am? This is not only a stain on my 1,000 years of medical practice, but also a shame to the entire Yu clan. Brother Yu treated me well in the past, I can't bear to see him lying on the sickbed like this. Otherwise, why would I wander around for more than 10 years? Seeing Brother Yu lying on the sickbed, my heart hurts more than anyone else. Wang Lingji's eyes turned slightly red as he said. The Yu clan respected him for his human nature. After all, it was not Wang Lingji's fault. Senior Saint Doctor, please go ahead. We know what we're doing, we can't blame you for this. Bai Yuma lowered her head and said. Everyone's attention was on Yu Huagan. No one noticed Wang Lingji's cunning smile when he turned around and left. Wang Lingji brought the Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart out of Baiyu City. He was in a good mood as he hummed a tune. He was not stupid enough to go to Eastern Mountain City as the Dongpa family might be after him. He needed to find a place to rest first, and eat the Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart to increase his strength was the most important thing. After crossing a red hill, Wang Lingji had already forgotten about the Yu clan. As long as he could absorb the energy of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart in 2 months, it would not be a problem for him to reach the peak of the mid-divine king realm. If he wanted to fully absorb the energy, he would need at least 8 to 10 years to reach the late divine king realm. He couldn't wait that long. But even if it was only 2 months later, he had already used up all his tricks. When he reached the peak of the mid-divine king realm, he would be able to negotiate with the Dongbo clan. Otherwise, he would be like a general without an army. Why would the Dongbo clan want to negotiate with him? Wang Lingji was not an idiot. He would become a slave of the Dongpo clan. Only in front of absolute strength would he have the right to challenge the Dongpo clan. Only then would the Dongpo clan negotiate with him. I'm so fucking smart. A bunch of fools. Wait until I become stronger, then you'll all have to work for me. Wang Lingji sneered. His eyes shone brightly. He was not willing to be a famous saint doctor in Liao Bei. He wanted to be a great figure in this region. From this moment onwards, the chaos of the 3 great clans would become the foundation for his future hegemony. Looks like you're very happy. Who would have thought that the famous saint doctor of Liao Bei is a complete hypocrite? You even stole the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart from the Yu family. Interesting. Jiang Qin smiled. He stood on the hill and looked at Wang Lingji. Wang Lingji's expression changed. Who is this guy? Is he from the Yu clan? Why haven't I seen him before? How did he know that I stole the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? Who are you? I have no enmity with you. Why are you following me? Wang Lingji pretended to be calm. However, he did not know who Jiang Qin was or where he came from. Plus, he had used up a lot of his divine origin qi. It seemed like he needed to take some qi replenishing pills as soon as possible. He did not expect to meet a turbid river dragon. I want your Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Jiang Qin cut straight to the point and didn't waste time with him. Ha ha ha. What a joke. How can you say that I stole the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart from the Yu clan? I don't know what you're talking about. Wang Lingji looked at Jiang Qin with disdain. This guy's strength was not even at the Divine King realm. How audacious. You said it yourself. I didn't want to do it, but you forced me. Then, I'll have to stretch my muscles. Chapter 2700. You're overestimating yourself. You haven't even reached the Divine King realm, how are you going to fight me? Ha! You're so reckless. Do you think the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is something you can get your hands on? Wang Lingji said disdainfully to Jiang Qin. If that's the case, let's talk with our fists. Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders and took a step forward. He was as immovable as a mountain, as boundless as the universe itself. Kid, you've made a mistake today. How am I going to vent my anger if I don't kill you? Humph. Wang Lingji didn't hold back either as she instantly exchanged blows with Jiang Qin. A terrifying gale swept through the hills within 10 miles. Wind and thunder roiled as if a storm was brewing. Jiang Qin's attacks were like a storm. Wang Lingji's expression changed as he did not expect Jiang Qin to be so powerful. Although he was only a half-step Divine King, his terrifying attacks were something that even a peak early Divine King realm expert like him could not handle. Jiang Qin's aura was like that of a dragon, invincible and ferocious. Wang Lingji had lost the ability to fight back in an instant, and could only defend with all his might, retreating in order to advance. Kid, how are you so strong? Wang Lingji was terrified. Before he could even finish his words, Jiang Qin had already closed in on him once again. Wang Lingji was overwhelmed by Jiang Qin's thunderous attack, he was unable to fight back at all. In the end, he was completely suppressed by Jiang Qin, completely losing his dignity as a Divine King. This was his first time encountering a half-step divine king who could suppress a divine king. Even those peerless disciples from those supreme sects or clans might not be able to possess such a powerful attack. Moreover, Jiang Qin did it without any pause. He was completely suppressed from the beginning. "Kid, who are you?" Wang Lingji's face turned pale. After being hit by Jiang Chen's palm strike a few times, his entire body, including his bones, were on the verge of shattering. There was no way he could fight back at all. If this continued, there would only be one result for him: he would be buried here. "I can give you the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, but please let me live. How about it? I have no enmity with you, so this shouldn't be too difficult." Wang Lingji knew that if he continued to tangle with Jiang Qin, there wouldn't be any benefits. On the contrary, it was very likely that he would fall here. He was famous for scheming all his life, but now he had made a wedding dress for others. How could he not be angry? But what could he do even if he was angry? In the end, he was still suppressed by the other party, unable to fight back at all. "Why should I believe you? Who can prove that you don't have any ill intentions?" Jiang Chen laughed coldly, causing Wang Lingji to tremble. I was entrusted by the master of the Dongpa clan in the eastern mountain city to prevent Yu Huagan from waking up and let the Yu clan kill each other. In the end, the Dongpa clan would just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. At the critical moment, the Yu clan would give them a fatal blow. In that case, it would be impossible for the Yu clan to withstand the Dongpa clan's attack. I just played the role of a link. My goal is just the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Wang Lingji pushed all the blame to the Dongpa clan in the eastern mountain city, removing all the blame from himself. Jiang Chen's heart moved. So this Wang Lingji did not just want the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Looks like the situation in the Liao Bei region and the competition between the clans was quite intense. This Wang Lingji obviously wanted to take advantage of the situation. Jiang Chen would never believe that he was not involved in this matter. "I am not interested in the competition between the clans. Give me the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. I am in a hurry to return to the Lingju city," Jiang Chen said impatiently, as if he was not interested in the competition between the two clans. He just wanted Wang Lingji to not be suspicious. Jiang Chen killing Wang Lingji was meaningless. On the contrary, if he continued to collude with the Dongpa clan, then the Yu clan might be able to take advantage of the situation. Wang Lingji was too scared to say anything. Seeing that Jiang Chen had no intention to kill him, he was also in a hurry to return to the Lingju city. Looks like he was just passing by, not a helper of the Yu clan. Wang Lingji finally felt relieved. Although the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart that he tried so hard to get was now a gift to someone else, at least he was able to keep his life. Moreover, there was no problem for him to continue his relationship with the Dongpa clan. However, he had to be more careful now. He was afraid that the cooperation with the Dongpa clan would turn out to be like asking a tiger for its skin. Then, he would really step into the abyss. After Jiang Chen got the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, he turned around and left without looking at Wang Lingji. Motherfucker, this is so infuriating. That bastard, taking advantage of my misfortune. I have spent so much effort and time, but in the end, he succeeded. I can only blame my bad luck. Motherfucker. Wang Lingji's heart was bleeding. However, compared to his life, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was just a worldly possession. Wang Lingji smiled bitterly. Now, he could only go to the Dongpa clan in the eastern mountain city. That was his only chance to turn the situation around. When Jiang Chen returned to the Yu clan, Yu Jingxian was crying her eyes out. Bai Yuma, Yu Jingfan, Yu Huafan and the others were guarding their father's sickbed, covering their faces in grief. At this moment, the entire Yu mansion was filled with murderous intent. The battle for power between Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangnian had just begun. Almost everyone in the Yu family knew about this matter. Yu Huagan didn't have long to live. Although they tried their best to block the news, it was still spread out. Everyone in the Yu family was nervous. No one dared to say a word. Everyone was divided into different factions. It had become a tacit agreement. Jiang Chen looked at Yu Huagan, who was lying quietly on the bed, and shook his head slightly. As long as this soul-leaving curse was removed, Yu Huagan might be able to be saved. However, even if he could be saved, his body would be extremely weak and it would take a long time for him to recover. However, it was not completely incurable. "Mister, my father is seriously ill. Please forgive me if I have neglected you." Bai Yuma glanced at Jiang Chen and said softly. She was the eldest daughter in the family after all. If she cried, the whole Yu clan would be in chaos. Moreover, she had a strong character. She did not even care about the bloody battles on the battlefield. She could only hide her feelings for her family in her heart. "Don't worry, your father might still be saved." After Jiang Chen finished his words, Bai Yuma looked at Jiang Chen for the first time. If it was someone else who said it, she would definitely not believe it. However, who was Jiang Chen? He was mysterious and powerful. Bai Yuma dared not to say anything. This mysterious mister had a very high position in her heart. Chapter 2701. Yu Jingxian looked at Jiang Chen with a burning gaze. Deep in her eyes, there was a hint of shock. "Mister, are you serious?" "I'm not 100% sure, but I can give it a try," Jiang Chen said faintly as he looked into Yu Jingxian's eyes. At that moment, her eyes were rekindled with hope. Bai Yuma and the others looked at Jiang Chen excitedly. They thought that their father was dead for sure. Even the saint doctor, Wang Lingji, was helpless. The Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart was also useless. Who else could save their father? Jiang Chen saw Yu Jingxian's eyes and felt sorry for her. However, he did not want to have too much interaction with her. Jiang Chen did not blame her. In order to save their father, he might not be able to do better than her. This was human nature. Whether it was right or wrong, it was not something that he could comment on. "If Mr. can save my father, I will do anything for you without any complaints," Yu Jingxian said and was about to kneel down. Jiang Chen held her up and stopped her from kneeling. Jiang Chen turned to Bai Yuma and said, "I will do my best to cure your father. Ask them to leave. I don't want anyone else to know about this." Jiang Chen's words stunned Bai Yuma. However, she immediately understood what he meant. Jiang Chen did not want to give too much hope to others and leave them disappointed. That would be the most painful thing to do. Another reason was to keep the news under wraps so that no one would come and cause trouble for them. As for the other situation, it was her own imagination. The Yu family was currently suffering from internal and external troubles. It was time to see who the Real Tiger was. At this time, in order to fight for power, everyone would reveal their true colors. Yu Jingxian also bit her red lips. She could feel that the man that her elder sister brought back was not interested in her at all. Her beauty was not worth mentioning in his eyes. She was just like a beautiful skeleton. "All of you can leave first. Only the three of you can know about this. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite," Bai Yuma said coldly. As the elder sister, she still had her dignity. Yu Jingxian and the others looked at their father who was still lying on the bed. They felt bitter, but they still followed the elder sister's order and left the room. "Sir, feel free to speak your mind," Bai Yuma said in a low voice. She had followed her husband to the battlefield for so many years, and she was very cautious in dealing with people. She naturally knew that Jiang Chen had something to say. "Divine Doctor Wang Lingji doesn't want to save your father." "What?" Bayuma's body shook and her expression changed drastically. She gritted her teeth and said, "Sir, is this true? What did Wang Lingji mean? I'm afraid he's long gone beyond the 9 heavens. He only wants the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, and your father's life has nothing to do with him. He even hoped that your father would die. That way, he would be able to benefit from it and obtain even more things." Jiang Chen's words had a great impact on Bai Yuma. The reason why Jiang Chen chose to tell Bai Yuma was that she knew the big picture and knew how to judge the situation. It would not be a good thing for the Yu clan if she lost her mind at this moment. "I'm willing to listen to your advice," Bai Yuma said respectfully. "Their target is your Yu family. Wang Lingji colluded with the Dongpa family. Once your father dies, the Dongpa family will definitely be in chaos. Once that happens, both sides will suffer greatly. The Dongpa family will take advantage of the chaos to attack the Yu family. The key is Wang Lingji. Whether he can save your father or not is the key. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart is fake, he took it away. Let's not talk about whether he can save your father or not. Even if he can, he might not have the confidence to save your father after consuming the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart." "Sir, are you saying that this is a conspiracy between the Dongpa family and Wang Lingji?" This time, Bai Yuma had to assess the situation and replan her thoughts. It seemed that it was indeed a huge conspiracy. A storm was brewing and Wang Lingji was the most important part. Jiang Chen turned his hand and the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart appeared in his hand. Bai Yuma was shocked. "I'll take this scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. Consider it as a reward for saving your father," Jiang Chen said calmly. Bai Yuma did not complain because she knew that this was the real scarlet cloud ancient vine heart and that one was obviously fake. Jiang Chen was straightforward. Bai Yuma did not doubt him at all. Bai Yuma trusted Jiang Chen very much because he had a kind heart. He would not do such a thing. The whole Baiamo city would have been burnt to the ground if it was not because of him. Bai Yuma would always be grateful for Jiang Chen's righteousness. "Don't let others know about this for now. Maybe your Yu family will have a chance to turn the situation around. When I cure your father, the internal strife of the Yu family will be resolved by itself. As for how the Yu family will fight against the enemies and catch them by surprise, it will all depend on your own abilities." Bai Yuma knelt down in front of Jiang Chen. She knelt down for the thousands of people in the Yu family, for the hundreds of thousands of people in Baiyu City and for her father. She could not express her gratitude to Jiang Chen and she did not know how to repay him. Jiang Chen's righteousness reminded Bai Yuma of her husband who would rather die in the battlefield than die in bed. Jiang Chen's greatness was what she admired all her life. "You should leave first. Your father's life force is about to be exhausted. He has been poisoned by the soul-leaving curse. It is not a heart failure. I will try my best." Jiang Chen asked Bai Yuma to leave. The moment Bai Yuma walked out of the room, Yu Jingxian and the others looked at her eagerly. However, Bai Yuma's heart was in turmoil. If it was someone else, he would not have been able to control himself. Such a big conspiracy would probably drown the Yu family if it was not handled properly. Jiang Chen looked at Yu Huagan who was unconscious on the bed. He shook his head and sighed. If he did not meet him, even 10 Wang Lingji would not be able to save him. "It's up to you, myriad qi cauldron." Jiang Chen held the myriad qi cauldron in his hand. An extremely pure myriad qi poured out from the cauldron. It was just a strand of myriad qi, but Yu Huagan had already recovered half of his vitality. It would not take long for his body to recover. However, the soul-leaving curse could not be changed by the myriad qi. Not to mention a divine king realm expert, even an emperor realm expert would want to obtain a stream of myriad qi. It was a pity that Jiang Chen had almost exhausted all the myriad qi in the myriad qi cauldron. The myriad chi cauldron contained the root of the myriad chi, but it was not endless. Jiang Chen's body was made by the myriad chi, and there was not much left in the myriad chi cauldron. Chapter 2702. Jiang Chen held the great You soul-forming light in his hand. The terrifying soul power of the great You soul-forming light spread all over Yu Huagan's body. At that moment, Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. Under the refinement of the great You soul-forming light, he finally saw the soul-leaving venom in Yu Huagan's mind. "I'd like to see who exactly you are." Jiang Chen activated the great You soul-forming light and refined the soul-leaving parasitic insect in Yu Huagan's mind. The soul-leaving parasitic insect was a spiritual creature, and it had devoured more than half of Yu Huagan's soul power. It was about to be completed, and the appearance of Jiang Chen had sealed all its escape routes. "Let's see how long you can last." Chi-chi, chi-chi, the soul-leaving parasitic worm kept making a chi-chi sound. The great You soul-forming light was its nemesis. It was the scariest divine tool for refining souls. The great You soul-forming light was quite scary. As time passed, the soul-leaving parasitic worm couldn't withstand the refining of the great You soul-forming light and broke out from Yu Huagan's body. Jiang Chen had already set up a formation, and the soul-leaving parasitic worm was instantly caught by Jiang Chen. The soul-leaving goo, which was the size of a cicada, seemed to be made of layers of hemp silk. It had a ghostly face on it, and it looked extremely eerie and terrifying. What a strange thing. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up slightly as he used the 5 elemental true fire to refine it again. "Ao. Despicable human, you will suffer retribution. Let me go." The ghostly face wriggled and spoke in human language. "Damn thing, you do have some skills. Did you plant this soul-leaving goo yourself?" Jiang Chen said. "What does it have to do with you? Mind your own business. If you don't let me go, the Holy Master won't let you off." Ghost Face Mask said fiercely. "There's also a Saint Lord." "Haha, then I'm even more curious. Where did you come from, you damn thing?" Jiang Chen used the 5 elemental true fire to refine the soul-leaving goo. The sound of the flames exploding could be heard incessantly as the soul-leaving goo screamed. I'll talk. The ghost face glared angrily at Jiang Chen. "None of you can stop the rise of the sacred master. I'm just a small soldier under the sacred master. Unfortunately, it was ruined by you, you bastard." "Then who is the holy leader?" Jiang Chen asked. "I won't tell you even if I die. You don't have the right to know who the holy master is. The holy master lives for 10,000 years. In this vast world, there is only me, the holy master." Ghost Face Mask roared. "Since you still want to be refined, I'll satisfy you. Even if you refine me, I won't tell you." "Is that so?" "I will not refine you. I will let you suffer the scarlet refinement of the great You soul-forming light forever. You will not die even if you yearn for it. As long as your soul is not destroyed, you will suffer forever." Jiang Chen said. You despicable and shameless villain. There isn't a single good person among humans. The Holy Master is the 9 heavens Holy Master of the Wolf Clan of the Ice Emperor. The Holy Master has been subdued for tens of thousands of years and is finally going to see the light of day again. You lowly humans will become the Holy Master's slaves. Wolf Clan of the Ice Emperor. Ancient race. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly. He didn't understand. But just as he was in silence, the ghost face had already destroyed his soul and disappeared. This fella made Jiang Chen look at him in a new light. Most humans knew that it was better to live than to die. But this ghost face was so resolute that he would rather not be reincarnated than to submit to Jiang Chen. It was obviously impossible for Jiang Chen to know more. Jiang Chen thought about the mine he saw in the Dragon Gate Ridge. There was more than one tiger beast at the bottom of the mine. Could it be the Ice Emperor's wolf clan? Jiang Qin heaved a sigh of relief after removing the soul-leaving worm from Yu Huagan's body. Although Yu Huagan was still in a coma, his life force had recovered quite a bit. A trace of myriad qi had restored some signs of life in his body. In less than 2 months, Yu Huagan should be able to stand up. The moment Jiang Qin came out, Yu Jingxian and the others looked at him silently. They held their breath and did not dare to breathe. Jiang Qin smiled. It must have been hard for them. If it was his father, he would feel even worse than this. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Jiang Chen's words made them feel at ease. When Yu Jingxian and the others wanted to thank Jiang Qin had already turned around and left. Mister, you are so powerful. You came and went without a trace. May I know your name? Yu Jingxian looked at Bai Yuma. Bai Yuma was startled. She just remembered that she did not know the name of her benefactor. She could only smile bitterly and shake her head. In Heavenly Wind City, Wang Lingji was travel-worn. He had been sullen along the way. The Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart had been taken away by Jiang Qin. He was very depressed. He knew that he would be in a disadvantageous position if he were to negotiate with the Dongbo family with his current strength. Moreover, the Dongbo family might use him as a weapon. Therefore, Wang Lingji didn't choose to attack the Eastern Mountain City directly. If the Dongbo family had second thoughts about him and planned to annex the Yu family, he wouldn't be able to do it alone. At that time, he wouldn't be strong enough, which would be his biggest weakness. Wang Lingji was not a brainless person. On the contrary, he was very smart. If he successfully cooperated with Eastern Mountain City and monopolized 20% of the Yu family's dragon vein, that would naturally be the best outcome. However, he had to be cautious. If Eastern Mountain City changed, it would be too late for regrets. The reason why the 3 great clans were able to stand against each other as equals for tens of thousands of years was because of the tripartite balance of power. If one of them lost, then the other 2 would definitely have the ambition to annex the remaining clans. It wasn't that people weren't satisfied, it was just that everyone had this kind of thought. Once the Dongbo clan kicked him out, he would not even have a place to cry. Therefore, it was his best choice to pull the Feng clan along. Dividing 40% of the dragon vein of the Yu family into 3 parts, and then they divided it into 3 parts again. He became the swingman in the middle to restrain the 2 families. Whether he had the ability or not, the situation of 3 legs was still there. Neither of the 2 families dared to act recklessly. That was the situation he wanted to see the most. He did not have the guts to let the Dongbo clan monopolize the dragon vein. It would be a different story if he obtained the Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart and improved his strength. However, he could only settle for the next best thing now. This was the most perfect and appropriate method. The Saint Dr. Wang Lingji arrived at Heavenly Wind City. The city lord Feng Luojiang received him personally. Brother Feng, how have you been? I have something important to discuss in Heavenly Wind City this time. Wang Lingji said with a smile. Brother Wang, feel free to speak your mind. I, Feng Luojiang, am a straightforward person. I don't like those unnecessary formalities. Feng Luojiang was tall and burly with a vigorous aura. He was a straightforward person and his cultivation realm had reached the middle divine king realm. Alright, I like Brother Feng's character. Then, I will speak my mind. The Yu clan has gone through a mutiny. Brother Feng, what are you going to do? Chapter 2703. Yu Huagan will die in at most 3 years. The Yu family has no successor and the Eastern Mountain City is getting restless. Brother Feng, are you not going to do anything about it? I forgot to tell you that I treated Yu Huagan previously. Even an Emperor realm expert couldn't do anything about it. Wang Lingji's bluntness surprised Feng Luojiang. This fella is too direct. Brother Wang, you must know what's going on since you've come to look for me. I'd like to hear the details. Feng Luojiang threw the question to Wang Lingji. Wang Lingji smiled faintly without getting angry and continued. There's nothing to be afraid of. Once one of them falls, it'll definitely cause a war. There's only so much cake and there's bound to be people coveting it. If the Yu family falls, the Feng family and the Dongbo family won't just stand by and watch, right? At that time, would Brother Feng be willing to see me and the Dongbo family together? If that's the case, perhaps the whole Liaobei region will be changed. You've already discussed it with the Dongbo family. Feng Luojiang said as he stared at Wang Lingji. The Dongbo family and I can naturally annihilate the Yu family if they fall. However, I have to consider the consequences. I'm alone, how can I fight against the Dongbo family? Am I not afraid that they'll kill me after I've outlived my usefulness? That's a possibility. So, I'm here to look for a backer and a partner. As long as both of your families join in, I'm not afraid. The Yu family will be divided into 3 and I'll only take 10%. Wang Lingji's words were like pearls and he explained the pros and cons clearly to Feng Luojiang. Feng Luojiang knew that Wang Lingji was indeed looking for a backer to stabilize his position in this conspiracy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fight against the Dongbo family in the future. Swallowing the Dongbo family would be just a piece of cake for him. Wang Lingji was not afraid. He wanted to find a way out for himself. Once the Feng clan joined in, everything would become much more subtle. There would be mutual checks and balances. The two great clans and Wang Lingji would not dare to act blindly without thinking. This was also the final tripartite balance. Wang Lingji could barely be counted as one of them, but if he really lost this leg, perhaps the sky would change completely. Feng Luojiang understood this logic. Wang Lingji's decision to seek protection in advance was not wrong. This was his intelligence. Moreover, it was impossible for Tianfeng City and Eastern Mountain City to join hands after annihilating the Yu family. This was the reason why Feng Luojiang had the upper hand. Why are you so confident? Is the Yu family really going to fall? Feng Luojiang did not dare to trust Wang Lingji completely. After all, this was not a child's play where there would be countless casualties. This was a battle that concerned the fate of the family. Wang Lingji smiled faintly. She stretched out her hand and shook it. Because I can control Yu Huagan's life and death. If he had the Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart, perhaps he would still dare to say this. But now, Wang Lingji's confidence was no longer as strong as before. However, he had no other choice. The Feng clan was an indispensable part of his plan. All right. I believe you. Once the flag of Eastern Mountain City is raised, the iron hooves of Tianfeng City will come. Feng Luojiang remained silent for a moment and nodded heavily. The destruction of the Yu family is imminent. This is my command, no one dares to disobey. Divided the world into 3, only one. Wang Lingji and Feng Luojiang looked at each other and smiled. Wang Lingji's heart was finally at ease. However, he did not need to explain anything to the Eastern Mountain City. Once the situation took shape, they would not be able to act on their own. The dragon vein of the Yu family would not be monopolized by the Dongbo clan. 2 months passed by quietly. Baiyu City was in a turbulent situation. The battle between Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangnian was getting more and more intense. The 4 elders had also chosen their sides. The Great Elder and the 4th Elder supported Yu Wangqing while the 2nd Elder and the 3rd Elder supported Yu Wangnian. The battle between the two of them was getting more and more intense. In the meeting hall, Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangnian had also reached the final moment of the battle. Both of them were extremely powerful and neither of them was willing to take a step back. Currently, the battle between the two of them was getting more and more intense. A country can't live without a ruler. A family can't live without a master. Bayou City is a big place. There should be a master who can wield great power. Now that the old master is about to die, it's time to select a master to take charge of the situation. The great elder said in a serious tone. Big brother is right. However, the selection of the master is not a small matter. Otherwise, if a useless embroidered pillow is chosen, the Yu family will really fall in the future. The second elder said with a smile yet not a smile. Second elder is right. I think it's time to choose a clan head. Otherwise, if everyone is not united, how can the Yu family unite against a common enemy? How can we sweep the world if we don't sweep the whole family? The third elder said. I think Wang Qing should take over the position of the master. Since ancient times, the elders have always been the masters. Even if it's about choosing a son, the eldest grandson should be the leader. I think everyone has no objections, right? The fourth elder said with a smile. That's right. The eldest grandson should be the leader. We've seen Wang Qing's performance all these years. It's reasonable for Wang Qing to take over the position of the master. The great elder stroked his beard and said with satisfaction. Yu Wang Qing also puffed out his chest with a proud look on his face. Hee, you can't say that. Since ancient times, the most important thing is to select a capable person. Although Wang Qing is the eldest son, he's not the only choice, right? He sacrificed his life for the sake of the people and the family. Everyone can see what he's done all these years. It's not strange for the capable to take over the position. I think Wang Nian is the most suitable person to take over the position of the master. The second elder said faintly. The corner of Yu Wang Nian's mouth twitched. It's quite difficult to select a master at this time. Big brother, you've worked hard for the family all these years. I think you should take a good rest. In the future, I'll take over the Yu family. I won't let you down. Yu Wang Nian said with a smile. Second brother, I'm afraid you're not speaking from your heart, right? Eldest brother had given his all for the family, and it was only natural for him to die. Why did second brother have to use such words to evade? I think it's better for me to take over the position of the master. This way, it'll be more stable. Yu Wang Qing harumphed and said. Father hasn't died yet. You're fighting for the position of the master. Do you still have father in your eyes? Don't tell me you want him to die so much that his eyes can't compare to his eyes. If father really stands up one day, how can you face him? Yu Huafan said in a deep voice. Yu Huafan said in a deep voice. The family fight was already on the verge of breaking out. Bastard, this is no place for you to talk. Fifth brother. Get out of here. Yu Wang Qing shouted with a gloomy face. Big brother, fifth brother doesn't mean anything else. He just doesn't want us to turn against each other. Father hasn't died yet. How can you ignore the brotherhood just for the position of the master? Chapter 2704. Third brother, don't forget who's in charge of the family now. Father can no longer stand up. His death is a foregone conclusion. I am also very sad, but the truth is that the Yu clan must have a leader. Otherwise, how can the Yu clan be at a disadvantage when the two clans of Liaobei are eyeing the Bayou City like tigers eyeing their prey? It's fine if you don't support your own brother, but you're trying to undermine us. A family cannot be without a leader. Do you think that the Yu family is in a good situation now? Humph, Yu Wang Nian said in disdain. Yu Jingfan sighed. He was powerless now, there was no way for the family to return to the right track. The battle between the eldest and second brother was about to erupt. He alone could not stop it. But he knew that his father would wake up one day. When his father wakes up, the two of them will definitely be punished severely. When two tigers fought, one of them would definitely be injured. Between the two of them, one would definitely be heavily injured or even killed. This was the cruel law of survival in the struggle between clans. It's useless to say more. Eldest brother, if you can defeat me, I'm willing to be at your beck and call. But if you can't, then who else but me will be the next patriarch? Yu Wangnian looked at Yu Wangqing with disdain and shouted. As the eldest brother, I will not shirk my responsibility. Both of them stared at each other. A great battle was about to break out. All right, since both of them have agreed, then let's see who's stronger. The patriarch will be the next patriarch. This is the world where only the strong are respected. The great elder said faintly. This was the fairest and most convincing method. Yu Jingfan sighed. There was no turning back now. They'll fight with their lives on the line. Survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest. Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangnian were ready. They'd been waiting for this battle for a long time. As long as they could defeat the other party, then they would be the real overlord of the Yu family. Eldest brother, I will not be merciful. Second brother, fists and kicks are silent. Only one of us can survive. The two of them had already made up their minds to kill, because only by doing so would they be able to get rid of any future troubles. Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangnian were both at the early Divine King realm. As the most authoritative figures in the Yu family, they could only be qualified for the position of the patriarch by defeating them. In the martial arts arena of the Yu family, there was no one within 1,000-meter radius. Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangnian were staring at each other. The battle between Divine King realm experts was definitely not ordinary. Begin. Following the order of the Great Elder, Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangnian instantly started fighting. Wind and thunder rumbled, shocking everyone. Hundreds of disciples of the Yu family were watching this battle silently. They were frightened. Countless people would feel pity if one side lost, because the other side would be their nightmare if the other side rose to power. The battle between the two Divine King realm experts caused everyone to be extremely serious. They were fighting for life and death without any hesitation. Dazzling sword shadows and blade lights pierced through the void. Although the two of them had concealed their aura in the martial arts arena, the fierce battle still startled many experts in the Bayou City. Jiang Chen stood in the middle of the bamboo garden with a faint smile on his face. His prediction had come true. Between the two of them, one of them would fall. This was the fight for power. Yu Jingxian and Bai Yuma looked out of the window and heard the loud noise. They had guessed what was going on, but staying with their father was more important than anything else. The two sisters protected their father firmly. As long as their father woke up, all the problems would be solved. Ever since Wang Lingji left, no one had come here except for the two sisters, Yu Huafan and Yu Jingfan. Suddenly, Yu Huagan's finger moved slightly. Yu Jingxian sensed her father's movement immediately and her eyes lit up. Sure enough, her father's hand moved. Father. Sister, look. Father's hand moved. Yu Jingxian cried tears of joy. At that moment, Bai Yuma could no longer bear the pressure and sadness in her heart. She hugged her sister and cried out loud. Yu Huagan's body gradually regained consciousness. Yu Jingxian knew that from this moment on, she could finally let go of her worries. After a while, Yu Huagan finally opened his eyes slowly. When he saw his two daughters for the first time, his eyes were filled with complicated emotions. He had been lying on the bed for more than 100 years. His heart was filled with emotions. There were thousands of words that he could say, but it was not enough to express his inner world. He thought that he would be swallowed by death. Who would have thought that he would be able to see the light of day again? I'm still alive. Yu Huagan said in a hoarse voice. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Father, you're still alive. You're still alive. Yu Jingxian hugged her father. The feelings that had been accumulated for 100 years gushed out like a flood. You're back too, Yumo. The corner of Yu Huagan's mouth twitched slightly. He forced a smile. I've always been here, father. Bai Yumo smiled firmly. Yu Huagan was even more relieved. Only his eldest daughter could be so calm and unruffled. It's great to see them again. Yu Huagan's heart had completely melted. Especially during these 100 years, even though he was about to die, his heart was still alive. Your brothers, how are they? This was the question that Yu Huagan was most concerned about. It was also the proof that he cared about Yu clan. They're fine. Your health is the most important thing now. Rest well and you'll get better soon. Yu Jingfan was about to say something but was stopped by Bai Yumo, who spoke first. How could Yu Huagan be blinded by his two daughters? Fate makes fools of us. I hope that nothing will happen to our Yu clan. Even though Yu Huagan did not know what had happened in the past 100 years, he could imagine that Yu clan must be in a precarious situation. Jiang Qin appeared in the room. Yu Huagan looked at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin said calmly, Yu clan is in danger. You just need to rest well. The other two clans are ready to make a move. You need to take charge of the situation. Don't ask me why. I saved your life. Jiang Chen's words made Yu Huagan speechless. Even Yu Jingxian and Bai Yumo did not know how to deal with it. Jiang Chen's words might be the most suitable for Yu Huagan now. Thank you, Mr. Yu Huagan said with difficulty. He was sincerely grateful. You don't have to thank me. Thank your daughters instead. Jiang Qin said. Bai Yumo's heart fluttered slightly and her lips curved into a shy smile. It seemed like she still had a place in Jiang Chen's heart. Chapter 2705. Yu Jingxian took a glance at Jiang Qin. There was a fierce battle outside. Could her father just lie there peacefully? But, there are no buts. I believe that the Yu family head knows what to do. The rise and fall of a family cannot be separated from death. Even if it is a family member, it is the same. Otherwise, the Yu family could only face destruction. Jiang Qin said faintly. It wasn't that he was indifferent, but if Yu Huagan came out to take charge of the situation, the two great families would be restrained and the whole situation would be disrupted. Not only would it affect the internal affairs of the two families, but the external affairs would also worsen. Bai Yumo knew all of this. As the Yu family's master, how could he not know? The battle outside shook the entire Bai Yu city. Who would believe that Yu Huagan could not guess what was going on? However, Jiang Qin was right. Some things must be abandoned in the face of righteousness. Because he was the master of the family, he must look at the big picture. It was already a great fortune for Yu Huagan to wake up. Firstly, his body had not recovered yet. Secondly, it was not the time for him to come out. If he came out now, the Yu family would fall apart. Although a spiritual symbol was important, a fragile spiritual symbol would plunge the Yu family into chaos. Yu Jingxian wanted to say something but Jiang Qin did not care about her. The best thing for Yu Huagan to do now was to lie on the bed and wait for his recovery. However, it was extremely torturous for Yu Huagan. Bai Yumo held her father's hand tightly. That kind of pain and worry was not something that could be felt by others. Don't worry, they won't die. Jiang Qin said. His words startled the three of them. However, it dispelled Yu Huagan's last worry. Death was like a lamp going out. As long as they were still alive, there was still a chance to alleviate the situation. Jiang Chen's words meant that he had long since prepared for this. Mister, you're very considerate. If the Yu family could survive this, we will be grateful to you forever. Yu Huagan sat up with difficulty and cupped his hands towards Jiang Chen. In the martial arts arena, the battle between Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangnian was getting more and more intense. It had already reached the climax. No one had thought that the two of them would fight with their lives on the line. Although Yu Wangqing had the upper hand, he couldn't do anything about it. The two of them retreated while the other advanced. It was a joyous battle. If this goes on, I'm afraid that both sides will suffer. Yu Huafan said anxiously. Teacher told me that we must intervene at the critical moment. Even if we are punished by the elders, we must intervene. We must not let their lives be in danger. Yu Jingfan said in a low voice. He was ready to stop this battle of life and death. The two of them are fighting with their lives on the line. They don't even have the slightest bit of brotherly affection. It really makes people sigh. We are brothers whose bones are broken but whose tendons are still connected. Yu Huafan couldn't help but say emotionally. Although he still remembered them, did they really remember who they were? They were surnamed Yu. They used to hold hands and stand back to back. They were brothers from the same mother. But in the end, they had to fight with their lives on the line just for power. This damn power was really harmful. Even if I die, I will become the family lord of the Yu family. You can't defeat me, second brother. Yu Wangqing clenched his teeth and launched a thunderous attack that shook the mountains and rivers. The entire arena was shaking. Yu Wangqing's eyes were cold and decisive. He had already forgotten that the person standing in front of him was his own brother. Yu Wangnian was the same. Facing Yu Wangqing's attack, he became more and more courageous. He didn't fall into a disadvantageous position at all. How could he not be distressed when both of them were risking their lives at this moment? It was a kind of oppression and anger that others couldn't feel. Chapter 2706. Puff, Yu Jingfan's face turned pale. These two palms were enough to seriously injure him. Third brother, you're courting death. You're courting death, you can't possibly stop me. Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangnian said angrily. Yu Jingfan, what are you doing? Get out of here. The great elder scolded in displeasure. Big brother, second brother, you're not fighting for the position of the patriarch, you're killing each other. If father is still here, do you still have the face to see him? Yu Jingfan shouted, completely ignoring the great elder's scolding. Don't touch my sore spot. Third brother, if you don't step aside, don't blame me for being impolite. A family cannot be without a patriarch. Today, I must become the patriarch of the Yu family. Yu Wangqing shouted fiercely. Get out, third brother, there's no place for you to speak. Yu Wangnian and Yu continued to approach Yu Jingfan. Yu Jingfan did not hold back and clenched his teeth. Even though it was difficult to fight against the two of them, Yu Jingfan did not hesitate to face his brothers who were in the same life and death situation. Third brother, let me help you. Yu Huafan was also advancing rapidly. Although the strength of the four of them was not equal, after Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangnian were severely injured, Yu Huafan and Yu Jingfan joined in the battle. It was quite useful. After all, by separating the two of them, they would not have to fight each other to the death. Big brother, second brother, one of you will die if you continue to fight. Yu Huafan said while gritting his teeth. It's not your place to interfere. Bastard, get out of here. Yu Wangqing struck out a palm strike and forced Yu Huafan to retreat. However, he was completely exhausted and so was Yu Wangnian. The battle between the four of them was in full swing. They initially wanted to fight for the position of the patriarch, but it turned into a farce in the end. What a disgrace. I'm so disappointed. The great elder's expression turned gloomy and he left. Third brother, fifth brother, receive your punishment at the law enforcement hall. You two are here to cause trouble at this time. How dare you ignore the rules of the family? The third elder, who was in charge of the law enforcement hall, said angrily. Yu Jingfan and Yu Huafan looked at each other and revealed a smile. They were not afraid of being punished in the law enforcement hall, but they were afraid that their eldest brother and second brother would have a life-and-death battle. That would be a disaster for their Yu family. Let's forget about today's battle. We'll wait for a month to recuperate before we fight again. Yu Wangqing and Leng Leng stared at Yu Wangnian, gritting their teeth and panting. If I'm afraid of you, I'm not Yu Wangnian. Both of them were supported by their subordinates as they left the training field. However, the entire Yu family was already in a state of panic. Not to mention the fact that there was no one to take charge of the family, there were so many people with ulterior motives. Some wanted to control the family, some wanted to be promoted, and some wanted Yu Huagan to die as soon as possible. News came out of Baiyu City, and Dongshan City received it immediately. Yu Wangnian and Yu Wangqing fought for the position of the master of the Yu family, and both of them were injured. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Yu family was in a dilemma, with internal and external troubles. Ha ha ha. Even the heavens are helping us. Brother Wang, our plan is already half done. We don't have to worry about that zombie Yu Huagan for now. The two brothers of the Yu family fought for the position of the patriarch and both of them were severely injured. It seems like our chance has finally arrived. Dongpa Tianqi laughed and said. Everything is ready now. We're only missing one thing. It's time for us to take action. Wang Lingji said with a smile and looked at Dongpa Tianqi. You're right. Everything is ready now. We'll take down the Yu family and the dragon vein will belong to both of us. Brother Wang, you've made a great contribution this time. Dongpa Tianqi patted Wang Lingji's shoulder and said sincerely. Ha! That's right. If it wasn't for Brother Wang, it would not have been easy for us to attack the Yu family. Now that we have the right time, the right place and the right people, we won't have to worry about not being able to take down the Yu family. Dongpa Tianlan added. Brother Wang, let's rest for a while. 3 days later, we'll go to Baiyu City and catch them off guard. Dongpa Tianqi was smiling as if he could see the light of victory. Yu Huagan was like a living dead man in the Yu family now. His two sons were fighting for the position of the patriarch and both of them were badly injured. Who else could take charge of the Yu family now? The Yu family reaped what they sowed and reaped what they sowed. All right. Success is right in front of us. I still need to rely on Brother Dongpa in the future. Wang Lingji nodded. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. Wang Lingji then left the living room. Big brother, when are we going to kill this guy? Dongpa Tianlan's eyes turned cold and said in a low voice while looking at the direction where Wang Lingji disappeared. Don't worry. He just needs to listen to us. Let's see how many heads he has if he wants to go against us. I, Dongpa Tianqi, want more than half of the dragon vein of the Yu family. The Feng family is just a matter of time. Dongpa Tianqi looked at the sky with a gloomy gaze. Big brother is wise. Hee hee. The Liaobei region should have been unified long ago. Our Dongpa family is following the will of the heavens. The Yu family and the Feng family are destined to be our stepping stones. Dongpa Tianlan smiled proudly. The Dongpa family would be the ruler of the Liaobei region in the future. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. The Yu family was the tiger of the Liaobei region in the past. To be able to rule the Liaobei region for so many years, they're not ordinary people. The land in our hands was fought for by our ancestors. We must not give it away. We must be careful this time. I, Dongpa Tianchi, will definitely unify the Liaobei region while I'm still alive. Dongpa Tianchi's ambition had expanded to the point where he could no longer control it. The Liaobei region was his life's dream. That's something that happened thousands of years ago. The Yu family has been declining for the past 10,000 years. As the tiger of the Liaobei region, perhaps they're the most pitiful ones. It's a great irony that they still control 40% of the dragon vein. Dongpa Tianlong snorted. The Yu family has been guarding the dragon vein for a longer time than our Dongpa family and the Feng family. It can be said that they've been the tiger and wolf of the Liaobei region ever since our two families stepped into the Liaobei region. However, the situation is getting clearer and clearer now. It's no longer the time for the Yu family to be the sole ruler. We're risking our lives this time to take down the Yu family and start the true path of conquering the Liaobei region. We must not let anything go wrong. Otherwise, we'll see you with our heads. Dongpa Tianchi said and left. Baiyu City, Yu family's mansion. Chapter 2707. Yu Huagan let out a sigh and said, I'm sorry, mister. These two bastards, when I stand up again, I'll definitely make them kowtow 1,000 times in front of my ancestor. The Yu family's great business has been declining day by day. The two great families have been eyeing us for a long time. Jiang Qin could see Yu Huagan's helplessness. He was a good father and a good patriarch who knew the big picture. Once upon a time, our Yu family was the leader of the entire Liaobei region. Liaobei's tiger was not an undeserved title. However, ever since the world was divided into 3 parts, the Yu family no longer had the tiger roar and ape cry to dominate the world. The tiger lost its teeth and gradually became a cat. The Yu family used to be the overlord of the Liaobei region. It's unbelievable. Jiang Qin smiled. He wasn't mocking them. It was normal for the inheritance left behind by their ancestors to be devoured and divided. After all, not to mention his family, even the super sects and clans within a province couldn't last forever. Every era had its own leader, and each of them had their own outstanding achievements. Jiang Qin smiled. Mister, how long do I need to stand up again? 3 days. Your current recovery speed has already exceeded my expectations. Furthermore, this can be considered a blessing in disguise for you. Jiang Qin said. Yu Huagan was a little excited. He knew that the mysterious qi in his body was completely controlling his body. The speed of his recovery was astonishing. What qi is that? It's so powerful. The myriad qi. Yu Huagan took a deep breath and his expression changed. Yu Jingfan and Bai Yumao looked at their father silently. Is the myriad qi really that powerful? Others might not know about it, but Yu Huagan had accidentally read about it in the ancient records of his family. The ancestor of his family once said that if a hierarch expert could obtain the myriad qi, it would be a great glory. If a divine emperor expert obtained it, he would be able to devour the heavens and earth and reach the emperor realm. If an emperor realm expert obtained it, he would treat it as a treasure. From this, it could be seen how precious and terrifying the source qi of all things was. Mister, this. Yu Huagan doesn't deserve it. Yu Huagan knew that it was a great honor for him. The young man in front of him who was not even a divine king must have an extraordinary identity. Even in the Lone Dragon County, there might not be anyone who could take out the myriad qi. Jiang Qin shook his head and said, It's all because of fate. It's too wonderful for words. Yu Huagan was not a calculative person. He immediately smiled and nodded his head heavily. Such an opportunity was a great fortune for the Yu clan. With his talent, it was already a great fortune for him to reach the peak of mid-divine king realm. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had to stop there, as there had not been a hierarch realm expert in the Yu clan for 30,000 years. However, with the myriad chi cauldron in his body, it was not impossible for him to break through to the hierarch realm. Fate? Is there really such a thing as fate in this world? Yu Jingxian smiled bitterly and left her father's room. Her eyes were filled with loneliness and guilt. The moon was still hanging high in the sky. Yu Jingxian was lonely and she looked lonely. She did not know where her fate was. If there was such a thing as fate in this world, why would her fate be toyed with? Did he know the pain and suffering he was going through? Your father is getting better, why are you still frowning? Jiang Chen walked under the bamboo courtyard and asked in a low voice. Man only has one life, and grass only has one autumn. Does the fate you speak of really exist? Wasn't everything just a fleeting cloud in front of his eyes? How could there be fate? Hee hee. Yu Jingxian's bitter smile deeply affected Jiang Chen. If you don't believe it, then why are you so stubborn? Isn't that what you're thinking? Guilt and suffering, perhaps it's just an illusion, or perhaps none of this has ever happened. Whether it's the person or the event, it's already history. Why do you still force yourself to live in your memories, refusing to leave, and being accompanied by pain? Jiang Chen sneered. You don't understand. Some people and some things can never be forgotten and I dare not to forget. It's like he's watching me all the time. I don't dare to close my eyes and I don't dare to breathe. I'm afraid that one day, he will suddenly ask me why I did that in my dreams. I don't know how to answer him. Yu Jingxian said faintly. Unknowingly, her eyes were filled with tears. She did not know why she said so much to this mysterious man. There are so many storms in life. Why do you care about that unpleasant romance? Fate is not a shackle. Maybe there's no right or wrong in this world. It's just that you're too stubborn. It's your stubbornness that really blames you. Perhaps from the beginning to the end, he never blamed you. There's no Bodhi tree. There's no mirror. There's nothing in the world. Greed, anger, joy, resentment, jealousy. It's just that you can't forgive yourself. With such stubbornness, how can you see what's in front of you? Let go. Raise your head. Maybe you'll see a different sky. Jiang Chen smiled. Yes, he never hated Yu Jingxian from the beginning. But he was not a saint. Pain and anger flashed in his heart. However, he believed that Yu Jingxian would not disappoint him. In fact, Yu Jingxian did not disappoint him. But I still can't forget him. In this life, I can only feel guilty towards him. Yu Jingxian said in a low voice. She once said that she would follow him when her father wakes up. However, this mysterious man's words made her even more confused. Maybe she was not qualified to love him. She wanted to love him, but she realized that her hands were already stained with his blood. 3 days later, Dongpa Tianqi and Wang Lingji led hundreds of experts to Baiyu City. City Lord of Eastern Mountain City, Dongpa Tianqi is here to visit City Lord Yu Huagan. A young man from the Dongpa clan said. Please wait for a moment, City Lord. I'll go and report now. A middle-aged guard said. The people from Eastern Mountain City came to Baiyu City at this time. It was obvious that they did not come with good intentions. Those who come are guests. Could it be that you want to stop us here? Humph, dog slave. Dongpa Tianlan shouted in anger. The Divine King Realm expert roared. The guard's face turned pale as he staggered backwards. Enough, second brother. Let him go and report. Dongpa Tianqi waved his hand and said indifferently. The middle-aged guard's expression turned gloomy. He quickly went to report. Chapter 2708. What an eventful time. This Eastern Mountain City is getting more and more unpredictable. However, as the leader of Liao Bei, how can our Yu clan let others look down on us? the great elder said proudly. In his eyes, the Feather Clan was still the true great clan of Liaobei. In terms of strength, they could still suppress them. This was the glory of the Feather Clan. Let's see what he can do in our Yu clan's territory. The great elder waved his hand and ordered the people of Eastern Mountain City to pass through. Wang Lingji and Dongbua Tianqi looked at each other and smiled. They had gone deep into the enemy's camp. The battle had started quietly. In the hall, the great elder was sitting high up, waiting for the people of Eastern Mountain City. Ha ha ha. Great elder, it's been more than 1,000 years since we last met. I can't help but admire you. Great elder is still as heroic as ever. I'm really envious of you. Dongbua Tianqi laughed. Dongbua Tianqi, your mouth is still as sweet as ever. Why did you come to our Yu clan? Say it, I don't like to speak in riddles. The great elder said indifferently. He did not beat around the bush and did not show any respect to Dongbua Tianqi. What are you talking about, great elder? I heard from Brother Wang Lingji that Brother Yu Huagan is in critical condition. That's why I'm here to visit him. I wonder if Brother Yu Huagan is doing well. Dongbua Tianqi squinted his eyes and said. Wang Lingji. You. The great elder looked at Wang Lingji and said. His expression changed drastically. This fella suddenly came to visit him. He must be up to no good. Great elder, long time no see. You look as good as ever. Brother, you will not be able to escape this time. However, you can't blame anyone. Let's leave it to fate. My condolences, great elder. Wang Lingji said with a faint smile. You guys are in cahoots with each other. Are you here to laugh at our Yu clan? The second elder took a step forward and said while clenching his teeth. This Wang Lingji was obviously a traitor. The Yu family had treated him well, but he had invited a wolf into the house. Now, the Dongbua family was laughing at their doorstep. How could the Yu family keep their face? Report, great elder, the Feng clan's patriarch, Feng Luojiang, requests to see the sect master, saying that he's here to visit the sect master. The great elder's face fell again. Not only him, but all the other elders also felt the same way. Did the two great families come together just to mock the Yu family? Things were probably not as simple as they seemed on the surface. Dongbua Tianqi looked at Wang Lingji and squinted his eyes. He seemed to have sensed something. It's all you're doing. Dongbua Tianqi transmitted his voice to Wang Lingji. I'm just worried that the Yu family is too big. I'm afraid that the Dongbua family might not be able to take over the Yu family. So, I think the Feng family will be more than happy to join us. Wang Lingji smiled and glanced at Dongbua Tianqi. Only the two of them knew that the situation was getting more and more complicated. Looks like I'm still not strong enough to gain Brother Wang's trust. But since the Feng family has joined us, our plan will be much easier. Dongbua Tianqi transmitted his voice. However, this was equivalent to giving away the cake that was already in his mouth to someone else. To Dongbua Tianqi, this was not the most important thing. What made him feel troubled was that he initially wanted to take over Wang Lingji. But now that the Feng family had interfered, things would not be as simple as it seemed. Invite him in. The great elder said. At this moment, the Feng family and the Dongbua family had attacked the Yu family. The Yu family's situation was known to everyone. At this moment, he felt extremely humiliated. This was the biggest humiliation he had experienced in the past 1,000 years. Feng Luojiang had already arranged his spies outside of Eastern Mountain City. As long as the Eastern Mountain City made any move, they would definitely not be left behind. Moreover, Wang Lingji had made it very clear that this operation was related to their position in the entire Liaobei region. How could Feng Luojiang not take this seriously? Under Baiyu City, Feng Luojiang calmly entered. Ha ha ha. great elder, long time no see. Brother Dongbua, you're here too. What a coincidence. Could it be that Brother Dongpa is also here to visit Brother Yu's illness? Feng Luojiang said with a smile and a surprised expression. He. City Lord Feng, you're very well informed. To think that you've come so fast. You're not willing to be left behind even when I came to visit Brother Yu in Eastern Mountain City. Dongbua Tianqi said with a faint smile. Both of them looked at each other and smiled. Who wouldn't know what they were thinking? However, they did not say it out loud. How should I put this? Brother Yu is not feeling well now. As an old friend of 1,000 years, how could I not come and visit? Isn't Brother Dongbua the same? Feng Luojiang said calmly. You too, don't tell me that you came to my Yu family to quarrel. Are you here to laugh at our Yu family? The great elder harumphed coldly. Great elder, what are you talking about? We're here to see how Brother Yu is and what we can do for the Yu family. Feng Luojiang said. Yeah, we're here with sincerity. We hope that the great elder will allow us to see Brother Yu and express our worries. Dongbua Tianqi said sincerely. Brother Yu is not around the corner. The Yu family should choose a leader as soon as possible. A country can't live without a ruler and a family can't live without a leader. Feng Luojiang and Dongbua Tianqi spoke one after another. Even though the great elder was angry, he couldn't do anything as he didn't know how to deal with them. The Yu family was in a mess right now. It seemed like the situation was getting more and more worrisome. These two fellas came with bad intentions. The great elder didn't know how to explain himself. You don't have to worry about this. Our Yu family will not disappoint you. The great elder said. This is a big matter for our Liao Bei. How can you say that it has nothing to do with the two city lords? The Yu family, the Feng family, and the Dongbua family are like 3 legs of a tripod. If we don't choose a family head who has the ability to lead, what if the Yu family declines one day? Wouldn't our Liaobei region lose its backbone? Who will be responsible for this? Wang Lingji said with a smile. You're right. Dongbua Tianqi said while rubbing his nose. If the Yu family can't come up with a solution, we can help the great elder to decide who is qualified to be the Yu family's patriarch. He's Brother Yu's old friend after all. We will not let the Yu family fall in Liao Bei. Chapter 2709. Abdication. The great elder held his breath, the anger on his face intensified. These fellas were obviously robbers. They wanted the Yu family to suffer a crushing defeat, they wanted to compete with the Yu family. However, the Yu family was once the tiger of Liao Bei. Therefore, even if the two great families appeared together, they would not dare to make a move against the Yu family. Right now, they were merely probing the Yu family. Since they wanted to interfere with the Yu family's selection of the true family head, did that mean that they wanted to take away the cake that was the Yu family? The great elder was an experienced man. How could he not know what the two patriarchs were planning? Plus, the two of them came personally and Wang Lingji was right beside him. This meant that they were prepared. The great elder couldn't make a decision now that the two patriarchs were here. He could see the importance of the patriarch now. Yu Huagan had been lying on the bed for hundreds of years. Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangnian's battle resulted in both sides suffering. This was something that nobody wanted to see. However, the Yu family's current situation was not optimistic. If the Yu family can't control the situation well, I believe the two patriarchs will be happy to help. When the time comes, the Yu family will be safe and sound. Wang Lingji said. Safe and sound. Worry-free. Wouldn't that be taking away the Yu family's power? Wouldn't that be asking the Yu family to break their own arms? The result was obvious. The Yu family would be controlled and the two great families would swallow the Yu family. How dare you say something like this? No matter how stupid the great elder was, he knew that Wang Lingji was behind this. Otherwise, the two great families wouldn't have come so quickly. He must have told them everything about the Yu family situation. It seemed like the trust and respect they had for Wang Lingji was being backstabbed by this unscrupulous fella. Two patriarchs, do you want the Yu family to be your dog? The great elder said in a deep voice. Ha, great elder, you must be joking. We didn't mean that. As the tiger of Liaobei, the Yu family status is obvious. I didn't mean that. Great elder, you're worrying too much. Feng Luojiang smiled. That's right. We just want to help the Yu family and complete the selection of the family head. Is that wrong? Could it be that great elder is going to reject our good intentions? Dongbua Tianqi said faintly. That's right. I don't think the great elder will take our kindness for granted, right? Tomorrow, we will elect the master of the Yu family. What do you think, great elder? How can we be at ease if we don't elect the master of the Yu family? How big was Liaobei? As the leading family of Liaobei, how could they treat it so lightly? If foreign invaders come, will our Liaobei region, once the tiger of Liaobei, cower and be a tortoise? This is something I don't want to see. I believe great elder feels the same way. Feng Luojiang stopped smiling. The pressure in his words was oppressive. The three elders behind the great elder gritted their teeth and lowered their heads in contemplation. Feng Luojiang was forcing them into a dead end. Their goal was to force the Yu family to show their attitude. Otherwise, the Yu family would become their enemy in the future. By that time, the Yu family would be in ruins. How could they fight against their enemies? The internal affairs must be stabilized before the external affairs. Even the other two great families of Liaobei region could not suppress them. Naturally, they would lose their right to be the leading family. At that time, the dragon vein would be the thing that would take their lives. Without status and power, what right do you have to occupy the latrine without taking a shit? You want so many resources. 10% of the resources of the dragon vein is already incomparably huge, not to mention that the Yu family is occupying 40%. How could the Dongbo family and the Feng family not be jealous? Under such jealousy, there would definitely be unfairness. Needless to say, the great elder's heart was as clear as a mirror. The Yu family, which had lost its leading position, would definitely become the target of public criticism. The two great families were eyeing the Yu family with covetous eyes. They were already forcing the Yu family to hand over the Yu family's dragon's vein. All right. Tomorrow, our Yu family will elect a master to give you two an explanation. You two can go and rest now. The Yu family has prepared the best guest rooms. The great elder said coldly. There was no need to be courteous at this moment. I have been waiting for great elder to say these words. As expected of great elder, you are a straightforward person. Tomorrow, we shall witness the birth of the Yu family's master. Ha ha ha. After saying that, Dongbua Tianqi turned around and walked out of the hall. See you tomorrow, great elder. I, Feng Luojiang, am looking forward to it. Great elder, there's nothing I can do about brother Yu. However, the Yu family needs someone to take the helm. Ha! After Wang Lingji and the other two left, the great elder's face turned gloomy. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Big brother, are you all right? Great elder, you, the second elder and the others helped the great elder who was spurting out blood and asked. Damned Wang Lingji. Those two fellows are obviously here to force the Yu family to abdicate. This time, it seems that the Yu family is in grave danger. A great disaster is coming. The great elder gritted his teeth. He hated these people to the core. However, this was the law of survival. Once the Yu family fell, countless people would want to replace them. especially when their current position was about to fall. At that time, the 40% of the dragon vein would be fought over by the Dongbo family and the Feng family. They came here for the dragon vein, for the division of power in Liao Bei. How could it be easy to reshuffle the cards and unify the Liao Bei region? Their goal couldn't be more obvious. They want to take advantage of the time when our Yu family is still weak and ruthless. Back then, the two families ran into the Liao Bei region as if they were fleeing for their lives. We were weak, so they took advantage of our weakness. They even gave us 60% of the dragon vein. Now that our Yu family is in trouble, they are approaching us aggressively. Their goal is the remaining 40% of the dragon vein. How greedy! The second elder said in a low voice. Yeah. Wang Qing and Wang Nian, those two brats, none of them are able to support the Yu family. Both of them are severely injured and Hua Gan is about to die. Is our Yu family really going to fall? The third elder was exasperated. Now, the two great families are obviously trying to intimidate us. Without a leader, our Yu family is no longer under their control. Plus, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. I don't believe that they will dare to provoke us. Chapter 27:10. You guys are too naive. This is just a test. If our Yu family doesn't have a strong leader, then the two great families will join hands sooner or later. We have given Wang Lingji a lot of benefits in order to suppress this matter. However, the truth cannot be hidden forever. That fella is still ungrateful and betrayed us. We are not prepared for it. Wang Qing and Wang Nian are still young. They are trying to push us into a corner now. Once we fall into chaos, they will reap the benefits. Even if they don't take any action, they will still be able to suppress us with their strength. They know that we will be the ones to suffer if we fight them. That's why they are so daring. They are not worried at all. The great elder smiled bitterly and shook his head. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. The Yu family was about to fall into chaos. However, it happened at this moment. The two great families started to make things difficult for the Yu family at the same time. However, they had no idea what to do now. They were like ants on a hot pan. If they couldn't choose a reliable patriarch tomorrow, then they would be laughed at by the two great families. What if we can't choose someone who can support the family? Then our Yu family will be pushed aside by the two great families soon. Our position as the overlord of the Liao Bei region will be in danger. The inheritance of our ancestors has changed a few times. Not only did we fail to protect our territory, we have also lost our ancestors' face. The great elder sighed. Now, we can only let third brother temporarily take over the position of the patriarch. Although third brother hasn't broken through to the divine king realm, he is the most stable person. Although he is not as talented as Wang Qing and Wang Nian, he is better at handling matters. There is nothing to be picky about. He is the only choice now. That's the only way. I hope third brother will not disappoint us. The great elders sighed. They were helpless. If they couldn't choose a patriarch, they would be laughed at by the two great families. The next day, Dongbo Tianqi, Feng Luojiang, Wang Lingji and the four great elders gathered in the hall. At this moment, most of the people of the Yu family were present. Even the injured Yu Wang Qing and Yu Wang Nian were present. I wonder if the Yu family has made a decision. The position of the family head cannot be an ordinary person. We are also concerned about the safety of the Yu family. Dongbo Tianqi said shamelessly, but no one refuted him. Everyone looked towards the great elder because this decision would definitely affect the future of the Yu family. The great elder calmly glanced at Yu Wang Qing and Yu Wang Nian, and said indifferently, I hereby announce that Yu Jingfan will be the temporary patriarch of the Yu family, assisted by us four elders. Dongbua Tianqi and Feng Luojiang were not the only ones who were shocked. Even the Yu family members were shocked. Yu Jingfan's body shook in disbelief. Everyone looked at him. What, me? Yu Jingfan was stunned and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Great Elder, are you joking? No. I object. Why should he be the family head? Yu Wangqing was the first to stand up and said. I also object. Yu Wangnian also looked at the Great Elder. Everyone looked at the Great Elder when such a situation occurred. It made everyone feel a little awkward. Bastard, there is no place for the two of you to talk. Get out of here. The Great Elder shouted in anger. Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangnian's faces turned pale as they realized that the patriarchs of the Feng family and Dongbua family were present. Hee, Great Elder, it seems like the Yu family is really good. Wang Lingji said indifferently. Everyone in the Yu family had an ugly expression on their faces. I just want to know, why should he be the patriarch? I'm not convinced. Yu Wangqing stared at the Great Elder and said unwillingly. I don't need you to question my words. Men, drag him out. The Great Elder was very dignified. Yu Wangnian wanted to say something but he held it in because the situation was different. The patriarchs of the Dongbua family and the Feng family were here. Greet the patriarch. The Great Elder ordered. Everyone looked at Yu Jingfan under his lead. Yu Huafan, Yu Jingxian, Bai Yuma, and the others looked at Yu Jingfan and said loudly, Greetings, patriarch. Yu Jingfan was stunned. He had never thought about taking the position of the patriarch. His eldest and second brother were heavily injured, it was impossible for him to be the patriarch. However, the Great Elder had already announced it and the other three Great Elders had also agreed to it. Ha! Great! Looks like we didn't come here in vain. To be able to see the patriarch of the Yu family, it's great. Dongbua Tianqi said with a laugh. His eyes were extremely domineering. A powerful aura shrouded Yu Jingfan. The aura of a peak mid-divine king made Yu Jingfan take half a step back subconsciously. His expression became extremely ugly. You're right. Brother Dongbua and I are very happy now that the patriarch of the Yu family has been chosen. Ha! Feng Luojiang's expression became solemn as he said in a domineering manner. A terrifying aura engulfed Yu Jingfan. Yu Jingfan was forced to take a step back once again. His face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yu Jingfan's aura became extremely weak under the pressure of two peak mid-divine kings. No one could withstand the pressure from two peak mid-divine kings. Wang Lingji smiled faintly as he joined in as well. He was a peak early divine king and was much stronger than Yu Jingfan. Yu Jingfan could no longer endure the pressure from the three of them. His legs trembled as if he would be forced to kneel down at any time. Patriarch Dongbua, Patriarch Feng, Wang Lingji, what's the meaning of this? Are you guys trying to start a war in my Yu family? The Great Elder's expression turned cold. He took a step forward and grabbed Yu Jingfan's shoulder. Under such a strong pressure, even the Great Elder could barely stabilize Yu Jingfan's body. It was a battle of aura. Unfortunately, Yu Jingfan was only a half-step divine king. How could he be a match for them? Great Elder, you're wrong. Since the patriarch of the Yu family is worthy of being called the patriarch, how could we neglect him? The higher one's status, the greater the pressure on one's shoulders. Yu family head, am I right? Ha ha ha. Chapter 27:11. Dongbua Tianqi's expression changed. The three of them unleashed their terrifying pressure again, even the Great Elder was pushed back. Yu Jingfan spurted out a mouthful of blood and almost knelt down. Jiang Chen grabbed Yu Jingfan and appeared behind him. At this moment, he resisted the pressure from the three of them and grabbed Yu Jingfan's hand to prevent him from kneeling down. If Yu Jingfan really kneeled down, then the Yu family's face would be completely lost. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, "The patriarch of the Dongpa family is right, the pressure is the same as your identity." Everyone was shocked. Even Bai Yuma, who knew how powerful Jiang Chen was, couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen in a new light. That was the pressure of 2 peak mid-divine kings and 1 peak early divine king. Everyone could see that the 2 families were trying to intimidate the Yu family. However, even the Great Elder could not save the situation. Jiang Chen took a step forward and resisted the pressure of the 3. Even the Great Elder, who was a mid-divine king, could not catch up to him. All the elders and the entire Yu family were shocked. "This mister is really powerful," Yu Jingxian said in a low voice. Bai Yumo looked at her and nodded. "Thank you, mister." Yu Jingfan wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth and said with a smile. "Who are you?" Dongbua Tianqi looked at Jiang Chen. He didn't show any sign of fear even though he was fighting against 3 of them. Moreover, he didn't even put the 3 of them in his eyes. This fellow was really strange. The most shocked one was Wang Lingji. He never expected that Jiang Chen would return to the Yu family after obtaining the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. This was the most incomprehensible thing. You, Wang Lingji pointed at Jiang Chen and said. His eyes widened and he could not say a word for a long time. He would never forget the shock he felt from Jiang Chen for the rest of his life. Jiang Chen was too strong. He was afraid that Jiang Chen wasn't any weaker than the 2 patriarchs of the Feng and Dongbua family. He didn't have any chance to fight back against Jiang Chen. Feng Luojiang frowned and looked at Wang Lingji. This person is not simple. Wang Lingji could only transmit her voice to Dongbua Tianqi and Feng Luojiang. Who I am is not important. Yu Jingfan is my friend. You are in the Yu family, but you are not afraid at all. You even dare to use your power to oppress him. This is too much. Jiang Chen said. Even though Jiang Chen did not take any action, he managed to block the 3's oppressive aura, saving the Yu family's face. The Yu family members were extremely grateful, especially Yu Jingfan. He was extremely excited. If he was really forced to kneel down by the 3 of them, then wouldn't the entire Yu family become a joke to others? The Yu family is so powerful. Ha! Even the patriarch of the Yu family has to be protected by an outsider. What a joke. The patriarch of the Yu family is so weak. Looks like the Yu family's downfall is not far away. Sigh. What a pity. The tiger of Liaobei in the past was so heroic. The Yu family's current state is really pitiful. Dongbua Tianqi sneered. His words made the entire Yu family furious. However, they were speechless because what Dongbua Tianqi said was the truth. Even so, it's not your turn to act wildly. The patriarch of the Yu family will not allow others to tell us what to do. The Great Elder said in a deep voice. We can't interfere with the internal affairs of the Yu family. We don't want to interfere either. It has nothing to do with us. However, we can't ignore the entire Liaobei region. I'm afraid that the Yu family has lost its position as the leader of the Liaobei region. If someone wants to cause trouble for our Liaobei region, who's going to take care of it? Your Yu family. Hee hee. I think you'll be hiding faster than a weasel. Feng Luojiang sneered. We're not using our power to oppress others. One must have our strength to become the patriarch of the Yu family, right? If anyone can become the patriarch of the Yu family without any strength, won't our Liaobei region become the laughing stock of the world? Dongbua Tianqi's eyes became colder and colder. What do you guys want? Yu Jingfan said. As the new patriarch of the Yu family, even if he knew that he was no match for them, he could not sit still and wait for his death. Nothing much. We only have one thought. Is the Yu family still capable of ruling Liaobei region? If not, we'll have to reshuffle the Liaobei region. Feng Luojiang said. Yu Jingfan's expression slightly changed. Everyone in the Yu family had an ugly expression on their faces. The Feng family and Dongbo family's true intention was finally revealed. The fox's tail could no longer be hidden. In the end, you guys want to deal with our Yu family, divide our Yu family and kick us out of the Liaobei region, right? Yu Jingfan said coldly. We didn't say that. But I believe in one thing. Only those who are capable can rule. Since you're the patriarch of the Yu family, you must have the strength to fight against us. If you can win against me, I, Dongbo Tianqi, will leave the Yu family without hesitation. If you can't win against me, it means that the Yu family is at the end of its tether, unable to become the leader of the three great families. The three great families of Liaobei region will become the laughingstock of the world. Dongbo Tianqi kept pressing on, causing Yu Jingfan to fall into his trap. Dongbo Tianqi wanted the Yu family to submit to him so that it would be easier for him to deal with them. Although Yu Jingfan was furious, there was nothing he could do. He was not Dongbo Tianqi's match no matter how powerful he was. Dongbo Tianqi was a true Divine King expert, one step away from the late Divine King realm while he was just a half-step Divine King. Was there any suspense in this battle? However, what Dongbo Tianqi said was not wrong. As the patriarch of the Yu family, how could you lead the people without sufficient strength? How could you become the patriarch of the family? Dongbo Tianqi and Feng Luojiang's words were obvious. They wanted to reshuffle the Liaobei region. Your Yu family is no longer qualified to be the leader of the Liaobei region. In other words, it's time for you to hand over the dragon's vein. This was their true intention. If it wasn't for the dragon vein, who would come all the way to the Yu family? Aren't you guys going too far? Chapter 27:12. How is this making things difficult for us? As long as the Yu family withdraws from the three great families and hand over the dragon vein, we will not bother you anymore. Your Yu family is no longer suitable to protect the dragon vein. You have lost your past glory, yet you still want to live under the glory of the past. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Dongbo Tianqi said coldly. His words made everyone feel sad. Even Jiang Qin sighed. If Yu Huagan really fell, the glorious Yu family might never be able to recover anymore. Especially when they were being pressured by others, they had no choice but to say that the Dongpa family and the Feng family were taking advantage of the situation. From another perspective, even Jiang Qin would do the same. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. Their choice was not wrong, their decision was not wrong. However, the Yu family situation was indeed full of internal and external troubles. It was indeed a test. That sentence of losing your past glory, yet you still want to live under the glory of the past, was indeed very painful. The great elder's face turned pale. He was speechless after hearing Dongpo Tianqi's words. Their Yu family used to be so glorious, yet now they were being pressured by the two great families. The difference was like heaven and earth. 100,000 years ago, the Yu family had more than 10 hierarch realm experts. They were a famous family in the entire Lone Dragon County, their reputation was unparalleled. However, they gradually declined after so many years. Not to mention the Lone Dragon County, even in the Chilean boundary, how many people knew about the Yu family's past glory? The Yu family was like a tiger that had fallen to the plains, getting worse day by day. This was the most realistic portrayal of the Yu family. I wonder if the patriarch of the Yu family has the guts to do so. If you can win against me or brother Feng, we will not step into the Yu family anymore. However, if you don't have the capability, then we will have to reorganize the Liaobei region. We do not want the Yu family to cease to exist if someone else were to replace us in the future. Why don't we think about how to divide the territory now? Dongpa Tianqi smiled slightly. However, he had already taken the initiative. Today, the Yu family had fallen into such a sorry state. However, this was a world where the strong were respected. This was the iron rule that no one could change. To put it simply, if the Yu family had the ability to swallow our two families back then, you wouldn't have waited until today, right? Hee hee. Feng Luojiang's words were simple, but it had caused the Yu family to lose their backbone. They were provoking the Yu family. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. He didn't have the right to speak here, and he didn't want to get involved either. The Yu family's problems would naturally be solved by the Yu family themselves. He could help them for a while, but not forever. Yu Jingfan wanted to say something but was stopped by the Great Elder. The Great Elder knew that Yu Jingfan was overconfident and wanted to challenge the two patriarchs. In today's battle, I will replace the patriarch of the Yu family. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Don't forget that you guys are still in the Yu family. Even if our Yu family is defeated, you guys can still talk nonsense here. Our patriarch still needs to train. Today, I will replace the patriarch to fight. If you can win, our Yu family is willing to give up 20% of the dragon vein. If you lose, each of you will give up 10% to our Yu family. What do you think? The Great Elder looked at Dongpa Tianqi. This was the last thing he could do. It was the best way to protect the Yu family's dignity. If he lost, then everything would be wrong. Giving up 20% of the dragon vein could protect the Yu family for a while. It was worth it. If he won, then he would be able to obtain 20% of the dragon vein. Although, he didn't think that he would win. The Great Elder's words had shaken the entire Yu family. Even Dongpa Tianqi and Feng Luojiang did not expect the Great Elder to be so straightforward. It was unbelievable. However, even so, Dongpa Tianqi was moved by the offer. If a war were to break out and all the dragon veins of the Yu family were to be taken away, he would only get 10% of the dragon veins. Moreover, it would be a waste of manpower and money. His Dongbo family would definitely suffer a great loss. However, if he could defeat the Great Elder, he would be able to get the 10% of the dragon veins. In Dongpa Tianqi's heart, he was definitely stronger than the Great Elder. Therefore, he was full of confidence. As for losing, how could he possibly lose? After weighing the pros and cons, Dongpa Tianqi immediately became clear-headed. This deal was much better than fighting. The Great Elder of the Yu family was right. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. If they were to fight to the death, even with the help of the Feng family, the two great families wouldn't be able to annihilate the Yu family with just a few words. Moreover, the number of casualties would be unimaginable. Feng Luojiang felt the same. It didn't seem to be a good deal. But after thinking about it, even if they managed to defeat the Yu family, there would still be a lot of trouble. But if they were to fight today, the winner would be able to get 10% of the dragon vein. Why not? Feng Luojiang didn't put the Great Elder in his eyes at all. He was determined to win this battle as well. The most miserable person was none other than Wang Lingji. The words of the Great Elder had already provoked him. Regardless of the Great Elder's success or failure, the contribution he had made would no longer be the slightest bit meaningful. The things he had previously discussed with the two great clans would all become bubbles. But at this moment, what else could he say? But, I don't agree with the Great Elder's suggestion. Our Feng family's dragon vein does not need outsiders to interfere. As the representative, you and Brother Dongpa will fight against each other. Let's bet a little bigger this time. 10% of the dragon vein, the winner will be decided by both of us. What do you think? Dongpa Tianqi's eyes brightened up after hearing Feng Luojiang's words. Feng Luojiang's words were reasonable. Moreover, they would be able to defeat the Great Elder in a one-on-one battle. their chances of winning would be higher. Although the battle seemed fair, the scale of victory was falling towards the two great families. Wang Lingji was the most depressed one. He had spent a lot of effort, and even the Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart was snatched away. But in the end, it was all for naught. The two patriarchs of the two great families were the ones with real power. They didn't care about him at all. Chapter 27:13. Wang Lingji had pushed himself to a dead end from the very beginning. There was no room for retreat. However, the two great clans were different. They still had a lot of bargaining chips. After all, in the eyes of the three great clans, he was just a commander without an army. He did not have much deterrence. Wang Lingji's face was ashen. He had already expected this to happen, but he didn't expect these two guys to be so heartless. If it wasn't for him, how could they have such a big chance to kill their way into Bayou City? If it wasn't for him, they wouldn't have had the chance to fight against the Yu family. At least half of it was his contribution. However, in the eyes of the three great families, he was worthless now. Wang Lingji regretted his actions. It was all because he was not strong enough. If he was as strong as Dongbo Tianqi, perhaps the two of them would not have spoken like this. Unfortunately, he was not. It was the same for the Yu family. If they had a late divine king, they would not dare to act so aggressively in the Yu family even if they had the guts of a bear or a leopard. All right. It's a deal, the great elder said while gritting his teeth. Although he knew it was a trap, he had no other choice. Bai Yuma and the others were excited, but none of them could represent the Yu family to make a response. Strength was everything. Even if Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangnian were here, the result would not change. Great Elder, Yu Jingfan was extremely excited. However, he kept praying. Father, please recover quickly. Without you, the Yu family will most likely collapse with a loud bang. 3 days ago, Jiang Chen did not allow anyone to disturb Yu Huagan. However, 3 days had passed and there was still no news from their father. Great Elder is straightforward. I like it. Let's go to the martial arts field. Dongbo Tianqi took a step forward and said. All right. The Great Elder took the lead and rushed to the front. His expression was extremely solemn. All the members of the Yu family were extremely anxious. At this moment, the Great Elder's battle was related to the fate of the entire Yu family. What did 20% of the dragon vein mean? To the Yu family, it meant half of the family's property. However, they had no other choice. The Great Elder was the strongest and the most qualified person to participate in this battle. Great Elder, everything depends on you. Great Elder, please don't disappoint us. Even if we win every time, our Yu family won't lose anything. Everyone was waiting anxiously. The Great Elder was the most powerful person in the entire Yu family. If even he could not turn the situation around, then the Yu family's downfall was only a matter of time. Feng Luojiang and Dongbo Tianqi were confident in themselves while the Great Elder was fighting with his life on the line. The difference between the two of them was like night and day. Mister, what do you think the Great Elder's chances of winning are? Yu Jingxian looked at Jiang Chen and asked in a low voice. She was extremely anxious. There's no chance of winning. Jiang Chen said mercilessly. Yu Jingxian and Bai Yuma's facial expression changed. Even Jiang Chen had said so, they were afraid that the Great Elder would not have much confidence. Then what should we do? Bai Yuma said in a deep voice. Let's wait and see. Jiang Chen said. At this moment, Dongbo Tianqi and Feng Luojiang had finished their discussion. Dongbo Tianqi was very confident and was the first to fight. Feng Luojiang would be the second to fight. Great Elder, I will not show any mercy in order to get 10% of the dragon vein. I never expected the Yu family to be so generous. I really admire them. Dongbua Tianqi said with a smile. The people of the Yu family cursed in their hearts. This fella is obviously trying to take advantage of the situation and force the Yu family into a desperate situation. However, he still said such sarcastic words in the end. They would not have used such a method to fight Dongbua Tianqi if they were not forced to do so. Then, Patriarch Dongbua, please don't show any mercy. I will not let the Yu family down even if I have to die in this battle. The great elder said faintly. However, he was extremely stubborn. Although he knew that he was not a match for Dongbua Tianqi, he still wanted to regain some face for the Yu family. The great elder was even prepared to fight with his life on the line. Good. Courageous. I admire you. Great elder, fists and kicks have no eyes. Don't blame me for not showing mercy. As he said that, Dongbua Tianqi took a step forward, breaking through the 10 zhang tall rocky ground of the martial field. The wind whistled and the thunder was approaching. Dongbua Tianqi's aura was like a rainbow, suppressing his opponent. The great elder was not to be outdone either. The two of them were having a great time fighting each other. It was a soul-stirring scene. Any slight mistake would put one's life in danger. At this moment, the great elder was betting his life on the line. He had no desire in this life and death battle. Compared to Dongbua Tianqi, he was more decisive. On the other hand, Dongbua Tianqi would not do that. He still had a big family business, he would not risk his life to fight against the dying great elder. However, there was nothing he could do to suppress the great elder's aura. The great elder was in a disadvantageous position. Even though he was risking his life to fight, he was still unable to keep up. Dongbua Tianqi's palm strikes had forced the great elder to retreat. Dongbua Tianqi's aura was like a dragon. He did not show any signs of losing even when he was fighting with the great elder. The great elder's strength was at the mid-divine king realm. However, there was a huge gap between him and Dongbua Tianqi. Dongbua Tianqi was the patriarch of the family. His strength was undeniable. Moreover, he was only one step away from the late divine king realm. Naturally, the great elder could not be compared with him. Dongbua Tianqi had perfectly demonstrated the saying, a slight mistake would lead to a great error. The gap between the two of them was magnified by Dongbua Tianqi. The great elder had no chance to fight back. He could only take a few steps back in the end. He won't be able to hold on for long. Jiang Chen shook his head. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, his words came true. The great elder couldn't do anything to Dongbua Tianqi no matter how hard he tried. However, his attack was perfectly countered by Dongbua Tianqi. Next, he would have to face Dongbua Tianqi's torrential pressure. Have a taste of my fist. Dongbua Tianqi's power was unparalleled and unstoppable. However, at this moment, the great elder's expression changed drastically. Dongbua Tianqi's attacks were like a storm, not a single drop of water could be seen. Dongbua Tianqi's body was covered in cuts and bruises. Chapter 27:14. Puff, the great elder spurted out a mouthful of blood as he tried to escape, but Dongbua Tianqi was still chasing after him. If that's the case, then I shall accompany you till the end. Dongbua Tianqi harumphed coldly. This old bastard is courting death, it's not like I'm merciless. Dongbua Tianqi continued to chase after him while the great elder retreated. His face was pale and his injuries were getting worse. Even so, he refused to admit defeat. The great elder will be killed by Dongbua Tianqi if this continues. Yu Jingxian frowned. But at this moment, who could help? This mysterious Mr. He crossed his arms and stood on the mountain, watching the tigers fight. It was obvious that he was not going to help. Reckless old bastard, since you're courting death, I shall grant you a quick death. Dongbua Tianchi roared and struck towards the great elder like a thunderbolt. At this moment, a white figure pierced through the sky at an astonishing speed. The white light flashed and a powerful aura was unleashed, clashing against Dongbua Tianchi's attack. One punch and one palm, thunderbolts and dust flew everywhere. In the next second, Dongbua Tianchi was sent flying like a broken kite. Who is it? Who dares to sneak attack me? Dongbua Tianchi roared. When the dust settled, the white-robed man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He was calm and composed. Between his eyebrows, there was a heroic aura. His sharp eyes flickered, giving people a feeling of sharpness like the edge of a sword. Patriarch. Yu Huagan. Father. Everyone stared at the powerful white-clothed figure. At the next moment, Dongbua Tianchi's throat tightened. Being stared at by Yu Huagan felt like there were 10,000 sharp swords hanging above his head. Rui Tianchi felt like he was sitting on a bed of needles. His body was cold and his back was drenched in sweat. It's really Yu Huagan. Didn't that bastard Wang Lingji say that Yu Huagan is a living dead? It won't take long for him to die. Why would he appear now? Dongbua Tianchi had mixed feelings. He could feel that the current Yu Huagan was much stronger than before. He had broken through to the late Divine King realm. It was impossible for Dongbua Tianchi to feel so pressured if Yu Huagan was not a late Divine King. It really is father. Yu Jingfan's eyes were filled with tears. Every member of the Yu family was filled with excitement. Even Bai Yu Ma and the others who knew that their father had come back to life could not hide their excitement. In the Yu family, Yu Huagan was their backbone. When their backbone fell, they realized how difficult it was to be in charge of a big family. At this moment, Yu Jingfan finally understood the helplessness in his heart. He felt defeated and disappointed. When the clan needed him, he could only hide in the back, unable to do anything. His father's backbone once again supported the entire family. The Yu family also began to cheer for him. Although Jiang Qin said that their father would recover, it had been a long time. It was already a fantasy for their father to come back to life. It would be a legend if he could recover to his peak. However, Jiang Qin did it. Their father did not disappoint them. At this moment, he was like a savior. The Yu family that used to be bullied and bullied by others would never have such a thing again. The entire Yu family was in an uproar. The great elder looked at the majestic figure that stood in front of him. His eyes were filled with shock. However, they were finally relieved. With Yu Huagan's help, the entire Yu family would be at peace. At least, no one would dare to provoke them anymore. How could this be? Wang Lingji and Feng Luojiang looked at each other. The latter could not help but curse Wang Lingji in his heart. Didn't this bastard say that Yu Huagan was going to die soon? How could he become so powerful all of a sudden? His strength was even stronger than before. He had already reached the late Divine King realm. Even if he and Dongbua Tianchi joined hands, they would still be defeated. Dongbua Tianchi, looks like your Dongbua family is getting more and more arrogant. How dare you challenge my Baiyu city? Yu Huagan looked at Dongbua Tianchi coldly. Dongbua Tianchi smiled bitterly and said, "It's all a misunderstanding. Brother Yu, we came to visit you. We did not expect things to turn out like this. We're ashamed. It's all a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? What about the great elder of our Yu family being beaten up like this? Dongbua Tianchi, looks like I, Yu Huagan, have been away from the world for a long time. You guys have forgotten about me. Yu Huagan harumphed. I'll definitely prepare a generous gift for you. I'll pay you a visit in the future. It's all my fault. Brother Yu, please don't blame me. Please don't blame me. Hee hee. Dongbua Tianchi laughed dryly. He was not as strong as Yu Huagan. If he had a life and death battle with Yu Huagan, he would definitely die. He would not be afraid if Yu Huagan was dead. However, not only was Yu Huagan not dead, his strength had also increased. Dongbua Tianqi's farce was akin to smashing his own feet with a rock. This Wang Lingji was truly a troublemaker. Even Feng Luojiang was worried for himself. Fortunately, Dongbua Tianqi volunteered. Otherwise, Feng Luojiang would be in the same situation as Dongbua Tianqi. You can come at me, Yu Huagan, if there's anything you're unhappy about. If I frown, I'll have lived for 1,000 years in vain. Yu Huagan said in a domineering manner. Leng Leng said. It's all a misunderstanding. Hee. Brother Yu, you've made a breakthrough, right? It's a cause for celebration. Feng Luojiang said with a smile. He was like a different person now. At this moment, it became a compliment. Yu Huagan's strength was enough to crush the both of them. Feng Luojiang and Dongbua Tianqi couldn't compete with Yu Huagan. It was an undeniable fact. Yu Huagan might advance further if they didn't know what's good for them. By then, they would be the ones who would be embarrassed. Yu Huagan would be able to turn the situation around in a family war. Even if the both of them joined hands, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. Humph, nonsense. I'll not talk about it anymore. You guys are on your own now. Yu Huagan's arrogance was proportional to his strength. If a heavenly god realm fellow were to say this, wouldn't he be a laughing stock? In the end, the strongest would be respected. This was the first rule. Of course. Hee. Dongbua Tianqi nodded and said. He had lost his arrogance. Chapter 27:15. Brother Yu's strength is amazing, I'm so envious of you. Wang Lingji had never thought that he could come back to life, and his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. It was unbelievable. However, Yu Huagan was standing right in front of them. Wang Lingji, I don't blame you for not saving me. However, you almost caused our Yu family to fall into a hopeless situation. Tell me, how should we settle this debt? Yu Huagan shouted with a deep voice that was like a thunderclap, and it terrified Wang Lingji to the point of repeatedly taking a few steps back while feeling terrified. It's all a misunderstanding. Hee. Brother Yu, it's all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Why don't I think it's a misunderstanding? Yu Huagan sneered. Although it was not the right time for him to fall out with Dongbua Tianqi and Feng Luojiang, he did not put Wang Lingji in his eyes. At this moment, he was not afraid of Wang Lingji at all. In order to make Dongbua Tianqi and Feng Luojiang submit to him, he must establish his prestige. Wang Lingji was the best tool for that. Brother Dongbua, Brother Feng, you two should say something. Wang Lingji did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could only ask for help from the two patriarchs. However, Dongbua Tianqi and Feng Luojiang could not even protect themselves. How could they help him? Dongbua Tianqi could not wait for this fence-sitter to die. If it wasn't for him, the Dongbua family would not have fallen into a hopeless situation. I can only kill you to vent my anger. No, don't. Brother Yu, please don't. It's all my fault. Please spare my life. Wang Lingji knelt down with a thump, but Yu Huagan remained unfazed. He took a step forward and his figure moved like lightning. A white hurricane swept across the martial arts field. Before Wang Lingji could react, Yu Huagan had already struck her on the top of her head, causing her to fall down. An early divine king did not even have the strength to fight back against Yu Huagan. He was killed in one strike. Dongbua Tianqi and Feng Luojiang took a deep breath. They knew that Yu Huagan was showing off to them. No one felt sorry for Wang Lingji's death, and even more so, no one felt sorry for him. That was because a pitiful person was bound to have something hateful about him. He was not worthy of sympathy. He had calculated everything, but he could not have foreseen that he would die such a tragic death. At this moment, everyone was incomparably excited. Yu Huagan walked towards Jiang Chen and bowed deeply. Except for Bai Yuma and the others, everyone was puzzled. What's going on? Even Dongpa Tianqi and Feng Luojiang were shocked. With Yu Huagan's identity, why would he bow to a half-step divine king? Wasn't this too ridiculous? What did he have to do that? It's all thanks to you that Yu Huagan was able to return to the Yu clan and escape from death. Please don't decline my bow. If you need me to do anything in the future, Yu Huagan will not hesitate even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of flames. I am unable to repay Sir's great kindness. Yu Huagan's words made everyone understand that Jiang Chen was his savior. Not only did he save him, he also saved the entire Yu family. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Patriarch of the Yu family, there's no need for that. Yu family head, there's no need to be like this. I've already said that everything is fate." Bai Yuma looked at Jiang Chen and felt extremely proud. She was the one who brought all of this to the Yu clan. Even her dead heart was stirred. Jiang Chen had done so much for her. It was impossible for her not to be touched. She thought that she would have nothing to worry about after her husband died, but Jiang Chen's heroic bearing, invincible presence, and his ability to devise strategies that could win a battle from 1,000 miles away had deeply moved her. However, Bai Yuma knew that she and this mysterious mister had too many ties in the secular world. It was impossible for them to be together. Although she thought that she was as beautiful as her sister, she was still someone's wife. How could she be qualified to be with Jiang Chen? Which young lady did not want to be with him? It was a pity that they were not fated to be together. Bai Yuma looked at her younger sister. She and her teacher were a perfect couple. However, her teacher had no interest in relationships. Even when he was facing her and her younger sister, he was not moved at all. Her younger sister had already given up on him. "Sir, have you finished your business in Baiyu City?" Bai Yuma asked. "Yes, I have." Bai Yuma couldn't help but feel a little disappointed after hearing Jiang Chen's words. It meant that Jiang Chen was going to leave. Liao Bei was just a small place. How could it possibly trap a true dragon like him who soared above the 9 heavens? If that's the case, we shall not disturb you anymore. Brother Yu, let's talk another day. Dongpa Tianqi said with a smile. Goodbye. Yu Huagan said faintly. Dongpa Tianqi and Feng Luojiang had already decided to leave. There was no need for them to stay here anymore. Plus, it was time for him to take care of the family's matters. Otherwise, the Yu family would fall one day. It was an important time for him to take control of the family again. However, he had already made up his mind. This time, he would sit at the top and let Yu Jingfan take over the position of the patriarch. Farewell, Brother Yu, great elder. I'll definitely prepare a generous gift and pay you a visit to apologize. As soon as Dongpa Tianqi finished his words, a red light shot up to the sky, piercing through the clouds. An eerie aura caused everyone's hair to stand. That's Dragon Gate Ridge, it's the Dragon Gate Ridge. Many of our miners died in the mine. I'm afraid that there's something ominous in the mine. Yu Jingfan said. Dragon Gate Ridge? What's going on? Yu Huagan frowned. The same thing happened in our mine as well. Could it be that there's something strange happening in the Dragon Gate Ridge? Dongpa Tianqi said. He thought that only his family's mine had such an incident. Never did he expect that the same thing would happen in the Yu family as well. A demonic beast that looked like a wolf and a tiger. I don't know what it was, but I killed it forcefully. Dongpa Tianqi said. Feng Luojiang nodded silently. Looks like something unusual has happened in the dragon vein. We've met those fellas. Yu Huagan's expression became solemn. Looks like something really happened in the dragon vein. Maybe there's something strange under the dragon vein. Jiang Chen said. I've seen the terrifying demonic beasts in the mine. There's more than 3 to 5 of them. There's a lot of them. Jiang Chen's words made the 3 patriarchs look at each other. Mister, why don't we go and check it out together? Yu Huagan looked at Jiang Chen and asked. Although Jiang Chen was a half-step divine king, his strength should be much stronger than that. All right. Chapter 27:16. Yu Jingxian, Bai Yuma and the others became nervous when they saw Jiang Chen and the others flying away in a stream of light. Third brother, fourth brother, bring Jingfan and the others to help the patriarch. Do not fail. The great elder looked at the third elder and the others and said. Bai Yuma and Yu Jingxian looked at each other. Both of them did not want to be outdone. After all, one more person meant one more force. The situation at Dragon Gate Ridge was not as simple as it seemed. If it wasn't for Mr., I would have been dead. I, Yu Jingfan, as a member of the Yu family, must not lose face. Yu Jingfan said in his heart and went to the Dragon Gate Ridge with the 2 elders, Yu Jingxian and Bai Yuma. Not long after, Jiang Chen, Yu Huagan and the others arrived at the Dragon Gate Ridge. There was no one in the Dragon Gate Ridge at the moment, there was only a guard. Patriarch, is it really you? A white-bearded old man said excitedly. Uncle Fu, what's happening in the Dragon Gate Ridge? I don't know. Every night, there would be noises coming from the mine. The rest of the miners have returned to the Yu family and I was assigned to guard this place. If it wasn't for the fact that his time was up, he wouldn't have dared to stay here. Now that he didn't have much time left, he volunteered to look after the Dragon Gate Ridge. Every night, there's a commotion. Dongbua Tianqi frowned. This was indeed strange, causing everyone to ponder. Most importantly, they did not know what was in the mine. The unknown was always the scariest because no one could tell what it was. Did you see the red light from before? Feng Luojiang asked. Uncle Fu nodded and continued. The red light came from the mine. I couldn't see what it was too dazzling. Patriarch, could it be that there's some kind of ominous object beneath this mine? Alright, there's nothing for you to do here. Uncle Fu, even if you're at the end of your lifespan, you shouldn't be assigned to guard this place. Our Yu family will not mistreat you. Yu Huagan said. Thank you, Patriarch. Although Uncle Fu didn't care about life and death, the words of the family head had touched his heart. Let's go. Only by entering the mine will we be able to unravel this mystery. Feng Luojiang whispered. No matter what is in the mine, we must find it. The dragon vein cannot be messed up, nor can it be coveted by evil people. Dongbua Tianqi said in a deep voice. The dragon veins of the 3 great families were closely connected. Although they were not in the same part of the Dragon Gate Ridge, they were still of the same lineage. Now that the minds of the 3 great families had such incidents happening one after another, it had a great impact on them. Each family had lost hundreds of people in the mines. Everyone was panicking. Who would dare to step into the mines in the future if they could not find the cause? There's no time to lose. Only by entering will we be able to get to the bottom of this. Yu Huagan looked at Jiang Chen and said. Jiang Chen remained silent. However, the 3 of them did not treat him as a half-step divine king. After all, the 4 divine kings were at least peak mid-divine king realm except for Jiang Chen. They might not even run away from a half-step venerable expert. There were many divine bright stones in the mine. These stones were cheap in the divine world and they could emit blazing heat and light in the dark. It was a necessity in the mine. There was a terrifying amount of divine origin chi in the mine that was hundreds of thousands of meters deep. There were some stones with dense divine origin chi scattered around the mine. However, they could only reach the level of low-grade divine origin stone at most. There were only a few mid-grade divine origin stones, and high-grade divine origin stones were even rarer. As for supreme-grade divine origin stones, Jiang Chen had yet to see a single one. This divine origin stone mine was rather large. It stretched for millions of miles, and its depth was even more shocking. Even the few big clans had only dug this divine origin stone mine for over 100,000 years. Who knew how many divine origin stone mines were still waiting to be mined underground? However, this divine origin stone mine was not an inexhaustible mine, because many divine origin stones needed to be divided and polished after being mined. Most of the low-grade divine origin stones were used as currency in the divine world, while the high-grade divine origin stones were used for cultivation. The true supreme-grade divine origin stones were extremely hot even for divine king realm experts. The amount of supreme-grade divine origin stones mined every year was rather limited. Normally, the divine origin stone mine was within 100 li. It was a divine vein. Only when it reached 10,000 li would it be called a dragon vein. The dragon vein that the three great families of Liao Bei controlled was more than 10,000 li. It was a true giant dragon's vein. "Look, there's a black hole over there," Feng Luojiang said in a deep voice. Jiang Chen and the other two looked at the direction he was pointing at. There was indeed a 1-zhang-wide black hole that extended downwards without any light spot. The divine bright stone had also reached its peak. There was no longer any divine origin stone or vein that could be mined anymore. There must be something strange in this black hole, Dongbua Tianqi said quietly. Let's take a piece of divine bright stone each and check it out, Yu Huagan said as he stared at the black hole at the end of the mine. Apart from the black hole, there was no other way to go within 1,000 meters of the mine. In other words, the mine had reached its end. Jiang Chen looked at the black hole. 3 pairs of blue light spots suddenly became brighter. His heart sank. Be careful, Jiang Chen shouted in a low voice. Yu Huagan and the other two dodged the attack of the 3 tiger-shaped demonic beasts. Their roars reverberated through the mine, extremely ear-piercing. The 3 of them looked at the 3 tiger-shaped demonic beasts with a serious expression. Jiang Chen had some understanding of these fellows, because the one he had killed before was this one. I remember now. 100 years ago, I saw this tiger-shaped beast. However, it was even stronger than this one. I fought it and lost in the end. After that, I was in a coma for hundreds of years. It was this damn thing. Chapter 27:17. Yu Huagan and Jiang Chen recognized it. Dongbua Tianqi and Feng Luojiang dared not underestimate it. Now, they knew why Yu Huagan was silent. It turned out that he had encountered this tiger-shaped demonic beast a few hundred years ago. These 3 fellas shouldn't be too strong. Let's get rid of them quickly. Yu Huagan took the lead while Dongbua Tianqi and the rest followed. Since Yu Huagan was experienced, he knew a lot about the tiger-shaped demonic beast. They did not know what kind of monster this tiger-shaped demonic beast was. The 3 tiger-shaped demonic beasts launched their attacks as soon as they saw them. They did not hesitate at all, striking out with lightning speed as soon as they saw them. The 3 tiger-shaped demonic beasts were ready to risk their lives in an instant. Even ordinary divine kings would have to avoid their terrifying attacks. The 3 beasts' aura was powerful, as if they were enraged and jealous of humans. There was only killing intent in their eyes. Their blue light made people's hearts palpitate. Its skinny body was like a bag of bones, but it was as tough as steel. It attacked crazily without any regard for its life. It brought great pressure to Yu Huagan and the other two. However, the three of them were quite powerful after all. This kind of demonic beast that had not even reached the Divine King realm or half-step Divine King realm was killed by the three of them in the end. Do any of you know these beasts? Jiang Qin said. Dongpe Tianqi and the others shook their heads. This thing, could it be a beast from the Ice Emperor's wolf clan? Yu Huagan said with a frown. He was still fearful of the three beasts that attacked without caring about their lives. He had been tricked before, he had to be more cautious. Ice Emperor's wolf clan. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, this fellow was just as he had imagined. When he questioned the beast that planted the soul-leaving curse in Yu Huagan's mind, it mentioned the Ice Emperor's wolf clan. Really? That's just a legend. Dongpe Tianqi and Feng Luojiang's lips twitched. They did not believe Yu Huagan. What legend? Jiang Qin continued to ask with a frown. The Ice Emperor's wolf clan is a legend of the Liao Bei region, but no one knows how old it is. Since it was a legend, there must be a basis for it. It was said that the Ice Emperor's wolf clan was an ancient ferocious beast that used to be the royal clan of the Liao Bei region. They were the strongest clan in the entire Lone Dragon County. In the end, they were punished by the heavens and disappeared in the Liao Bei region. Our Yu family's ancient books only have some records, but it's not clear. It only mentioned that the Ice Emperor's wolf clan was the ruler of the entire Liao Bei region, but in the end, all of them perished in a calamity of the heavens and earth. I've asked many people, but no one knows of the existence of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan. It was obvious that Yu Huagan was only guessing. If he couldn't confirm it, he wouldn't say anything. I've only read about it in my family's ancient records. However, the Yu family has been in Liao Bei for a long time. Even they don't know about it. I guess this Ice Emperor's wolf clan doesn't exist. Even if it did exist, how could it not be known? Plus, there's no trace of them for hundreds of thousands of years. How could they appear in this mine? Dongbu Tianqi was puzzled, but he didn't seem to believe it. This tiger-like beast looked like a tiger but not a tiger, like a wolf but not a wolf. There was no way to describe it. In fact, if we look at the black hole, there are no traces of mining here. In other words, this black hole was not artificially excavated. No matter if it's the Ice Emperor's wolf clan or not, we have to go down and find out. Jiang Qin held the divine bright stone in his hand and illuminated the cave entrance. He touched it and said in a low voice. All right, I'll lead the way. Yu Huagan said in a deep voice. This was the mine of the Yu family. As the master of the Yu family, he naturally had to take the lead when such a strange thing happened. Yu Huagan held the divine bright stone and rushed to the front, stepping into the black hole. The inside of the black hole was indeed simple, without any rules. Yu Huagan also noticed that the black hole was very spacious, there were no traces of human activity. This meant that Jiang Chen's guess was correct. Their miners did not enter the black hole at all. It's amazing. Dongbu Tianqi said in a low voice. He was extremely shocked. Although it was not the work of the gods, it was still quite difficult to create such a long black hole in the underground dragon vein. Most importantly, the black hole was thousands of meters underground. There were many forks in the black hole, no one knew where it led to. These tiger-like beasts had once again changed his view of demonic beasts. Everyone held a divine bright stone in their hands, illuminating their surroundings. Everything within a 30-meter radius was illuminated. Mister, there are so many forks, where should we go? Yu Huagan looked at Jiang Qin. In his heart, he respected Jiang Qin a lot. This place is very strange. There seems to be a strong divine origin aura around, but the traces are slowly disappearing. Jiang Qin said. What does that mean? Feng Luojiang looked at Jiang Qin in confusion. Although he did not know who this person was, he did not dare to act rashly after seeing Yu Huagan's respect towards him. After all, Jiang Chen had used his own strength to withstand the combined pressure of the three of them. Although they did not attack, ordinary divine kings would be crushed by them if they were not strong enough. At that moment, even the mid-divine king Great Elder's expression turned ugly as he was pushed back. There used to be countless supreme-grade divine origin stones here, but they've all been dug out. Jiang Chen said. At this moment, Yu Huagan and the other two sensed that something was amiss. There's indeed a strong divine origin aura, but it seems to have been emptied. The remaining divine origin aura is not something that an ordinary high-grade divine origin stone could possess. Dongpe Tianqi nodded and said. Jiang Chen's observation was very shocking. That meant that there were countless of paths ahead. This place used to be filled with supreme-grade divine origin stones, but they've all been emptied. Even Yu Huagan couldn't help inhaling a mouthful of cold air. He knew that even he couldn't excavate so many divine origin stones underground. We can only take one step at a time. Jiang Chen continued to move forward. There were even some transparent crystals in the extended path. However, they were not real divine origin stones, they were just ordinary crystals. There were more than 10 paths ahead. No one knew what to do next, they could only try their best to cross the river. Even Yu Huagan did not dare to let his guard down. He was almost killed by that tiger-shaped demonic beast. Today, he must be extra careful. As for the legend of the wolf clan, he did not put it in his heart. Look, there's a blue light ahead. Chapter 27:18. A passageway with blue dots of light attracted their attention. The four of them quickly followed the dots of light and entered the passageway that was more than 10 feet wide. There were claw scars all over the rock walls. It appeared as though some demonic beast had dug out these caves. Moreover, that seemingly non-existent rich divine yuan qi continued to permeate the surrounding rock walls. If that's the case, I wonder how many supreme-grade divine origin stones we have lost. Sigh. Every year, the number of divine origin stones that we dig out from our mines isn't much, but this place has been dug into caves. It's truly a reckless waste of God's gifts. Feng Luojiang said and sighed in his heart. If he could dig out so many supreme-grade divine origin stones, he would have the chance to break through to the half-step hierarch realm. Jiang Chen and the others carefully moved forward in the cave. After walking for about half an hour, the four of them followed the light spots all the way. Only the light spots were left in their eyes, while Jiang Chen's eyes and ears were all around him. Suddenly, the fire Qilint's deep voice reverberated in Jiang Chen's mind. I feel a very dangerous aura. You must be careful, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen became more cautious after the fire Qilin finished his words. Even the fire Qilin could feel the dangerous aura. Then, the underground cave in the mine must be even more terrifying. There's nothing. Why is it getting quieter after walking for so long? That blue light spot seems to be getting stronger and weaker. Dongpe Tianqi shook his head and said. At this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly focused. There were many transparent crystal stones on both sides of the tunnel. There were many tiger-shaped demonic beasts among the crystal stones. They were all unusually huge. Some were 3 to 5 feet tall, some were 1 to 2 meters tall. However, all of them had their eyes closed. There are tiger-shaped demonic beasts among these crystal stones. Jiang Chen said. Where are they? Yu Huagan asked and followed Jiang Chen's gaze. There were many tiger-shaped demonic beasts on the crystal stone wall. I'm afraid these demonic beasts have already become fossils. God knows how many tens of thousands of years have passed. Feng Luojiang was slightly shocked and said in astonishment. However, he was not too afraid. After all, these beasts were sealed in the stone wall without any signs of life. They had already become fossils. That's right. Seems like the dragon vein is truly a spectacular sight. Yu Huagan sighed. On the crystal stone wall, there was a tiger-shaped demonic beast every 3 to 5 meters. However, Jiang Qin didn't think so. He felt that although these beasts had their eyes closed and were imprisoned in the crystal walls, it seemed like they could explode at any time. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't sense any qi of life from them, even Jiang Qin would have thought that these tiger-like beasts were real. They were so lifelike and shocking. Although he didn't know how long they had been trapped in this place, he was sure that they had been trapped here for at least hundreds of thousands of years. Jiang Qin and the others had already walked a few thousand meters underground, but they still didn't find anything. However, they arrived at an underground square with a circumference of 1,000 meters. White skeletons were scattered all over the square. Although they couldn't tell if these were the skeletons of a tiger-type demonic beast, it still gave them a gloomy feeling. Jiang Qin and the others didn't know what was going on. It's a formation. Jiang Qin suddenly saw a formation in the shape of the 8 trigrams in the middle of the square. In the middle of the formation, there was a 10-meter-tall 8 trigrams platform, which made people even more confused. Although he was not sure what kind of formation it was, Jiang Qin could faintly feel the rhythm of the formation. On the altar, there were 16 big flags that were already broken. However, Jiang Qin was very familiar with them. Because they were the 16 divine burying flags. Such a grand formation. Jiang Qin was shocked. He had once obtained a divine burying flag, but its mightiness couldn't be compared to this. 16 divine burying flags, how violent, how domineering, how arrogant was it to look down upon the past and present? The divine burying flag wasn't a unified name. This was because these flags were used to command flags in ancient altars. Only after 10,000 years of gathering souls could they become divine burying flags. The divine burying flag was just a collective name. Although these 16 divine burying flags were extremely tattered, they weren't any weaker than the divine burying flag in his hands. In the middle of the platform, the 5 elements interweaved. The 6 directions were supreme, the 8 trigrams were distributed, the 10 heavenly stems, and the 12 earthly branches. Even Jiang Qin could not compare to this formation. He knew nothing about this formation. He only knew that this formation was extremely ominous. There was no sign of life under the ground. It was most likely due to the existence of this formation. Although tens of thousands of years had passed, the foundation of this formation was still there. The 16 divine burying flags did not require spiritual qi to protect the formation. To be able to use the 16 divine burying flags as the foundation of the formation must not be easy to deal with. The formation here must be closely related to the Ice Emperor's wolf clan. Jiang Qin could not guess what kind of existence was in the underground dragon vein. Although the flags were no longer there, the remaining force could still repel 3,000 enemies. This was the terror of the divine burying flags. Mister, why do you say so? Yu Huagan looked at Jiang Qin and asked softly. It's just 16 broken flags. Humph. Even if it's a formation, it's already broken. It's been tens of thousands of years. Apart from Emperor Realm experts, who could last forever? Feng Luojiang said in disdain. He did not put the 16 divine burying flags in his eyes. Jiang Qin did not say anything. He knew that the 16 divine burying flags were enough to stir up the universe. There might be a huge formation here, an unimaginable existence. The fire Qilin's warning made Jiang Qin feel pressured and breathless. Feng Luojiang sneered. He's just a half-step divine king after all, he's incomparable to us divine kings. No matter how powerful he is, he's still scared to the point that he doesn't even dare to breathe under the ground. However, Jiang Qin was not a coward. Even though he knew about the existence of the 16 divine burying flags, he would not retreat just like that. The supreme grade divine origin stone mine here was unimaginably rich. There must be a great opportunity in this mine. Jiang Chen's curiosity drove him to unravel the secret behind the underground dragon vein. Spirit Gathering Formation. Jiang Chen activated the formation, trying to construct the fate and spiritual chi of the underground dragon vein in his heart. However, he failed. Jiang Chen's heart grew heavy once more. There's not a single bit of spiritual chi here. Chapter 27:19. It's a heaven and earth dragon vein, but it's so dangerous. It's really unbelievable. So what if there's no spiritual energy? Do we still need to worry about this with our strength? Feng Luojiang said with a smile. You don't understand. Jiang Chen sighed. It's really tiring to play the lute to a cow. In other words, the divine origin energy we consume will cause our strength to drop and we won't be able to be self-sufficient. A well has turned into a bucket of water. Dongpe Tianqi's expression changed as he said. Jiang Chen did not speak and nodded silently. He could not understand why a dragon vein in a place of great fortune would turn into a land of death. Their current situation was also extremely dangerous. A well has turned into a bucket of water. If there's no water, there's nothing left. This analogy made Feng Luojiang a little nervous. However, he did not put Jiang Chen's words to heart. You're just worrying too much. Let's see what kind of formation this is. Feng Luojiang said and walked towards the 8 trigrams formation. Feng Luojiang extended his hand and wanted to pull out the divine burying flag. Don't, Jiang Chen shouted. However, Feng Luojiang still moved. Feng Luojiang extended his hand and pulled out one of the divine burying flags. He smiled in disdain and said, Don't what? It's just a broken flag, what can it do to me? Feng Luojiang said arrogantly. He looked down on Jiang Chen's suspicious look. This fella is a coward and he even followed them into the dragon vein. He's simply courting death. Isn't it fine? Don't make a fuss. Even if it's a formation, it's already broken after millions of years. Moreover, you said that there's no spiritual energy here. What kind of formation can last for millions of years? I don't believe it. Don't drag me down if you want to die. Jiang Chen looked at Feng Luojiang coldly. If it wasn't for Brother Yu, do you think you would still be alive now? Feng Luojiang stared at Jiang Chen with a gloomy look. Jiang Chen had always been an eyesore to him. Jiang Chen was always full of himself, as if there was nothing in this world that he didn't know. Moreover, he was deliberately mystifying things. Wasn't it just a broken flag? So what if he pulled it out himself? Enough, Feng Luojiang. Yu Huagan shouted. Feng Luojiang could only let out a cold snort and kept quiet. However, right at that moment, the entire underground dragon vein started to tremble. It was as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was collapsing. Countless rocks started raining down from above. Damn it! Jiang Chen stared at Feng Luojiang fiercely. This guy is an idiot. Although the spiritual chi could not be gathered to form a formation, the divine burying flag could protect the formation. Just like his 5 elemental trigram fire formation, although it could not be gathered, the Ashura sword formation could be formed by his own strength and the 108 heavenly divine tools. The heavens and earth were collapsing because of Feng Luojiang pulling out the divine burying flag. Jiang Chen was furious. Be careful, there's going to be an earthquake. Yu Huagan said with a gloomy face. At this moment, they could only take care of themselves. However, with their strength of divine king realm, it was unrealistic to trap them to death even though the earthquake was happening underground. However, it was still possible for them to be injured by the earthquake. Yu Huagan said in a low voice with a gloomy face. Jiang Chen quickly retreated and used his divine origin energy to protect his mind and hid in a corner. However, the earthquake only lasted for less than 10 breaths of time before it stopped. They thought that it would be a huge earthquake, but it turned out to be a simple one. The 4 of them were not injured at all. It's just a fuss, Feng Luojiang said. As soon as he finished speaking, the divine burying flag suddenly flew back to the 8 trigrams formation platform by itself. Even he was dumbfounded by this scene. How could this be? Dongbua Tianqi was shocked as well. This was too strange. You can escape from the wrath of the heavens, but you can't escape from the wrath of your own hands, Jiang Chen said while gritting his teeth. At this moment, wolf-like demonic beasts with glowing blue eyes could be seen walking towards them from the tunnels that extended in all directions. Why are there so many demonic beasts? Each of them is at least at the Divine King realm. Feng Luojiang's expression finally changed. You'll have to ask yourself. Jiang Chen could not wait to crush this fella into ashes. If you didn't pull out the divine burying flag, the formation wouldn't have trembled so much. Otherwise, why are there so many demonic beasts under the dragon vein? These are the demonic beasts that were sealed in the crystal wall. All of this is caused by you, Feng Luojiang. Yu Huagan and Dongbua Tianqi looked at Feng Luojiang with anger. Feng Luojiang said unwillingly, "Don't slander me. How can you blame me for this? Why didn't you tell me that it's the divine burying flag and I can't pull it out?" Jiang Chen sneered. I told you. Why are you so obedient? Now you're blaming it on me. There are more than 10 of them. This is going to be troublesome. Dongbua Tianqi murmured as he became extremely nervous. More than 10 divine king tiger-shaped demonic beasts would be troublesome to deal with. Moreover, they were stronger than the previous ones. They could already feel that these demonic beasts were hard to deal with. Now that there were so many of them, everyone felt a sense of danger. One could imagine how much pressure they were under. Feng Luojiang, you bastard. It's all your fault. Yu Huagan said angrily. There's no time to talk. Let's deal with these demonic beasts first. Jiang Chen said. More than 10 demonic beasts were coming from all directions. Each of them seemed to be filled with rage. The 4 of them had to be serious and give it their all. I'll kill you all, Feng Luojiang said while gritting his teeth. He took the lead and rushed out. It was meaningless for him to deny it now. All he could do now was to deal with these demonic beasts as soon as possible to protect himself. Roar! Roar! More than 10 tiger-shaped demonic beasts rushed out together. One of them was enough to cause a headache. These divine king tiger-shaped demonic beasts could not be measured with common sense. Ordinary divine king realm experts would be torn apart in a single exchange. Although they were only at the early divine king realm, their combat strength was extremely close to the mid-divine king realm. Their bodies were extremely tough and they were not afraid of death. They were like steel puppets. Jiang Chen retreated in order to advance. More than 10 demonic beasts besieged him and roared continuously. Their attacks were unparalleled. Jiang Chen fought against more than 10 demonic beasts with his own body. Most importantly, he did not try to avoid them at all. He clashed with them head-on. His strength shocked the 3 of them. Feng Luojiang and Dongbua Tianqi also acknowledged Jiang Chen's strength. It was extremely difficult for them to fight against more than 10 tiger-shaped demonic beasts. Moreover, they could only use their strongest techniques to avoid the attacks and look for opportunities. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was different. Every punch that landed on the body of the tiger-shaped demonic beast would leave a big hole. Jiang Chen loved close combat the most. He wanted to conserve the divine origin qi in his body, as even the wood element couldn't be self-sufficient. This was the most important thing. Chapter 27:20. Jiang Chen was like a peerless god of war. His body of flesh and blood was comparable to King Kong. More than 10 demonic beasts were on par with him. Jiang Chen was not afraid of them at all. Yu Huagan looked solemn. It was tough for him to fight against the beasts. However, the strength of a late divine king was not a joke. Compared to Feng Luojiang, Dongbo Tianqi was in the same situation. He was slowly falling into a disadvantageous position under the siege of the beasts and suffered some minor injuries. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn and meticulous. A cold light flashed in his eyes. More than 10 demonic beasts were repelled by Jiang Chen in less than half an incense stick's time. Moreover, each of the demonic beasts' bones were broken, and their combat strength was greatly reduced. Jiang Chen was calm and ruthless. Finally, he tore apart these skinny tiger-like demonic beasts. Dozens of demon beasts couldn't even get close to Jiang Chen. Instead, they were defeated by him. Jiang Chen was unscathed, calm and at ease. On the other hand, Feng Luojiang was suffocated by the dozen of demonic beasts. He was in a sorry state. His clothes were covered in dust and he was in a sorry state. "You're still watching the show. Why are you not going to help?" Feng Luojiang gritted his teeth. Jiang Chen was indeed powerful. He managed to tear the beasts apart, but Feng Luojiang had to run away. "Why should I help you? You made a mistake and you want me to take responsibility for it. What does it have to do with me even if you're torn apart by these beasts?" Jiang Chen said with a smile. He asked Feng Luojiang 3 times, making the latter speechless. It was getting harder and harder for him to fight against the beasts. At this time, Yu Huagan had also killed more than a dozen beasts. However, he had also consumed a lot of his divine origin qi. He finally realized that he couldn't communicate with the heaven and earth spiritual qi at all. In order to recover his strength, he must leave this place. Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, watching the tigers fight from the sidelines. Feng Luojiang was furious, but he knew that there was nothing he could do. Although Yu Huagan wanted to help, he knew that he couldn't recover the divine origin energy that he had consumed. So, he gave up on that thought. If he fell into trouble, perhaps no one would be able to save him. Although these beasts were strong, they did not have any intelligence. They only knew how to attack. Dongbo Tianqi and Feng Luojiang used all their strength to defeat these beasts. They were famous patriarchs of the Liao Bei region after all, peak mid-divine king realm experts. "We'll settle this debt after we get out of here," Feng Luojiang said in a deep voice. He had already listed Jiang Chen as his #1 enemy. This fella did not even bother to help. How hateful. "Go out. You think too much. It's easy to come in, but if you want to go out, it's not up to you," Jiang Chen Lengleng said. "What do you mean?" Feng Luojiang said bluntly. "Brother Yu, it's not that I'm not giving you face. He's the one who threatened me. Are you trying to keep me here?" "I didn't say that. But there's someone who won't let you go." Jiang Chen shrugged and pointed behind Feng Luojiang and the others. A tall and skinny man walked towards them slowly. He wore a blue robe, aqua blue crystal, and aqua blue hair. He was very handsome, as if he came out from a painting. He had a slender body, slim hands, and even his face was covered with a pale blue halo. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe a girl as beautiful, but this skinny man in front of him gave Jiang Chen a rather comical feeling, but he didn't dare to take him lightly. Although his appearance was no different from a human's, he was too outstanding. It was hard to believe. Most importantly, His aura was very powerful. It was not just a symbol of strength. There were circles of ripples around him. It was the embodiment of his energy. His divine origin chi was even leaking out of his body. You guys shouldn't be here. The blue-haired man smiled and touched the divine burying flag with his finger. The divine burying flag trembled violently. Feng Luojiang and the rest were shocked when they saw the scene. Since when did this fella appear behind them? They didn't know anything about him. Who are you? Feng Luojiang shouted. Who am I? Hee, you guys barged into my territory and you dare to ask me who I am? The blue-haired man smiled elegantly and shook his head helplessly. Are you a human or a demon? Dongpa Tianqi asked coldly. Is there a difference between a human and a demon? Everything has a spirit. You guys are just a part of it. You guys are just a drop in the ocean between heaven and earth. The blue-haired man seemed very calm. He did not feel any sense of danger. This fella, I'm afraid he's not here with good intentions. Yu Huagan whispered in Jiang Chen's ear. Jiang Chen thought in his heart. How could it be so simple? This guy appeared without a sound. If it wasn't for the fact that he was directly facing him, even he wouldn't have felt anything. Even though Jiang Chen had fought against a half-step hierarch before, he had never seen such a powerful technique. His aura was so powerful that it was suffocating. The aura around him seemed to be overflowing with endless divine origin chi. However, the overflowing divine origin chi was perfectly absorbed by him. It was like the simplest breathing technique in cultivation, but in his hands, it was as natural as it could be. Your territory. You're from the Ice Emperor's Wolf Clan. Jiang Chen tried to ask. The long-haired man raised his eyebrows and looked at Jiang Chen. Someone knows about my Ice Emperor's Wolf Clan. Looks like you guys aren't too ignorant. Ice Emperor's Wolf Clan. Does it really exist? Yu Huagan and the rest did not dare to believe it. The Ice Emperor's Wolf Clan was once the royal clan of the Liao Bei region, the true tiger of the Liao Bei region. However, that was only a legend millions of years ago. But hearing it from the mouth of this blue-haired youth, they were extremely shocked. Ice Emperor's Wolf Clan, such a long time ago. How many people in this world still remember it? The blue-haired man smiled and sighed. Just because you said it's the Ice Emperor's Wolf Clan. It's only a legend from hundreds of thousands of years ago. I've never believed you. Feng Luojiang sneered. Then, all of you shall stay here. It's been so many years. The Ice Emperor's Wolf Clan has been silent for too long. It's time for you guys to see the light of day again. The blue-haired young man said with a smile. His smile was as warm as a spring breeze, and it seemed as though it did not contain any killing intent. Such a big tone. Aren't you afraid of hurting your tongue? Feng Luojiang stared at the blue-haired man without fear. Stupid. How dare you be so arrogant in front of the prince of my Ice Emperor's Wolf Clan? Remember, my name is Luo Binci. A ray of blue light shot out from the blue-haired man's eyes and pierced through the void, aiming at Feng Luojiang. Jiang Chen and the others suddenly became serious as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Chapter 27-21. So powerful. Jiang Chen said. In the next second, Feng Luojiang's body was penetrated by the blue light, kneeling on the ground with a pale expression. You, so fast, Feng Luojiang coughed out a mouthful of blood before he could finish his sentence. His face turned pale as if he was on the verge of death. His eyes were filled with fear. If it wasn't because Feng Luojiang had consumed more than half of his strength, he wouldn't have been defeated so easily. Even so, Jiang Chen didn't dare to look down on this guy anymore. His speed was just too fast. Killing you will be as easy as pie. But what's the use of killing you? That's why I want to keep you alive. Luo Binsi said. The patriarchs of the three great families of Liao Bei are gathered here. Looks like my wolf clan is destined to rule the world. What are you trying to do? Yu Huagan had a bad feeling. This Luo Binsi might be plotting something big. The leader of the three great clans, the land of Liao Bei, is within your reach. It seems like you've made a good plan. Jiang Chen said with a smile. I like to talk to smart people, although I have never left this place. Luo Binsi said with a hint of anticipation and hope. You're dreaming if you want to control us. Dongbua Tianqi was the first to be unconvinced. He would never give up his clan to someone else. It was the 10,000 years of inheritance left by his ancestors. He would not allow anything to happen to it. You'll know whether I'm dreaming or not. If you don't obey me, he will be your role model. Luo Binsi sneered. His palm moved and a thunderous aura shot out. The entire underground dragon vein seemed to be shaking. His palm hit Dongbua Tianqi. Dongbua Tianqi retreated and steadied himself. He barely managed to block this attack, but his face was ashen. Not bad, you dare to fight back. Interesting. It's a little challenging, but it suits my taste. Luo Binsi looked at Dongbua Tianqi in disdain. And you, even the soul-leaving parasite could not kill you. Looks like my plan is not perfect. You want to control someone's life and death with a mere soul-leaving goo. Looks like you've been planning this since a long time ago. The Ice Emperor's Wolf Clan, a clan that was supposed to be in decline, but they're actually flaunting their prowess here. I wonder if this is a joke or a tragedy. Jiang Chen said. From the moment Luo Binsi appeared in front of him, Jiang Chen was already very interested in him. Luo Binsi's entire body was shrouded in divine yuan qi. Moreover, the density of his divine yuan qi was far beyond Jiang Chen's imagination. He was like a ball of energy that gathered countless light spots. Even the peak-grade divine origin stones paled in comparison to his existence. If Jiang Chen was right, the peak-grade divine origin stone mines that Yu Huagan and the rest were worried about had all been devoured by him. The halo of energy around his body was the best proof. Not only was he from the Ice Emperor's wolf race, he was also an incomparably huge god elemental essence. Luo Binsi squinted his eyes as he looked at Jiang Chen with a bright smile. I never thought that I'd be so lucky. My cultivation might increase greatly after eating you. Ha ha ha. Compared to Liao Bei, you're the one I like more. Jiang Chen nodded and said, that's what I was thinking as well. I'll benefit from refining you for the rest of my life. Divine Yuan Qi is even purer than peak-grade divine origin stones. I wonder how many peak-grade divine origin stones you've eaten. Jiang Chen's words made Luo Binsi's expression drastically changed. Jiang Chen was right. Luo Binsi was indeed a god elemental essence that gathered the essence of countless peak-grade divine origin stones. However, he could not refine them all. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a late divine king, he would have broken through to the hierarch realm and left the Liao Bei region. Luo Binsi and Jiang Chen looked at each other. It was not because they appreciated each other but because they wanted to refine each other. As long as Jiang Chen refined Luo Binsi, he would benefit greatly. The peak-grade divine origin stone's essence in his body would be enough for Jiang Chen before he broke through to the hierarch realm. Currently, Jiang Chen's entire body was filled with the myriad qi. The boundless energy in his body was like an incomparably huge treasure. Feng Luojiang and Dongbua Tianqi did not know what the myriad qi was. However, Yu Huagan was shocked. A strand of myriad qi had saved his life and brought him back from the gates of hell. Yet, Jiang Chen's body was filled with myriad qi. How could that be? Luo Binsi and the three of them were shocked too. Did this fella really devour all the peak-grade divine origin stones underground? This underground dragon vein originally belonged to my Ice Emperor's wolf clan. So what if I eat it? Who can do anything to me? Ha ha ha. You guys still don't know your situation. I feel sorry for you guys. Luo Binsi looked at Jiang Qin and the others with a cold gaze. I'm more interested in your divine origin essence. Jiang Qin said with a burning gaze. I'm afraid that you don't have the capability to do so. Do you think it's that easy to get out of the ancient dragon sacrificial altar? Ancient dragon sacrificial altar. What formation is that? Jiang Qin frowned. How would you know about the ancient dragon sacrificial altar? This ancient formation was passed down from ancient times, using the Earth's dragon veins as the foundation. With the ancient sacrificial altar, it steals the sky and changes the sun, allowing our Ice Emperor's wolf clan to live forever. Under the ancient dragon sacrificial altar, you guys won't be able to escape with my 3,000 divine wolf army. 3,000 divine wolf army. Dongbua Tianqi took a deep breath. 3,000 divine wolf army. If all of them were at the divine king realm, wouldn't they be able to sweep across the Chilean boundary? What a great ancient dragon sacrificial altar. In other words, it devours the dragon vein's fate and essence to form a soul congregation pit. The 3,000 divine wolf army should be the product of this soul congregation pit. Undying and eternal life, that's not bad. Pity, it's a real puppet. You should be the only one left from your wolf clan, right? Jiang Qin sneered. He was just guessing. Those wolf clan of the Ice Emperor didn't have any life force. In other words, they were just puppets. Luo Binsi's expression changed. Jiang Qin said that the wolf clan of the Ice Emperor was a disgrace. Nonsense. Brat, I'll show you the true strength of my wolf clan. Looks like I'm right. The decline of the wolf clan of the Ice Emperor isn't just a rumor. A prince struggling at death's door, how big of a wave can he stir up? Jiang Qin said with a proud expression. The corner of his mouth carried a meaningful smile. He just wanted to piss off this arrogant guy. All of you must die. Luo Binsi was obviously furious. What should we do now? Yu Huagan asked in a low voice as he looked at Jiang Qin. We'll deal with it when it comes. Of the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best. Jiang Qin sighed and transmitted his voice to Yu Huagan. It wasn't that he wanted to retreat. 3,000 divine wolf army, all of them were at the divine king realm. Although he wasn't afraid of them, Yu Huagan couldn't ignore them. They could only retreat in order to advance. It wasn't the right time to start a war in someone else's territory. Most importantly, they were in the earth vein, their chances of winning were too low. Why? You want to run? Ha ha ha, isn't it too late to run now? Luo Binsi said with a smile as if he had already defeated Jiang Qin. Chapter 27-22. When did I say that I'm going to run? Jiang Qin was not afraid of him. Even if he could not defeat Luo Binsi, he still had the Zulong Tower. It was impossible for a divine king to do anything to him. However, Jiang Qin had his own plans. He wanted to refine Luo Binsi. If he could refine Luo Binsi, he would benefit greatly. At least, he would be able to break through under the hierarch realm. You three, it's not too late to surrender. However, I must kill this guy. Luo Binsi's strength and his army of 3,000 god wolves had frightened Dongpa Tianqi and Feng Luojiang. Luo Binsi did not kill them because he needed these three puppets to rule the extreme north as soon as possible. Just like what Jiang Qin had said, his army of 3,000 divine wolves were just puppets without any signs of life. In order to revive the divine wolf clan, he needed the 3,000 divine wolves to recover their true form. And this step required the three great families to provide him with powerful experts to plant the soul-leaving curse on the divine wolf army. Only then would they be able to replace the humans and recover their true form. It wasn't an easy process for the wolf clan to reappear in the Liao Bei region. The ancient dragon sacrificial altar was set up by his ancestor when the wolf clan was in danger. It was to prevent the wolf clan from being exterminated. Today, it was finally put to use. For millions of years, the ancient dragon sacrificial altar had always been the foundation of the wolf clan. Feng Luojiang gritted his teeth, weighing the pros and cons. He was at the end of his tether and was severely injured by the prince of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan. It was impossible for him to do anything now. Was it necessary for him to trust Jiang Qin? That guy could not even protect himself now. Yu Huagan was in the same situation. His only way to survive was to follow Luo Binci. All right, I'm willing. Your Highness, from now on, the Feng clan is willing to follow your footsteps. If there's anything you need, we will do it even if it means death. Feng Luojiang's betrayal made Yu Huagan's expression change. Feng Luojiang, you bastard. How dare you rely on an outsider? Have you forgotten about the Feng clan's dragon vein? The family's disciples who died were all done by this bastard. I only know that a wise man submits to circumstances. How could you and that arrogant fellow possibly be a match for His Royal Highness? Truly arrogant and ridiculous. Feng Luojiang said in disdain. Very well, I will definitely not treat you unfairly in the future. Those who can see the situation clearly will be able to live longer. Robin said. Jiang Chen had already expected this. This bastard had no backbone at all. Moreover, he should be the arrogant one. He was not surprised that a prince of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan chose to side with him. Brother Dongpa, if you don't make a choice now, I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to cry in the future. Yu Huagan doesn't know what you're talking about. Don't tell me you can't see the current situation clearly. Feng Luojiang didn't forget to fan the flames. Dongbua Tianqi fell into silence, not knowing what to choose. However, the army of 3,000 god wolves had really frightened him. Dongbua Tianqi hesitated for a while and finally decided to join the wolf prince's camp. Brother Yu, don't blame us for this. Dongbua Tianqi said righteously. He was doing this for his own survival. Those dead miners had nothing to do with him. His life was more important than those lowly disciples. Everyone has their own ambitions. Patriarch of the Yu family, in their eyes, our lives are already in the hands of the wolf prince. What's there to cooperate with? Jiang Qin smiled. Yu Huagan did not disappoint him. At this moment, there were only the two of them standing side by side. Patriarch of the Yu family, looks like you don't know how bad your choice will be. After killing you, I believe that the two of them will be able to help you control the Yu family. Robin said with a smile. His cold eyes were filled with killing intent. The war was imminent and it could break out any time. I, Yu Huagan, was saved by Mr. A man's life and death are determined by fate. Death can be lighter than a goose feather or heavier than Mount Tai. I, Yu Huagan, understand this. Even if I die today, I will not frown. Yu Huagan's stubbornness was a joke in the eyes of Dongbua Tianqi and Feng Luojiang. Childish. Feng Luojiang curled his lips. I'll help the two of you recover your strength now. Kill the two of them without mercy. Luo Binci said with a smile as he grabbed Feng Luojiang's shoulder. In an instant, Feng Luojiang could feel the spiritual qi in his body filling up. Most importantly, his injuries were almost healed. All the exhaustion from before was gone and he felt refreshed. Go, the two of you should be at the late Divine King realm now. You'll definitely achieve an unimaginable result in a short period of time. The divine origin essence that I've injected into your body should be enough for you to defeat them. Understood. Feng Luojiang lowered his head and said. Then, he turned around and stared at Jiang Qin with an evil look. Natural slaves, it's time for you two to die. Jiang Qin said Lang Lang. Brat, I've always disliked you. I'll kill you now to help the prince get rid of the dissidents and make up for my mistake. Feng Luojiang said confidently while looking at Jiang Qin with disdain. It's time to judge whether he's a mule or a horse. What a loyal dog. You've learned to wag your tail and beg for mercy so quickly. Unfortunately, you're destined to be a dead dog. Jiang Qin said calmly. Half-step divine king. You're still a half-step divine king. Watch how I'll kill you. Before he finished his sentence, Feng Luojiang had already rushed forward. With the help of Luo Binci, his strength had temporarily reached the late divine king realm. Naturally, his morale was high and he did not put Jiang Qin in his eyes at all. The area outside the Dragon Gate Ridge was already in ruins. Many of the mines had collapsed, and the path that Jiang Qin and the others took to enter the Dragon Gate Ridge was also buried. When Yu Jingxian and the others arrived, they were completely dumbfounded. How could this be? On the Dragon Gate Ridge, Yu Jingxian said with a pale face. At this moment, the mine in front of them had completely collapsed. Although they arrived in time, there was nothing they could do. Because of the collapse of the mine, they couldn't find the entrance at all. They didn't know whether they were all buried under the ground or not. We're late, we don't know how father and the others are doing. Bai Yumo was anxious but there was nothing they could do now. The only thing we can do now is to wait. We can't find the entrance to the mine. Everything around us has collapsed. Yu Jingfan smiled bitterly and shook his head, feeling extremely depressed. I don't want to lose father, I don't want, Yu Jingxian gritted her teeth. I must find father. Yu Jingxian started to dig persistently. The surrounding people were astonished as well. But they could understand Yu Jingxian's excitement and so could they. Right now, I can only use this foolish old man to move the mountain. The second elder and the third elder looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Although this method was very stupid, there was no way out now. The collapse of the mine was something that no one had expected. Chapter 27-23. Jiang Qin looked at Feng Luojiang and sneered. At the next moment, the two of them clashed with each other. Jiang Qin did not hesitate and immediately casted his dragon transformation. After all, he dared not underestimate Feng Luojiang. It was better to be safe than sorry. After all, he and Yu Huagan were besieged from all directions. The prince of the wolf clan would never let them go easily, especially when Yu Huagan was ready to die. Jiang Qin was not going to let them go easily. Whirlwind blade. Feng Luojiang's blade radiated as he charged towards Jiang Qin. He was extremely proud of his late divine king strength. Although Luo Binci had given him a lot of divine origin essence to push his strength to the late divine king realm in a short period of time, it was still incomparable to a peak mid-divine king. Feng Luojiang was full of confidence as his blade radiance pierced through the void. Jiang Qin remained calm as he faced the incoming attack. I really don't know where you got your courage from. Half-step divine king. What a joke. I'm dying of laughter. Accept your death. Trashy fella. Feng Luojiang's arrogance soared up to the sky. His blade shone brightly and countless of qi blocked Jiang Qin's path. The mightiness of a late divine king was fully displayed. Feng Luojiang wanted to crush Jiang Qin with absolute superiority. He wanted to experience the true mightiness of a late divine king. Be careful, Jiang Qin. Yu Huagan reminded with a worried expression. Although he knew that Jiang Chen's strength was extraordinary, it was still the strength of his physique. Could he really defeat a late divine king? Yu Huagan did not know. Your opponent is me. Dongbo Tianqi sneered as he fought against Yu Huagan. Both of them were at the late divine king realm. This battle would not be like the one between Jiang Chen and Feng Luojiang. Jiang Chen could easily kill a divine king with his bare hands. He could even fight a mid-divine king. After using the dragon transformation, his terrifying battle prowess increased once again. He was not afraid of a late divine king at all. If it were not for those monstrous geniuses who could fight against those with higher cultivation levels, Jiang Chen was confident that he could kill Feng Luojiang easily. Jiang Chen was like a god of war, clashing with Feng Luojiang continuously. Terrifying shockwaves swept across the entire square. Feng Luojiang had never expected Jiang Chen to be this terrifying. Even he couldn't break through Jiang Chen's defense with his half-dragon body. Humans. Or the dragon race. Interesting. If we can use his bloodline for the ancient dragon sacrificial altar, perhaps the bloodline of the Ice Emperor's wolf race would be purer. What we lacked back then was the bloodline of the dragon. Luo Binzi squinted his eyes as he looked at Jiang Chen with excitement. This fella's dragon breath was extremely powerful. He was definitely not an ordinary dragon. He could not obtain the bloodline of the true dragon. It would be great if he could obtain a trace of the bloodline of this half-human half-dragon fella. Jiang Chen and Feng Luojiang clashed several times. Terrifying energy ripples spread everywhere. Jiang Chen was getting more and more powerful. If it was not for Feng Luojiang's improvement, he might have already been defeated by Jiang Chen. Even so, Feng Luojiang was having a hard time. Jiang Chen was advancing step by step, forcing him to retreat. Even he could feel how terrifying Jiang Chen was. A mere half-step divine king is so terrifying. Feng Luojiang thought. Looks like I've underestimated him. Blazing fire pure yang blade. Feng Luojiang clasped both of his hands together. Blazing fire and lava burst out. A terrifying flame aura swept towards Jiang Chen. 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen formed a seal with one of his hands. The 5 elemental true fire converged and terrifying thunderbolts and flames gushed out. A crazed dragon was devouring the flames and collided with Feng Luojiang's attack. Feng Luojiang's expression changed. The 5 elemental combat dragon seal devoured his attack and even he couldn't escape unscathed. The 5 elemental combat dragon seal pierced through his body. Feng Luojiang's expression changed and blood gushed out. A piece of trash. Jiang Chen sneered. The 3,000 flames dragon seal was already in his hand. As soon as the seal was struck, thunderbolts roared and mountains collapsed. Feng Luojiang's expression changed drastically as he could sense a terrifying aura of death spreading towards him. Prince, save me. Feng Luojiang cried out involuntarily because he knew that he wouldn't be able to withstand Jiang Chen's attack. Stop. Luo Binzi naturally did not wish for Feng Luojiang to be killed by Jiang Chen. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for him to unify the Liaobei region after leaving the Dragon Vein. It would save him a lot of trouble if he subdued Feng Luojiang and the rest. Too late. Jiang Chen looked straight at Feng Luojiang. The 3,000 flames dragon seal turned into a flaming dragon and engulfed the entire plaza. Feng Luojiang was instantly devoured by the flaming dragon seal and disappeared, leaving only a pile of black ashes. Dongbo Tianqi trembled slightly. This Jiang Chen is so powerful. Trash, you will always be trash. Jiang Chen looked at Luo Binzi and smiled. You're really annoying. Luo Binzi's expression was slightly angry. He thought that he had a good plan, but he didn't expect this trash to be so useless. He was defeated by Jiang Qin in just a few moves. He was just an embroidered pillow that looked good but was useless. Since you're so good at fighting, then I'll play with you. Luo Binxi's voice became colder. He waved his hand and hundreds of demonic beasts of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan appeared beside Jiang Qin. Human wave tactic. Jiang Qin said in disdain. You can handle 10 of them, but what about 100? I hope you won't disappoint me. Luo Binxi crossed his arms and his blue eyes were filled with killing intent. I, Jiang Qin, am not afraid of human wave tactic. Not to mention 100, even 3,000 demonic beasts are nothing to me. I, Jiang Qin, will not even frown. Jiang Qin said calmly as if he was looking down on the world. Even Yu Huagan was shocked. How could Jiang Qin be a match for hundreds of Divine King realm puppets? Although he had the upper hand against Dongbo Tianqi, Jiang Qin was facing Luo Binxi alone. This battle would be a disaster for him. Hundreds of demonic beasts broke through the stone wall. Not only Yu Huagan, even Dongbo Tianqi felt his scalp going numb. Luckily, I'm smart enough to choose Prince Luo Binxi. Otherwise, I'll be the one facing those beasts. I don't even know how I died. Dongbo Tianqi was secretly shocked. It's a great honor to be able to escape this disaster. It's a pity that Feng Luojiang died a horrible death. Luckily, I'm not fighting against Jiang Qin. Otherwise, he'll be the one dying. Jiang Qin's expression was calm as he faced the hundreds of demonic beasts of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan. No matter how many of them there are, they're still trash. Not many of these Divine King realm demonic beasts would be left after a single slash. Chapter 27-24. I hope you won't disappoint me. Luo Binxi smiled elegantly. He could not wait to see Jiang Qin being torn apart by the hundreds of beasts. Roar! Luo Binxi controlled the beasts and hundreds of Divine King realm puppets arrived in a blink of an eye, engulfing Jiang Qin in the wave of beasts. Mr. Yu Huagan was enraged. He wanted to save Jiang Qin, but Dongbo Tianqi was holding him back. There was no chance for him to do so. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. A terrifying loud sound was heard from the beast tide. Jiang Qin was fighting the beast tide with his bare hands. The Divine King realm puppet beasts could not even withstand a single blow from Jiang Qin. There were hundreds of them, but Jiang Qin did not even put them in his eyes. His punch was as powerful as a thunderbolt. Within 10 moves, not even a blade of grass could be seen. The 100 beasts within a 100-meter radius were all crushed by Jiang Qin's punch. The dreadfulness of the dragon transformation was evident. Yu Huagan was dumbfounded. Dongbo Tianqi was stunned. Even Luo Binxi looked at Jiang Qin in disbelief. He was like a god of war, above the mortal world. Hundreds of Divine King realm puppets could not even withstand a single blow from him. In less than half an hour, those Divine King puppets were all crushed into pieces. Each of Jiang Qin's punches turned them into ashes. Such a terrifying beast tide could not do anything to him. Undeniably, Jiang Qin's strength was unbelievably strong, especially when he was only a half-step Divine King. Jiang Qin's strength was unbelievably strong. Jiang Qin was unscathed, standing tall and untouchable. Mr.'s mightiness is unparalleled. Yu Huagan said sincerely. Even if he died, he would have no regrets. After witnessing the terror of Jiang Qin, he would have no regrets even if he died. Good. Good lad. You've impressed me. But you've thoroughly infuriated me. Luo Binxi laughed out of anger. Hundreds of Divine King demonic beast puppets had died in Jiang Qin's hands. He was slightly angry. However, Jiang Qin was like an unparalleled war god, invincible. Even a mid-divine king might not be able to withstand his thunderous punch. Moreover, Jiang Chen's fist was terrifyingly destructive. Luo Binxi's demonic beast puppets were extremely tough, but they still could not withstand Jiang Chen's fist. Let me show you what a real beast wave is. Luo Binxi did not believe it. He waved his palm and 500 divine king realm demonic beast puppets came out from the surrounding walls. They rushed towards Jiang Chen and their blue eyes shot out rays of light that shone on the ground below the square. Let's see how you're going to fight me this time. Luo Binxi had already sentenced Jiang Chen to death. Even a half-step hierarch might not be able to deal with 500 divine king realm puppets. Moreover, Jiang Chen's strength was limited. He would definitely lose more than half of his strength. There was no spiritual energy here. Even if he was a puppet, he would still be exhausted to death. So many beasts. Mister, can you handle it? Yu Huagan murmured to himself while dealing with Dongbo Tianqi's attack. He knew that Jiang Chen's strength was extraordinary, but even ants could bite an elephant to death. Moreover, the beast tide was a few times more than the previous one. That kind of dreadful mightiness was terrifying. Yu Huagan muttered. Even if he was not strong enough, he could still exhaust Jiang Chen to death. As long as that fella is dead, you'll be mine. You can imagine the consequences of going against the Prince of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan. I thought you'd stand on our side after knowing the terror of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan. I never expected you to be so stubborn. What a pity. Feng Luojiang is also dead. I'll be the spokesperson of the Liao Bei region in the future. His Highness will definitely give me the highest honor. Ha ha ha. Dongbo Tianqi was extremely excited. As long as that arrogant brat and Yu Huagan were dead, he would be the king of Liao Bei. Although he would still have to serve the prince, he would still be above everyone else. His glory would be limitless. What's the difference between killing one person and millions of people? It's the difference between killing one trash and 10,000 trash. Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. He was still calm and confident while facing the 500 divine king realm puppets. I'll laugh at the sky with my sword, who dares to stop me? Jiang Chen strode into the beast tide with the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The heavenly dragon sword's soul had been awakened and it had broken through its shackles. It was no longer the same as before. Even a heavenly divine tool could cut through iron like mud. Hundreds of beasts engulfed Jiang Chen in an instant. However, Jiang Chen was invincible in the beast tide. He slashed and more than 10 beasts were cut into pieces. If those beasts still had blood, the plaza would have become a river of blood by now. I don't believe that you can break through these 500 divine king realm beasts. Luo Binxi gritted his teeth. He finally felt that it was troublesome. Jiang Chen was nowhere to be seen in the beast tide. However, as long as the beast tide did not retreat, Luo Binxi would not be at ease. As expected, Jiang Chen was invincible. He killed 10 beasts with one step. His every step was filled with killing intent. All of you are trash. Perish. Break the void. Heaven's will. Jiang Chen's sword shone brightly in the 14 prefectures. The remaining 200 beasts were killed by his sword. His sword rose and fell like a falling star. This is impossible, Luo Binxi murmured. However, even if he did not believe it, the 500 beasts had turned into ashes. It was as if a god emperor had arrived. Jiang Chen's mightiness was too powerful. Was this the aura of a half-step divine king? Was this the battle strength of a half-step divine king? Luo Binxi asked himself. Even if he was in the midst of the 500 beasts, he might not be able to escape like Jiang Chen. Because the sword in Jiang Chen's hand was too terrifying. Luo Binxi's heart skipped a beat. It's too powerful. Jiang Chen's strength probably came from that sword. This is a miracle. Yu Huagan could not believe it. Jiang Chen had shocked him again and again. 3,000 demonic beasts, bring it on. Watch how I destroy your wolf clan. Chapter 27-25. Lad, don't be too happy just yet. You'll have to get through me first. Luo Binsi said indifferently. Luo Binsi looked calm. He planned to use the soul-leaving curse on the 3,000 divine king puppet beasts so that they could be reborn. However, he did not expect that Jiang Chen would kill 1/5 of them. How could Luo Binsi not be angry? However, it was too late to say that now. Jiang Chen, a half-step divine king, had brought him a lot of surprises. Especially the heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand. Luo Binsi's eyes were burning with excitement. If he could get his hands on this sword, even a half-step venerable would have to bow down to him. The heavenly dragon's sword had definitely surpassed the origin divine tool. That's what I'm thinking. How can I get my hands on you if I don't defeat you? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Luo Binsi was also a huge cake in his eyes. The divine origin essence in his body had already surpassed the supreme grade divine origin stone. It was like a yuan qi furnace. Both of them saw each other as a true treasure and wanted to have it all at the same time. Jiang Chen smiled. To be able to force this king to make a move, even if you die, you can be proud. In Luo Binsi's eyes, Jiang Chen's strength was not worth mentioning. Even if Jiang Chen could kill 600 of his beasts, did he really have the ability to do so? The answer was obviously no. Although Luo Binsi was shocked that Jiang Chen was able to break through the human wave tactic, Jiang Chen's sword was extremely useful in close combat. It was not comparable to his own strength. Since when did a half-step divine king become so arrogant and domineering? Luo Binsi knew that he had to take action. Otherwise, those beasts would be sacrificed for nothing. He did not want to see those beasts die because they were going to conquer the world. He could not allow them to die here. All right. Let me see what you're capable of. Jiang Chen stood still and pointed his sword at Luo Binsi. Their gazes met and a terrifying battle intent burst out. The entire square became solemn. You'll die peacefully. My myriad chi. Ha ha ha. Even the heavens are helping me. You'll be able to break through to the Emperor realm in the future. Luo Binsi's eyes lit up. He turned into a blue ray of light and rushed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not look at Luo Binsi. He turned his sword and a cold light burst out from it. Luo Binsi also faced Jiang Chen's sword. The collision between the two caused the entire square to tremble. Luo Binsi looked at Jiang Chen's sword with his own eyes. Luo Binsi was extremely overbearing as he struck with a thunderous strike. A blue silhouette pierced through the void. Jiang Chen slashed with his sword. The terrifying attack caused Jiang Chen to take a few steps back. One could imagine how powerful Luo Binsi was, a late divine king. Moreover, he was an ancient beast. Although the Ice Emperor's wolf clan was not considered as a true beast, they were not ordinary either. Interesting. Luo Binsi sneered as he pushed Jiang Chen back. Luo Binsi's close combat skills were extremely terrifying. Any demonic beast would not be weak in close combat because their bodies were many times stronger than humans. Therefore, it was the stupidest way to fight a demonic beast head-on. Luo Binsi didn't seem to be weak in close combat as his body was much stronger than a human's. Jiang Chen was different. Since Luo Binsi had chosen this method, he would accompany him to the end. Putting away the heavenly dragon sword, Jiang Chen's battle intent was high and the corner of his mouth carried a faint smile. Looks like you're quite confident. Luo Binsi sneered. Jiang Chen dared to engage in close combat with him at this moment. This method was asking to be humiliated. Even if Jiang Qin could defeat hundreds of puppet beasts, even if Jiang Qin could stand out from the crowd of beasts, it did not mean that he could fight against Luo Binci. Jiang Qin remained calm and did not reply to Luo Binci's words. He was confronting Luo Binci head-on. Terrifying strength was unleashed. His fist was filled with a terrifying foundation and divine origin energy. This fist was not an ordinary fist. Luo Binci and Jiang Qin's fists landed on each other. Both of them were fearless. Jiang Qin was confident in his defense. How could Luo Binci fall into a disadvantageous position? Luo Binci had the royal bloodline of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan. No matter if it was defense or close combat, he was invincible. This was his respect for Jiang Qin. Luo Binci unleashed a kick with incredible speed. Jiang Qin took a step back and threw out a punch, hitting the sole of Luo Binci's foot. Luo Binci felt a sharp pain in his heart. Just how powerful was this guy's punch? Even his sturdy defense had been injured by the shockwave. Luo Binci did not retreat but attacked instead. Jiang Qin did not show any weakness either. Jiang Qin had never been afraid of anyone in close combat. Grey Wolf Strike. Luo Binci turned his fist into a claw and attacked Jiang Qin with lightning speed. Even the void seemed to be cracked. Luo Binci finally used his true power. Divine Golden Bell, God's Sealing Prohibition. Jiang Qin used the Divine Golden Bell to protect himself, causing Luo Binci's attack to miss and was pushed back. Jiang Qin did not let Luo Binci off easily and unleashed the God's Sealing Seal, causing Luo Binci to suffer a lot. Luo Binci coughed out a mouthful of blue blood, showing his anger. You really shouldn't have injured me. I have decided that from this moment onwards, I will tear you apart. Luo Binci growled and crawled on the ground. In the next second, he turned into a 15 feet tall blue wolf. His eyes were like icicles, his teeth were sharp, and his body was filled with a cold aura. Such a terrifying aura. Yu Huagan's expression changed. He was also a late divine king. He knew that he would not be able to fight back in front of Luo Binci. This fellow was indeed worthy of being a royal member of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan. After Luo Binci returned to his original form, his strength had increased by more than half. However, Jiang Qin's eyes were still filled with arrogance. Just a grey wolf and you dare to call yourself a royal? Ha, this is too funny. Let me show you what a true dragon's prestige is. Jiang Qin wielded his blade. Under the dragon transformation, his strength had reached its peak. His defense and attack power had also multiplied. Right now, Jiang Qin was like a human-shaped weapon, the absolute overlord of all demons. Courting death, a roar, Luo Binci roared and dashed towards Jiang Qin's head. He attacked with all four claws, attacking and defending at the same time. Jiang Qin was not in a hurry as he clashed with Luo Binci. Luo Binci's grey wolf seemed to be able to devour Jiang Qin in one bite. Chapter 27-26. Roar, Luo Binci roared again, venting his anger. To think that Jiang Qin could fight evenly with him. Even after using his true form, he still could not gain the upper hand. Luo Binci could not help but be shocked. What is this guy made of? Is he made of steel? My azure wolf body, if he's not a divine beast, it's impossible for him to resist my attack. This half-human half-dragon guy, does he really have the bloodline of a divine beast? Even if you can tie with me, so what? I'm afraid you've already used up half of your divine origin chi. Without the heaven and earth's spiritual energy, you won't be able to make ends meet. Let's see how you're going to fight against me. I can exhaust you to death even if I have to. Luo Binci sneered. His energy was endless as he had consumed an entire mind supreme grade divine origin stone essence. I don't need much time to deal with you. Jiang Qin also felt that his divine origin chi had recovered by more than 50%. He would definitely be at a disadvantage if he continued to fight. Jiang Qin sneered. Do you think I'm just joking with my energy recovery pills? Jiang Qin swallowed 3 chi recovery pills in one gulp, instantly restoring his strength to perfection. Let's see how many pills you have. Luo Binci and Jiang Qin fought again. This time, Jiang Qin seemed to have the help of a deity. His aura was unparalleled and could not be challenged. Jiang Qin strode forward and fought with Luo Binci. Luo Binci's gigantic wolf head soared into the sky, biting towards Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's eyes turned cold as he grabbed Luo Binci's long fangs with one hand. Jiang Qin let out a furious roar, his strength was unparalleled. Luo Binci's huge body was grabbed by Jiang Qin's fangs and was sent flying. Yu Huagan and Dong Tianqi had given up on fighting. They looked at each other and swallowed their saliva. This is too abnormal. Dongboi Tianqi did not expect Jiang Qin to be so tyrannical and terrifying. What's the difference between him and the war god? The prince of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan was sent flying by a half-step divine king. It was a great humiliation to Luo Binci. But Luo Binci couldn't stop. After Jiang Qin spun him around a few hundred times, he fiercely threw him to the ground, creating a huge pit. Even though Luo Binci's body was strong, he couldn't bear it. Even his teeth were broken by Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin held the tusk in his hand and looked at Robbins coldly. Robbins was lying on the ground, gasping for air, but his eyes were still cold as he stared at Jiang Qin. What? Not convinced. Continue. Jiang Qin crossed his arms and looked at Luo Binci arrogantly. The dignity of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan is inviolable. You've thoroughly infuriated me. To Luo Binci, having one of his teeth pulled out was a great humiliation. Who could bear to have a tooth pulled out from the mouth of a wolf? Moreover, he was the noblest prince of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan, even though he was the only survivor of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan. How could he allow himself to be bullied in his own territory? Obviously, Luo Binci would not let this go. Luo Binci stood up once again, but this time, his entire body was covered in ice crystals. Every single ice crystal was incomparably hard, dazzling, and sharp. Is this the real Ice Emperor's wolf clan? Jiang Qin smiled. Have a taste of my ice wolf physique. Luo Binci leapt up, his body was covered in a layer of ice crystals. He charged towards Jiang Qin like a porcupine with spikes all over his body. Ha, interesting. A hedgehog wants to become a wolf. Before Jiang Qin could finish his laughter, Luo Binci had already dashed towards him. Jiang Qin had to admit that Luo Binci's ice wolf body was something that he could not afford to underestimate. Luo Binci's combat strength and defense had been multiplied. Jiang Qin and Luo Binci clashed again, but Jiang Qin was slowly being suppressed by Luo Binci. Fight with your life on the line. You will regret it. Jiang Qin murmured. The ice wolf physique was indeed terrifying. But how could Jiang Qin be afraid of death? Jiang Qin disregarded everything and charged towards Luo Binci. Every step was filled with killing intent, harming the enemy while harming himself. Jiang Qin's fists were covered with blood. However, Luo Binci was not in a good state either. His ice wolf's body was continuously broken by Jiang Qin. The ice wolf's body became weaker under the cover of the ice crystals. Although Jiang Qin was heavily injured, Luo Binci was not in a good state either. His ice wolf's body was continuously broken by Jiang Qin and was now in a terrible state. You lunatic, don't drag me down if you want to die. Luo Binci was furious. Jiang Qin didn't care about his injuries and swallowed 2 energy recovery pills in a row. Jiang Chen was fighting with his life on the line. Jiang Chen's method of killing Luo Binci made him feel fear. Since you want to play, I will naturally play with you. Take your time. Jiang Chen laughed. But at this moment, he was also heavily injured. Although the wood spirit could not help Jiang Chen recover, the myriad qi was healing Jiang Chen's body. Although it could not restore his strength to its peak, the energy recovery pills were enough to support Luo Binci and Jiang Chen's battle for 300 rounds. Therefore, Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. Get lost. This time, it was Luo Binci's turn to escape. Both of them were heavily injured, but Jiang Chen fought with his life on the line. He knew what a lunatic was. Both of their injuries were serious. However, Jiang Chen did not expect Luo Binci's recovery speed to be very strong. Although it was not as good as the myriad qi, Luo Binci's body was filled with divine origin essence. Jiang Chen could not underestimate Luo Binci. Yu Huagan and Dongbo Tianqi were also heavily injured. Yu Huagan did not expect Dongbo Tianqi to be able to hold on for so long after Luo Binci forcefully increased his strength. Moreover, Yu Huagan had just broken through not long ago. Bastard, you lunatic, I've had enough of you. Luo Binci finally reverted to his human form after retreating with a single strike. He staggered backwards with a pale face and a desolate expression. He was no longer as handsome and dignified as before. Instead, he looked like a rooster that had lost a battle. You're not my opponent. Jiang Chen said calmly. Luo Binci was no longer his opponent. Even his ice wolf physique was broken by Jiang Chen. Luo Binci did not dare to fight with Jiang Chen anymore. You're too full of yourself, Jiang Chen. My wolf clan is not something you can imagine. This ancient dragon sacrificial altar is the best place for you. Chapter 27:27. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and looked at the ancient dragon sacrificial altar that was filled with 16 divine burying flags. He couldn't help but reveal a fearful expression. This fella, could he still activate the ancient dragon sacrificial altar? Why? Are you scared? Ha ha ha. The ancient dragon sacrificial altar gathers the qi of the dragon vein and the luck from all directions. The 16 divine burying flags form the ancient dragon sacrificial altar. Since ancient times, it is likely that no one has been able to escape alive. Even Emperor stage experts are unable to. Luo Binci's confidence came from his understanding of the ancient dragon sacrificial altar, because the ancestor of the wolf clan was an emperor realm expert. He once said that the ancient dragon sacrificial altar was a divine altar that could not be broken by ordinary people. It could move mountains and seas, move the stars. Only those with the bloodline of the wolf clan could activate the ancient dragon sacrificial altar. Scared? The word scared doesn't exist in my dictionary, Jiang Chen's. So what if it's the ancient dragon sacrificial altar? So what if there are 16 divine burying flags? Could it be that you can activate the formation and seal me here? Jiang Chen sneered. You're right. Unfortunately, my wolf clan is able to activate the ancient dragon sacrificial altar. Let me see how many tricks you have to break my ancient dragon sacrificial altar. Ha ha ha. Luo Binci was extremely confident. The ancient dragon sacrificial altar was created by an emperor realm expert. How could a small half-step divine king like him touch it? Today, Luo Binci would use up half of his profound qi to suppress Jiang Chen here. Luo Binci moved his wrist and cut his finger. A line of blood flew into the ancient dragon sacrificial altar. Blue blood sprinkled on the altar. At the next moment, the entire square was filled with fear. The 16 divine burying flags were fluttering in the wind. Although they were damaged, Jiang Chen knew that these 16 divine burying flags were the most terrifying part of the formation. The ancient dragon sacrificial altar was the dragon vein qi that had been absorbed for millions of years. Under the nourishment of the dragon vein qi, Luo Binsi could achieve what he had today. Ancient dragon sacrificial altar, activate. Luo Binsi and the ancient dragon sacrificial altar complemented each other. With Jiang Chen's understanding of formations, Luo Binsi was definitely a product of the ancient dragon sacrificial altar. As the formation changed, the 16 flags began to shake, indicating that the ancient dragon sacrificial altar was about to be activated. Not good. Jiang Chen's expression changed. On the ancient dragon sacrificial altar, the 16 divine burying flags gathered to form a huge net. The huge blue net swept across the sky and instantly covered the entire square. Jiang Chen had nowhere to hide and was eventually enveloped by the huge net. The ancient dragon sacrificial altar was completely sealed and Jiang Chen was trapped within it. The terrifying devouring power seemed to want to suck him into the ancient dragon sacrificial altar. Under the huge net, under the dragon sacrificial altar, there were many formations. They contained the 5 elements, 8 trigrams, heavenly stems and earthly branches. Compared to the no-beginning formation in Jiang Chen's eyes, it was impossible for him to break the ancient dragon sacrificial altar with his current strength. Anyone or anything that is sucked into the ancient dragon sacrificial altar will be destroyed. In my territory, you have to listen to me. Luo Binsi sneered. Jiang Chen was extremely excited to be trapped in the ancient dragon sacrificial altar. Although he had used up a lot of his profound qi, it was worth it. His blood was his profound qi. Activating the ancient dragon sacrificial altar would cause great damage to Luo Binsi. Terrifying scenes appeared in the void above the blue net. At that moment, Luo Binsi's eyes turned exceptionally cold. His eyes turned blood red from their original water blue color. This is an image of the ancient dragon sacrificial altar. Jiang Chen was puzzled, but the scene under the 16 divine burying flags was extremely realistic. It was a huge snowy mountain. Countless gray wolves, the wolf clan of the Ice Emperor, were running away in all directions. The surrounding mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. A blurry silhouette was holding a scepter, sweeping down. Countless members of the wolf clan of the Ice Emperor fell into despair. Not only the wolf clan of the Ice Emperor, the other demonic beasts on the snowy mountain were also killed. It was a tragic scene that no one dared to look at, as if it was the end of the world. Is this the image of the wolf clan of the Ice Emperor being exterminated? While Jiang Chen was puzzled, the 16 divine burying flags of the ancient dragon sacrificial altar finally unleashed their power. Under the divine burying flags, Jiang Chen was completely suppressed. The terrifying devouring power came from the depths of the ancient dragon sacrificial altar. The altar that was set up by the ancestors of the wolf clan of the Ice Emperor once again opened Jiang Chen's eyes. Buddha's radiance. Jiang Chen struck out a Buddha's radiance, but it was still unable to move the 16 divine burying flags. Although the Buddha's radiance was the nemesis of demonic beasts, it was completely useless when the demonic beasts reached a certain realm. The most terrifying thing was that the 16 divine burying flags seemed to be broken, but every time the flags moved, the sky and earth would shatter. Jiang Chen felt as if his body was about to be torn apart. Streaks of wind blades with demonic bewitchment power forced Jiang Chen into a dead end. The ancient dragon sacrificial altar was like a cage. In addition to the devouring and suction power of the Tai Chi 8 trigrams, Jiang Chen was in a dilemma. He had completely lost the initiative. Jiang Chen took every step carefully, but he still couldn't stop the situation where he was besieged from all sides. He held the heavenly dragon sword tightly in his hand and summoned the heavenly dragon battle armor, but it was still a drop in the bucket. The ancient dragon sacrificial altar formed by the 16 divine burying flags was too terrifying. Although the 16 divine burying flags were powerful, the ancient dragon sacrificial altar had absorbed the dragon chi from the earth vein for thousands of years, causing the ancient dragon sacrificial altar to become a sacrificial altar, a shocking formation. However, Jiang Qin still managed to stop all of this. Although he was struggling, he was not suppressed by the 16 divine burying flags. The 16 divine burying flags had broken through the level of heavenly divine tools and reached the level of primordial divine tools. Although they were covered in dust, their power was still there. If this continues, I will only be in a worse situation. Jiang Qin frowned. He was trapped in the ancient dragon sacrificial altar. The devouring power was constantly devouring the divine origin energy in his body. The consumption was one thing, but the devouring power was more shocking. You've guessed it right. That's the Ice Emperor's Wolf Clan's extinction realm. It's a pity that my ancestors, 3 Emperor realm experts, were all crushed. The Ice Emperor's Wolf Clan was the strongest demonic beast clan in the Lone Dragon County. How glorious and domineering it was. It's a pity that they were harmed by a villain, causing the Ice Emperor's Wolf Clan to perish. It's been 10 million years. If it wasn't for my ancestor using all of his power to set up the ancient dragon sacrificial altar, absorbing the dragon vein chi and sacrificing the lives of countless Wolf Clan experts to keep me here, the Wolf Clan would have truly disappeared from this world. If the heavens did not destroy my Wolf Clan, as long as we rise again, my Wolf Clan will definitely rule the world. I will not let the person who destroyed my Wolf Clan go. The hatred of my clan is absolutely irreconcilable. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.